Chapter 1. The airport is closed. Seren hears it first from the shuttle driver, a man in a heavy wool coat whose name she never caught, who picks her up at the gatehouse where she has been waiting 40 minutes in the dark with her bag and her travel French press, and the thin hope that Austrian air traffic control would change its mind. He tells her the last plane turned back over Klagenfurt. The road to Ljubljana is already buried. Falkenfels Castle sits above them on the ridge, its windows cut sharp against the alpine black, and she watches it grow larger through the windshield as the snow closes in around the headlights like a fist. She should feel trapped. Instead, she feels confirmed. 3 years with Connaught Group, 3 years of sitting in the corner of rooms where no one remembers her name until a word goes wrong. 3 years of making powerful men sound precise in languages they do not actually speak. The Geneva offer came 12 weeks ago. Senior interpreter, full authorship credit, a desk with her name on it, and a direct line to the deputy director. She told no one. Not yet. The airport closure is not her crisis. The castle swallows her through a side entrance. A woman with sharp gray eyes and a Slovenian accent that flattens every vowel into efficiency meets her in the corridor, hands her a temporary badge, and tells her the advisory team missed the last connection from Vienna. They are stranded in Salzburg. The summit starts in 90 minutes. I am Geneva, the woman says. Operations. You are the interpreter. It is not a question. Seren follows her through stone corridors laden with Ringnauer wiring, past conference rooms with biometric locks, and windows that show nothing but their own reflection against the dark. The castle is beautiful in the way old money is beautiful. Heavy and permanent, and designed to make people feel small. Her boots leave wet prints on the limestone floor. They will not reschedule, Nella says, walking fast. The creditors have been in transit for 2 days. They are not interested in weather. I'd assumed. You will work from the war room. Your position is behind the main table. The founder does not like being interrupted. Seren tucks the French press under her arm. Then who interprets for the Korean delegate? Nella stops at a heavy oak door. She looks at Sarah with this something that might be surprise or might be reassessment. You speak Korean. I speak 6 languages. Korean is the 5th. The door opens. The room is all architectural silence, leather and old stone, and the soft hum of equipment on a table waiting for minds that have not arrived. The overhead lights are cold and surgical. At the head of the table, a man in a charcoal suit stands with his back to the door, studying a document screen that glows blue against the wall. Raffael Connaught does not turn around. He says, "Leave the briefs on the side table." 3 years. 3 years of quarterly summits, emergency calls, and midnight drafting sessions where she fed him the exact phrasing that closed a Rotterdam acquisition and a Milan partnership and a Luxembourg merger that no one outside the room knows exists. He has never once said her name. Not in a meeting, not in a memo, not in the hallway when she passed him carrying the files that contained his own signature. She sets her bag on the side table. The French press clinks against the wood. Nella withdraws. The door seals shut with a sound like pressure equalizing. Raffael Connaught turns. He is taller than she remembers, or maybe she has just never been this close to him without a table and a hierarchy between them. His face is all sharp structure, cheekbones that could cut glass, a mouth set in permanent assessment. Dark hair silvered at the temples, eyes the color of winter stone. He looks at her the way he looks at every piece of infrastructure in his company. Functional, expendable, already accounted for. You will be live in 5 languages, he says. Korean, French, German, Mandarin, and English. The creditors will have their own interpreters on the line. You are not to correct them unless the error materially affects the terms. Understood? Understood. Do not interrupt direct negotiations. If I need clarification, I will signal. She waits. He does not signal anything. He turns back to his screen, and the room absorbs him into the work. The call connects at 2100. Seren positions herself behind the main table, headset fitted, notebook open, pen moving before the first sentence finishes. The Korean delegate speaks first, a rapid assessment of the restructuring timeline that the creditor's interpreter renders into English with the precision of someone who learned the language from textbooks rather than air. Seren's lets it pass. She watches the French delegate frown at something on his tablet. She watches the German counsel adjust his glasses and make a note. She watches Raffael Connaught's hands, still on the tabletop, perfectly still, as if the whole negotiation is a chess game he has already played through to the end. The Korean delegate reaches the payment clause. The creditor's interpreter reads it back in English. Article 7, subsection 4. Payment acceleration triggers at 12 hours of non-performance during the restructuring window, effective from the date of ratification. Seren's pen stops. The room breathes. Someone types. The German counsel nods once, a small economical movement that means agreement is forming. The clause is backward. She reads it again in her head, Korean to English, then repeats the correction in Korean for the delegate on the line. The Korean text uses a resultative verb structure. The acceleration trigger does not begin at 12 hours of non-performance, it begins 12 hours from ratification, meaning the trigger runs concurrent with the restructuring window itself, meaning any delay in creditor approval would activate the clause before the debtor has time to respond. It is a trap wrapped in grammar. She opens her mouth, closes it. The CEO does not want to be interrupted. The Korean delegate says something else, a question about timeline confirmation, and the creditor's interpreter begins rendering it into German. Seren steps forward. Stop. The word lands flat and clean in the silence. The German counsel looks up. The French delegate frowns. On the screen, the Korean delegate's face goes still. Raffael Connaught turns his head. She does not look at him. She addresses the room in English, then repeats the correction in Korean for the delegate on the line. The Korean text uses a resultative verb structure. The acceleration trigger does not begin at 12 hours of non-performance, it begins 12 hours from ratification, meaning the trigger runs concurrent with the restructuring window itself, meaning any delay in creditor approval would activate the clause before the debtor has time to respond. It is a trap wrapped in grammar. She opened her mouth, closes it. The CEO does not want to be interrupted. The Korean delegate says something else, a question about timeline confirmation, and the creditor's interpreter begins rendering it into German. Seren steps forward. Stop. The word lands flat and clean in the silence. The German counsel looks up. The French delegate frowns. On the screen, the Korean delegate's face goes still. The German counsel looks up into the work. The German counsel looks up into the work of the venerable talents to the Chachadis, accepting my more watered some of the confical mazage. But I like to defeat my imbiber. He profuse his aculate complicanic. It is resultative, the acceleration does not start at 12 hours of non-performance, it starts at 12 hours from ratification, meaning the trigger runs concurrent with the restructuring window itself, meaning any delay in creditor approval would activate the clause before the debtor has time to respond. It is a trap wrapped in grammar. She opens her mouth, closes it. The CEO does not want to be interrupted. Then he turns back to the screen and says, in Korean, "The clause will be redrafted. Let us proceed." The negotiation resumes. Seren's pen moves across the notebook. She translates the German council's objections, the French delegate's conditions, the Korean delegate's softened tone. She does not look at the founder again, but she feels his attention. It is a weight she has never carried before, heavy and warm and unfamiliar, like a coat that does not fit her yet, but might, if she stays still long enough to let it settle. At midnight, the session breaks. The others fade from the screen one by one, leaving only the castle's walls and the snow pressing against the windows. Raffael Connaught does not leave. He stands at the head of the table, hands pressed flat on the wood, staring at the document screen as if it has betrayed him. Seren packs her notebook. The French press waits at the bottom of her bag, still innocent of coffee. "Ms. Szabo?" She stops. He does not turn around. "The advisory team will not arrive before morning. You will remain in the war room for the duration of the summit. Quarters have been prepared on the executive floor." "I have staff quarters." "You had staff quarters." The difference lands between them. She watches his shoulders, the line of his spine, the way his fingers curl slightly against the table, as if he is holding himself back from saying something the room is not ready to hear. "From tonight," he says, "you work beside me." He turns. Their eyes meet across the empty table. The snow has stopped falling beyond the windows, or maybe it has only thickened into something that makes the dark look solid. The castle settles around them, old stone and older secrets, and Seren feels the weight of the next 7 days pressing against her chest like a held breath. "I need to make coffee first," she says. Something shifts in his face, almost a crack, almost a thaw. "Then make it in my suite." He walks out. The door seals behind him. Seren stands alone in the blue-lit room with her notebook, her French press, and the knowledge that the Geneva offer she has been holding like a lifeline is already starting to feel like an escape route she might not want to take. The screen flickers. A new message appears from the Korean delegate's assistant, addressed to her by name. "The delegate requests you on all future calls." He says you are the only person in the room who actually heard him. She reads it twice. Then she tucks the notebook into her bag, picks up the French press, and follows the founder into the heart of the castle, where the lights are warm and the corridors are narrow, and every door she passes looks like it might lock behind her. Chapter 2. The executive floor smells of cedar and cold. The corridor is wider than the staff quarters hallway, lined with doors that have no handles, only biometric pads that glow a faint amber in the dim light. Seren follows Raffael Connaught past 3 of them before he stops at the 4th, presses his thumb to the pad, and waits for the lock to cycle. The suite opens into a room that is all glass and stone. A massive desk faces the windows where snow clings to the alpine glass like white silk. A seating area with a low fire burning in a stone hearth. A door half open to a bedroom she does not let herself look at. The ceiling slopes with the castle's original beams, blackened by age, and the whole space feels suspended between centuries. Raphael crosses to the desk without removing his jacket. He pulls up a screen, taps through documents, and does not look at her. "Coffee station through that door." He gestures with his chin toward a narrow alcove. "The machine is French. The beans are in the cupboard above it." She should say thank you. She should ask where she should sit, what he expects, how much of her time he plans to consume for the next 7 days. Instead, she says, "I brought my own press." He stops tapping, looks up. The winter stone eyes hold something that might be surprise or might be irritation. She has never been good at reading him because he has never given her enough data. "Then use mine," he says. "The water takes too long to boil in that alcove." It is not an invitation. It is a negotiation conducted in territory he does not know he is ceding. She nods one sense and moves past him into the alcove, where a matte black machine sits beside a tin of beans that costs more than a week of her salary. She measures, grinds, brews. The smell rises between them, rich and dark, and she feels the tension in his shoulders ease a fraction as the aroma fills the suite. She does not offer him any. He does not ask. They work in silence for the next hour. He reviews documents on 3 screens while she unpacks her notebook, organizes her breathing stacks by language, and waits for the next session to begin. The fire pops. The wind throws snow against the glass. Every few minutes, he says something without looking up. The German draft has a liability cap in Section 12. Check it against the French version. She finds the discrepancy. 4 words in the French that do not appear in the German, shifting the exposure onto Connaught Group's operating subsidiary. She flags it. He grunts. The Korean delegate wants the revised clause before the morning session, draft it in English and Korean, then send it to legal. She writes it. He reviews it, changes one preposition and sends it. At 2 a.m., Nayla appears in the doorway with a tray of bread, cheese, and a thermos of soup that smells like mushrooms and thyme. She sets it on the edge of the desk without comment, gives Seren a look that says, "I told you so," and disappears. Raphael does not touch the food. Seren eats standing by the window, watching the snow erase the world beyond the glass, and wonders if the Geneva offer is still real, or if this castle has already started rewriting her future. At 3 a.m., he says, "The advisory team is not coming tomorrow." She turns. He is staring at his phone, face unreadable. The Salzburg airport is closed until at least midday. The secondary route through Villety is blocked. They are telling me 48 hours minimum. 48 hours until they arrive, or 48 hours until the roads clear. The latter. He sets the phone down. The summit starts again at 8. We have 5 languages, 3 hostile creditor representatives, and no backup. She should feel panic. She feels something else, something that unfurls in her chest like a hesitant flame. This is the moment where her Geneva offer becomes irrelevant because the work in front of her is too big to think past. "I can handle 5 languages," she says. "I have handled 6 before, for shorter sessions. But I need relief intervals, and I need someone to track the document versions in each language simultaneously. I cannot do that and interpret." He studies her. The firelight catches the silver in his temples, the sharp edge of his jaw, the fatigue he is trying to hide behind stillness. "You will have Neela and a junior analyst from legal. I will clear the room when you need a break." He pauses. "Tell me what else you need." It is the first time he has asked, not ordered, not assumed, asked. "I need you to trust the corrections I make in real time. If I stop a clause, do not verify it with someone else while the room waits. It creates doubt. The creditor block will exploit it." "And if you are wrong?" "I am not wrong." The words hang between them. She has never said that to anyone at Connaught Group. She has never been given a reason to. But the fire is warm and the coffee is strong, and the man across the desk is finally looking at her like she might be more than furniture. He holds her gaze. 3 seconds. 5. "Then I will trust you in real time," he says. The morning session begins at 8 a.m. with Oren Dean already on the screen. Oren is younger than she expected. Mid-40s, sharp jaw, eyes that smile without the rest of his face participating. He sits in a Vienna office with bookshelves behind him and a single sheet of paper on the desk in front of him, as if he needs nothing else to dismantle everything in the room. "Mr. Connaught," he says, voice smooth as oiled glass. "I understand your advisory team is stranded. That must make things interesting." Raphael does not rise to it. We have full operational capacity. Proceed. The negotiation grinds forward. Seren interprets the French delegates' objections, the German counsel's caveats, the Korean delegates' carefully worded concerns about the red drafted clause. She catches a subtle shift in the English version of the payment schedule, a quiet insertion that changes the interest calculation window from 30 days to 22. She flags it. Raffael stops the session, verifies the discrepancy, and forces a correction. Oren watches her. Not through her. Not past her. At her the way a cat watches a boad it has not decided whether to hunt. This Szabo, he says, during a coffee break when the other delegates have muted their lines. You are the interpreter, yes? Senior interpreter. Schorner? He savors the word. And how long have you been senior at Connaught Group? 3 years. 3 years. He leans back. Funny. I do not remember seeing your name on any of the document credit lines. She feels the barb band. Raphael's jaw tightens on the screen beside her, but she does not let herself look at him. My work is in the accuracy of the agreements, not the signature block. She says. Oren smiles. It does not reach his eyes. Of course it is. He unmutes himself and addresses the room. Let us return to the covenant structure. I have concerns about the liquidity buffer. The session resumes, but something has shifted. The other delegates are looking at her differently, as if Oren's attention has illuminated a corner of the row they had not thought to examine. Raphael redirects a question about the German liability cap to her. She answers. The French delegate asks for clarification on the Korean payment timeline. She provides it. Oren watches every exchange with the patience of a predator counting steps. At 11 a.m., Oren speaks directly to her again. Miss Szabo, in your professional assessment, does the current restructuring timeline give Connaught Group adequate breathing room, or is the schedule designed to force creditor concessions through artificial urgency? The room goes silent. The question is not for her, it is for Raphael. Oren has addressed it to her deliberately, knowing the protocol violation will destabilize the power structure. She can deflect. She can redirect to Raphael. She can hide in her role as interpreter and let the men fight over territory. Instead, she says, the schedule is aggressive because the debt maturity acceleration clause in the original agreement left no alternative. The breathing room is in the refinancing terms, not the timeline. If the creditor bloc insists on compressing the schedule further, they will trigger the very default they claim to want to avoid. Oren's smile sharpens. Thank you, Miss Szabo. That was remarkably clear. He turns his attention back to Raffael. You have a dangerous asset in that seat, Mr. Connaught. I hope you know what she is worth. Raffael's voice is flat. I am learning. The session breaks for lunch at 12:30. Seren stands in the alcove, hands wrapped around a fresh cup of coffee, and watches the snow fall. Her heart is beating too fast. She has never spoken like that in a negotiation. She has never been asked to. The door opens behind her. Raffael stands in the threshold, tie loosened, sleeves rolled to his forearms. He looks at her for a long moment, and she sees the rawer thing again, the thing that does not fit the armor of his authority. He will try to use you against me, he says. Oren, he will try to split the room by making you choose between your professional integrity and your loyalty to this firm. I know. Do you know how to handle it? She turns to face him fully. The coffee warms her palms. The fire crackles in the other room. The castle presses its winter silence against the windows. I handle it by being accurate, she says. Every time, whether it helps you or hurts you. Accuracy does not have a side. He considers this, then he nods once, a small concession that looks like it costs him. Then stay accurate, he says, and let me worry about the rest." He turns back to the war room. She follows, coffee in hand, the weight of his trust settling onto her shoulders like a garment she is still learning to wear. The afternoon session is brutal. Oren probes every weakness in the covenant structure. He questions the valuation of Connaught Group's operating assets. He suggests, with exquisite politeness, that the restructuring terms reflect desperation rather than strategy. Through it all, Seren interprets, flags, corrects. The German council tries to slip a forum selection clause that would move disputes to a Vienna court where Dever Karas has influence. She catches it. Raffel strikes it. At 4 p.m., the Korean delegate requests a private call. Raffel takes it in the alcove while Seren reviews the French draft for hidden language. Her pen moves across the margin, marking ambiguities, annotating verb structures that could be read two ways. Her phone buzzes. A message from an unknown number. "Miss Szabo, you are wasted in that room. If you ever want to work where your name appears on the document, I have an office in Vienna. Think about it, Dean." She stares at the screen. The offer is poison wrapped in silk, designed to drive a wedge between her and Raffel, between her and Connaught Group, between her and the Geneva future she has been saving herself for. She deletes the message without replying. But the question lingers, sharp as broken glass, because Oren Dean is the first person in years who has offered her something she actually wants. A seat where her work carries her name, even if the man offering it would use her up and discard her the moment she stopped being useful. She looks up. Raffel is still in the alcove, voice low, speaking Croatian into the phone. She catches fragments. "Ni može, pritiaka, kitkati." Cannot pressure, wait. He does not know she understands. He does not know she has been trained to read lips and silences as carefully as speech. She watches his mouth shape words she should not hear, and the castle seems to contract around her, pulling the walls closer, sealing her into a room where every language she speaks is becoming a trap she has not yet learned to see coming. Chapter 3. The sweet smells of cedar and cold glass, and something bitter at the edges, like coffee left too long on a hot plate. Seren stands in the threshold of Raffael Connaught's private workroom and does not step forward. The room is all clean lines and expensive restraint. A long oak table littered with briefing stacks in 5 languages, a single lamp burning at the far end, and biometric locks clicking behind her like a cage sealing shut. She has been in this castle for 30 hours. She has not slept. "Come in," he says without turning around. "Or stand in the doorway until the motion sensor locks you out. Your choice." She steps inside. The door hisses closed. The first thing she notices is the silence. The war room hummed with screens and voices. This space is muffled, insulated, the kind of quiet that amplifies every breath. Raphael sits at the table's head, sleeves pushed to his elbows, dark hair falling forward as he annotates a page of German legalese. He does not look up. She sets her notebook at the opposite end of the table and pulls the French draft from the stack. For an hour they work in parallel. Her pen moves through liability caps and payment waterfalls, marking clauses that could bend under pressure, flagging verb structures that want to mean 2 things at once. The fire in the adjoining room crackles. The castle moans under the weight of snow sliding off the roof. She does not look at him. She feels him anyway. It is the quality of his stillness, the way he does not shift or script or fidget the way other executives do when they are tired. He moves only when he chooses to, and every movement has intent. When he reaches for a new document, his hand knows exactly where to find it. When he writes a marginal note, the pen does not hesitate. He has been doing this alone for years, she realizes, building an empire inside rooms where no one watches him work. The draft in front of her is nearly clean. She has marked 3 ambiguities, each one small enough to pass unnoticed in a single language, dangerous only in the gap between the French and German versions. She circles the last one and sets down her pen. I need coffee. He does not look up. Staff kitchen is 2 floors down. Nayla keeps it stocked. I need good coffee. That makes him pause. His pen stops. He raises his head slowly, and the Winterstone eyes settle on her with something between surprise and suspicion. The machine in the staff kitchen, she says, is a cram against beans. The machine in the staff kitchen cost 12,000 euros. 12,000 euros of burnt plastic taste and false pressure. It is an insult to the entire concept of extraction. His mouth does something that is not quite a smile, but is closer than she has seen. What do you want, Miss Szabo? Your coffee. The silence stretches. She watches him decide whether to be offended or amused, and she watches him land on a third option she did not expect: curiosity. My coffee. I can smell it. There is a single origin roast in this street that was ground within the last 4 hours, and someone who understands that water temperature matters. That coffee is not for the 12,000 euro machine. He leans back in his chair. The leather creaks. The fire pops. You broke into my private stores. I followed my nose. It is a professional skill. You stole my coffee beans. I borrowed them. There is a difference. What is the difference? I will return the grounds. The almost smile breaks through. It is small and reluctant and gone in a breath, but she saw it, and the sight of it is more unsettling than his coldness ever was, because it makes him human, and human is harder to fight. He stands, walks to the cabinet behind his desk, pulls out a glass jar filled with dark, oil-shiny beans, and sets it on the table between them. You use the AeroPress in the corner, he says. Not the machine. The machine will ruin the bean structure. I know how to make coffee. Everyone says that. Most people are wrong. He sits back down, picks up his pen, and returns to the German brief as if the conversation never happened. But the jar stays on the table, a bridge between his end and hers, and she feels the weight of that small surrender like a stone dropped into still water. She makes the coffee. The AeroPress is good. The beans are Ethiopian, light roast, with a floral acidity that opens across her tongue like something waking up. She pours a second cup without asking and sets it at his elbow. He looks at it, then at her. I do not share my coffee. You do now. He does not drink it, but he does not push it away either, and that is its own kind of surrender. They work through the next draft in the expanded silence, the one that has room for the fire and the coffee and the small domestic sounds of pages turning. She flags a French interest calculation clause that uses selon instead of conformement, a difference that could shift discretion toward the creditor in a dispute. He reads her note, changes it, initials the margin. No words. Just the rhythm of 2 people learning how to occupy the same space without colliding. At midnight, she reaches for the French stack and finds the English summary underneath it. She reads the top page once, twice. Then she sets it down and reads the corresponding German version because something does not line up. There is a definitional gap, she says. He looks up. Where? In the collateral description, the English version defines operating assets as all present and future holdings of the Connaught Group and its subsidiaries. But the German version defines them as Alleganneviga an zu amtigen Beteiligung. He goes still. Beteiligung is nälur, she says. It means equity participations, not all assets. If the creditor Brock enforces under the German version, they can only claim equity holdings. They lose the claim on real property, intellectual property, cash reserves. Who drafted the German version? Council in Vienna, listed as independent. Nothing out of Vienna is independent. She waits. He stares at the gap between the two definitions, and she watches him tagging home at a fourth option she did not expect. Curiosity. My coffee. I can smell it. There is a single origin roast in this suite that was ground within the last 4 hours, and someone who understands that water temperature matters. That coffee is not for the 12,000 euro machine. He leans back in his chair. The leather creaks. The fire pops. You broke into my private stores. I followed my nose. It is a professional skill. You stole my coffee beans. I borrowed them. There is a difference. What is the difference? I will return the grounds. The almost smile breaks through. It is small and reluctant and gone in a breath, but she saw it, and the sight of it is more unsettling than his coldness ever was, because it makes him human. And human is harder to put. He stands, walks to the cabinet behind his desk, pulls out a glass jar filled with dark, oil-shiny beans, and sets it on the table between them. You use the AeroPress in the corner. He says, she felt like he has a magic jar of your beans with these rings. And I completely slowly, I think for it. But I hadn't choose the words or I was minus himself. I love that sweet ploss. It even unsures. Sorry, I receive it. The levery mamas on simple culling was never cleaned. She loves his size and the screet in this shapes. So he never release. He stepped, clingly, the courses the entire question stark. I don't even keep it out with the crowd, and I have sickness perfect, many hopes. She despised fighting this prophetess pushed up to herself, clean. But I am equal to the girl. Your prints are already in the system. When did you? When I moved you to this floor. She should feel grateful, protected. Instead, she feels the walls closing in, the biometric locks sealing every exit, the luxury becoming a velvet cage. She turns at the door. Why did you put me on this floor? He is already back at the draft, pen moving. But his ham stops. Because the staff quarters are a security risk, he says. Because if someone inside this castle is feeding information outward, you are the one person who can read every document in play. Because I need you close. He looks up. And because you stole my coffee, I want to keep an eye on you. The joke is dry and unexpected, and it nearly makes her laugh. She bites it back. She steps into the guest bedroom. The bed is enormous, white linen, cashmere throws. The window faces the alpine dark, snow pressing against the glass like something trying to get in. She sits on the edge of the bed and does not lie down. Because she heard what he did not say. Because I need you close. Not because she is valued, not because she matters, because she is useful. And useful people get kept in rooms with biometric locks and no windows that open. Her phone buzzes. Oren Dean, did you think about Vienna? She deletes the message without reading the rest, but the question stays, and the question is not about Vienna. The question is about whether being seen by a predator is any better than being invisible to the man who needs her enough to lock her in. She lies back on the bed. The ceiling is white. The castle breathes around her. Through the walls she hears Raphael's voice, low Croatian, the same cadence she caught earlier. She sits up, presses her ear to the cold plaster. His voice is careful, formal, the voice of a man speaking to someone he does not trust. Then she hears the name. Daver. She freezes. The conversation ends. Footsteps approach the wall between them. She pulls back from the plaster, heart hammering, as the door to the suite opens and closes. Silence. She steps at the ceiling in the dark and knows, with a clarity that aches, that she has just heard something she was never meant to understand. Chapter 4. The guest bedroom is too soft, too warm, too silent. Seren does not sleep. She lies on top of the white duvet with her clothes still on, eyes open, replaying the Croatian syllables through her memory. Daver. The name has weight, the kind of weight that comes from history, not introduction. She pulls out her notebook at 4 a.m. and writes the 12 anomalies in a fresh column. Then she adds a 13. The pause before the German version loaded during the morning session. 3 seconds, enough time for a filter. Her grandmother taught her that silence is never empty. It is where people hide the things they do not want spoken. She dresses in the dark, braids her hair, and lets herself out. The executive floor is quiet. One lamp burns at the end of the corridor. She takes the stairs instead of the elevator, counting floors until she reaches the war room. The door is unlocked. Inside, the screens are dark. The long table is covered in printouts. She finds the French draft package first. 300 pages of debt restructuring language bound in a gray folder that has already been annotated in 2 hands. She reads the liability clause at section 14.2. Except in cases of gross negligence or fraud. She reads it twice, 3 times. The English source says nothing about gross negligence. It defines liability as unlimited in the event of fraud or willful misconduct. The French version adds faute lourde auditor. Except in cases of gross negligence or fraud. She reads it twice, 3 times. The English source says nothing about gross negligence. It defines liability as unlimited in the event of fraud or willful misconduct. The French version adds faute lourde, which French courts interpret broadly enough to include ordinary negligence if the damage is severe enough. The shift is small, deliberate. Someone expanded Connaught Group's exposure in French while keeping the English version narrow enough to pass legal review. She flips to the German package, finds the corresponding clause. Haftung noted before Satz oder Robahirlich. Liability only in case of intent or gross negligence. The German version narrows the exposure using nur only instead of the English including but not limited to. She sits back. 3 languages, 3 versions of the same clause. English says one thing, French broadens liability, German's restricts it. A creditor with access to the French version could claim broader recourse. A debtor relying on the German version would feel falsely protected. And between them, a web of cross-jurisdiction conflict that no single lawyer would catch unless they read all 3 side by side. She begins annotating. Red ink for discrepancies. Blue for notes on jurisdiction. Black for the questions she will ask. Dawn comes gray through the high windows. She does not notice when the door opens. You are still working. Raphael's voice. She does not look up. The French liability cap is inconsistent with the English source in section 14.2. The German version contradicts both. I am tracing the pattern back to the original draft date to see when the deviations were introduced. You have been here all night. I have been here since 4. He walks to the table, stands across from her. She finally looks up. He is wearing the same clothes as yesterday. His jaw has the shadow of a sleepless night. He looks at her annotations, the red and blue and black threading through the margins. How many? 13, counting the one you already know, but I have not finished the Italian side package or the cross-reference to the Slovenian property schedule. Show me the worst one. She pulls out the French liability clause and the German counterpart, slides them across. He reads in silence. Her neck aches. Her eyes burn. She feels the caffeine withdrawal beginning, the familiar throb behind her temples. Someone had access to all 5 language versions, she says. They drafted the deviations to look like independent contract interpretation variances. Each jurisdiction sees something slightly different. No single version is obviously wrong, but if a claim is filed in a French court, the broader liability language would be the operative version. If the debtor tries to rely on the German version to limit exposure, the French language would override in a cross-border dispute under EU regulation. Concurrent jurisdiction. Yes, the creditor gets to choose where to file. France gives them the broadest liability window. Germany gives the debtor false confidence. The English version sits in the middle, cleaned to pass due diligence. He sets down the pages. Who wrote this? I do not know yet, but whoever it was understood contract law in 3 jurisdictions and knew the translation would never be reviewed against the source by a single person fluent in all 4 languages. You are fluent in all 4. I am one person, and I do not sign off on these drafts. I only interpret them in real time. The silence stretches. You caught it, he says. That is what matters. It is what I do. I catch the things other people miss because they assume the words mean the same thing in every language. That is not what I meant. She waits. He holds her eyes. His face is unreadable, but something in his posture shifts, a softening she has not seen before. You are not the support staff, he says. You are the only person in this building who can read the full board. I should have known that 3 years ago. She does not let the words settle. She cannot afford to. The morning session starts in 90 minutes, she says. I need coffee and a shower before I can face Orendine. Take 30 minutes. I need 60, 45, 50. Something flickers in his expression, almost a smile. 50, he agrees. She leaves the war room with her notebook and the gray folders, and she does not look back. The morning session begins at 8:30. Session sits to Raphael's right. The Korean delegate is on screen. Orendine is on screen. The French counsel, the German counsel, the Italian observer. 6 feeds, 6 languages. She has worked on 3 hours of caffeine and adrenaline, and Seren retreats to the small kitchen off the executive floor, finds the AeroPress and the Ethiopian beans in the cabinet Raffael showed her. She is measuring the grounds when her phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number. Impressive work this morning. You see what others don't. That is a gift. It is also a risk, OD. She does not delete it. She reads it twice, then puts the phone face down on the counter. The coffee is nearly ready when the door opens. It is not Raffael. It is a technician she has seen in the war room. Young, wire-framed glasses, a tablet in his hand. Ms. Szabo? Yes? Can you confirm your access code for the executive floor? 2371. Why? He looks at his tablet. His face is pale. Someone used your credentials to access the server room at 0317 this morning. She goes still. I was in the war room at 0317, reviewing the French and German drafts. The war room is on the 3rd floor. The server room is in the sub-basement. I have never been to the sub-basement. Then someone used your credentials, he says. From inside the castle network. Chapter 5. The technician's pale face does not change. From inside the castle network, he repeats. The system logged your badge at the sub-basement door, 0371. Exit at 0323. 6 minutes, 36 seconds. No camera coverage in the sub-basement corridor, only the door itself. Who reviewed this log? I did. 15 minutes ago, standard morning audit. Before anyone else? He swallows. Yes. So right now, you and I are the only people who know someone walked through the castle at 3 in the morning using my name. The technician's throat moves. He is young, too young for this kind of wait. What do you want me to do? He asks. For a moment, she wants to say nothing. Let the system absorb the anomaly. Let it dissolve into the noise of a castle under siege by snow and debt. That is what she has always done. Noticed the crack and smoothed it over. Made herself useful by making the problem disappear. But she is tired of disappearing. Log it, she says. Timestamp the discovery. Flag the entry as unauthorized. Send a copy to Nella Vryn and to Mr. Connaught. Confirmation. Her name on the report, her voice in the record. The technician nods and leaves. She pours the coffee. It is bitter. She drinks it standing at the counter, her phone face down, her notebook closed, her mind running through the 6 minutes and 36 seconds someone else stole from her. Nella finds her in the corridor 20 minutes later. You look like someone slept in a conference room, Nella says. I did. 15 minutes ago. Standard morning audit. Before anyone else? He swallows. Yes. So, right now, you and I are the only people who know someone walked through the castle at 3 in the morning using my name. The technician's throat moves. He is young, too young for this kind of wait. What do you want me to do? He asks. For a moment, she wants to say nothing. Let the system absorb the anomaly. Let it dissolve into the noise of a castle under siege by snow and debt. That is what she has always done. Noticed the crack and smoothed it over. Made herself useful by making the problem disappear. But she is tired of disappearing. Log it, she says. Timestamp the discovery. Flag the entry as unauthorized. Send a copy to Nella Vryn, that to Mr. Connaught. Confirmation. Her name on the report, her voice in the record. The technician nods and leaves. She pours the coffee. It is bitter. She drinks it standing at the counter, her phone face down, her notebook closed, her mind running through the 6 minutes and 36 seconds someone else stole from her. Nella finds her in the corridor 20 minutes later. You look like someone slept in a conference room, Nella says. I did. 15 minutes ago. Standard morning audit. Before anyone else? He swallows. Yes. So right now, you and I are the only people who know someone walked through the castle at 3 in the morning using my name. The technician's throat moves. He is young, too young for this kind of wait. What do you want me to do? He asks. For a moment, she wants to say nothing. Let the system absorb the anomaly. Let it dissolve into the noise of a castle under siege by snow and debt. That is what she has always done. Noticed the crack and smoothed it over. Made herself useful by making the problem disappear. But she is tired of disappearing. Log it, she says. Timestamp the discovery. Flag the entry as unauthorized. Send a copy to Nella Vryn and to Mr. Connaught. Confirmation. Her name on the report, her voice in the record. The technician nods and leaves. She pours the coffee. It is bitter. She drinks it standing at the counter, her phone face down, Her notebook closed, her mind running through the 6 minutes and 36 seconds someone else stole from her. Nella finds her in the corridor 20 minutes later. "You look like someone slept in a conference room," Nella says. "I did. 15 minutes ago." Standard morning on it? Chapter 6. The suite door hums, red light to green, and Seren's hand freezes on the frame. She steps back. The corridor is empty. The footsteps have stopped. The only sound is the soft pulse of the heating system and the distant drum of snow against the glass. She does not touch the lock. Instead, she stands in the threshold and counts. 5 seconds. 10. The light stays green. The door is open. Anyone on this floor could walk into her suite right now. She is reaching for her phone when he appears at the end of the corridor. Raffael Connaught moves without hurry. No jacket. Sleeves rolled. The overhead light catches the silver at his temples, the sharp line of his jaw. His face gives nothing. He stops 5 feet from her. "The floor access was changed," he says. "I know. Did you authorize it?" "No." He looks at her, a long, unblinking assessment. She does not look away. "The server room," he says. "Your badge, 0317. You know. I know everything that happens in this building within 15 minutes. Nayla flagged the log. The security team pulled the door record. Someone used your credentials for 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Seren crosses her arms. "I was in the war room, 3rd floor, the entire time." "I know that too." "Then you also know it was an inside job. Someone had my badge number. They knew the sub-basement cameras are offline. They knew the timing." Raphael does not answer. His jaw tightens. She watches the micro-movement, the flicker of something behind the winter stone eyes. "You knew about the cameras," she says. "The server corridor camera was disabled before the summit. I approved the maintenance request." "Who submitted it?" He hesitates, a beat. 2. "I checked the request. It was filed under a name on the permanent staff roster. The person who submitted it logged in from a terminal on the main floor at 1400. Standard procedure. Nothing flagged." "But you do not believe it." "I believe that procedure is what people hide behind when they want you to stop looking." The words land between them like a door closing. Seren takes a breath. The corridor is cold. The stone seeps through her socks. "So, what happens now?" Raphael steps closer. 1 step. The distance between them narrows to something that feels deliberate. "Now you do not stay in staff quarters. You move to the executive floor permanently. My floor. There is a secure suite 3 doors from mine, biometric locks, private line, no access for anyone without my authorization." "I already have a suite on the executive floor." "That was the guest bedroom. This is different." "How?" He holds her gaze. "Because the guest bedroom was convenience. This is security. I am assigning private security to the floor rotation. No one enters without clearance." Seren's chest tightens. The words are correct, professional, protective. But she hears the shape beneath them. "You are locking me in," she says. "I am keeping you safe." "Those are not the same thing, Raphael." His name, spoken aloud. She has not done that before. Not without a title, not in the hallway, not with this edge. He registers it, a shift in his posture, almost invisible. "Someone used your credentials," he says. "They walked through this building as you. They accessed the server room, which means they could have accessed the deal documents, the encrypted drafts, the version history. They could have planted anything. They could be watching you right now." "Then find them. Do not cage me." "I am not caging you. You are moving me into a suite with locks only you can override. You are putting guards on my floor. You're deciding what I need without asking me. I am deciding what I can live with if something happens to you. The words stop her. He did not mean to say them. She sees it in the way his mouth closes after, the way his hand tightens at his side, a crack in the armor, a single syllable of truth he did not plan to release. The corridor is silent. Snow presses against the glass. I have spent 3 years in this building, Seren says, and her voice is quieter now. I have translated every negotiation, every crisis, every late-night call. I have been in the room for every deal you closed and every deal that nearly break you. And until 3 days ago, you did not know my name. He flinches, a real flinch, barely visible, but she sees it. You do not get to protect me now because you finally noticed I exist. I noticed you exist the night you corrected the Korean clause. You noticed my competence. That is not the same as seeing me. Silence. He stands in the corridor with his sleeves rolled and his control fraying at the edges. She stands in the threshold with the biometric light glowing green behind her, a door that was opened without her permission, a suite that was never truly hers. If someone targets the summit through you, he says, slow, deliberate, as if pulling each word from somewhere deep, I will not forgive myself for putting you in a room where they could reach you. And if I let you lock me in a room where nowhere can reach me, what do I become? He has no answer. She watches him search for one, watches the calculation behind his eyes, the habit of control grappling with something he does not know how to name. Tell me what you need, he says. The same question, the one he asked in the war room the night the advisory team was stranded. The question that cracked something open between them. She looks at him, the man who built an empire on masks, the man who stands in a cold corridor at midnight asking her to define the terms of her safety because he does not trust himself to define them for her. I need to be able to open my own door. He holds her gaze, then he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a security fob. Black, matte, no markings. The override for this floor, he says, it overrides all biometric locks. There is no backup. If you lose it, I cannot get you out without cutting the power to the entire wing. He holds it out. She takes it. The metal is warm from his hand. The suite is 3 doors down, he says. I will have your things moved. He turns, walks back down the corridor. His footsteps are quiet against the stone. She watches him go. The fob is heavy in her palm. She does not know if he just gave her freedom or a test. She does not know if she is supposed to use it or prove she will not. And then the corridor lights flicker. Once. The emergency backup hums, kicks in, steadies. But in the second of darkness, she heard something. A click. A soft mechanical sound. From inside her suite. She turns. The door is still open. The room is dark. The fire has burned to ash. She steps inside. Her hand finds the wall switch. The light comes on. Her notebook is on the table by the window, exactly where she left it. Her French press is in the kitchenette. Her bag is on the chair. And on the floor, in the center of room, there is a single piece of paper. It was not there when she left. She picks it up. 1 sentence. Printed. No signature. You are going to be able to open my own door. It is not Exami-like. They need to get to Chechmi and around the Enemptoration. Chapter 7. She reads the note 3 times. The paper is standard printer stock. The font is Arial, 12-point, unremarkable. No watermark, no header, no identifying mark. It could have come from any printer in any office, in any wing of this castle. You're the only one who reads all 5 languages. Do not read this one out loud. Her thumb presses flat against the words, as if the pressure might reveal something hidden beneath the ink. The warning is precise. It knows what she is. It knows the limits of her skill set. It knows that she is the only person in this building who can move between the 5 languages of the summit without external translation support. Which means it was written by someone who understands the structure of the negotiation, someone who knows the language set, someone who has been in the room, or has read the room list, or has access to the summit briefing documents. She folds the note once, twice, slides it into the inner pocket of her jacket. Then she walks to the suite 3 doors down. The door is unlocked. The biometric panel glows green, accepting her without resistance. The master override fob is heavy in her pocket, unused. The suite is identical to her own in layout, but different in atmosphere. No personal effects, no half-empty coffee cup on the counter, no notebook with multilingual annotations spread across the table. This is a room prepared for occupancy, not yet inhabited. She stands in the center of it and listens. The castle makes sounds she is learning to read. The low hum of the heating system, the distant clatter of the kitchen 3 floors down, the muffled silence of snow pressing against the windows, and footsteps. Approaching. She does not move. The knock comes, single, firm. She opens the door. Raphael stands in the corridor with a folder in his hand and shadows under his eyes that look carved rather than earned. He has not slept. She wonders if he ever does. "Your things are being moved," he says. "I came to bring you the working drafts for tomorrow." He holds out the folder. She takes it. Their fingers do not touch, but the space between them narrows by a degree she cannot measure. "Thank you," she says. He does not leave. "The note," he says. "What was on it?" She considers lying, considers showing him, considers the weight of the folded paper against her chest and what it means that someone in this building knows her role well enough to warn her about it. "A threat," she says. His jaw tightens. "Specific or general?" "Specific enough. Show me." She holds his gaze. Not yet. The answer lands like a line drawn in snow. He registers it, does not challenge it, but she sees the calculation behind his eyes, the habit of control adjusting to a variable he cannot force. "Then work in my suite tonight," he says. "If someone is watching you, I want you where I can see the approach." It is not a question, it is not quite an order, it is something between the two, a request dressed in the language of command because he does not know how to ask without sounding like he needs her. She should refuse. She should draw another line. Instead, she says, "I need coffee." He almost smiles. Almost. The suite is warmer than the corridor. A fire burns in the stone hearth, and the air smells of paper and old wood and something sharper beneath it. Vigilance. The chemical tang of a man running on adrenaline and will. They work at opposite ends of a long table. He reviews the English master drafts. She cross-references the Hungarian, French, and German versions, flagging inconsistencies in the margin with a pen she found in her pocket. The silence is not empty. It is full of small sounds. The turn of a page, the scratch of her pen, the crack of the fire settling in the grate, the soft intake of his breath when he finds something he does not like in the text. At some point, without discussion, they fall into a rhythm. He reads a clause aloud in English. She finds the corresponding clause in the Hungarian version and reads it back in Hungarian, flagging the divergence. He makes a note. She moves to the next. They do this for 2 hours. The work becomes a kind of dance. Call and response across 4 languages, the boundaries between them dissolving into the shared task of catching every hidden blade before the morning session. At midnight, she stands to stretch and finds her legs stiff from sitting too long. She walks to the window. The snow has not stopped. The valley below is erased, a white void swallowing the road, the trees, the distant lights of the village. "We will not be leaving anytime soon," she says. "No." She turns. He is watching her, not the drafts. The folder is open in front of him, but his attention is fixed on her silhouette against the glass. "What did the note say, Seren?" His use of her name lands differently in the quiet. Intimate. Intentional. She considers the question. "If I show you, you will try to control it?" "Yes." "Then you understand why I am not showing you." He leans back in his chair. The firelight catches the silver in his temples, the sharp line of his jaw, the exhaustion he wears like armor. "I have spent 12 years building a life in which no one can reach me," he says. "I have learned to anticipate threats, to neutralize them before they arrive, to make myself untouchable. But you arrived 3 days ago, and already someone in this building is leaving notes in your room. And I do not know who. I do not know why. And I do not know how to protect you from a threat I cannot see." "Maybe you were not supposed to protect me," she says. "Maybe you are supposed to trust me." The silence stretches. Then he says, "I do not know how to do that either." And she hears what he does not say. "I have never had anyone worth trusting." At 1 a.m., she brews coffee using his AeroPress and the Ethiopian beans she stole from his cabinet. The ritual is familiar now. The grind, the bloom, the slow press. She brings him a cup without asking if he wants it. He takes it without thanking her. But he drinks it, and when he sets the cup down, his hand lingers on the ceramic as if the warmth is something he wants to hold on to. At 2 a.m., the phone on the side table lights up. A single chime. A notification. Raffael reaches for it. His expression does not change, but something in his posture shifts. A tightening, a readiness. "What is it?" she asks. He turns the screen toward her. The message is from Oren Dean, addressed to both of them. "Tomorrow's first session, 770. 7000, down 47. Tomorrow's first session, 770, 400, 100, 15. If I am listening to another jab from the Pat, but the micable shows a master spiel, is he invellative? I can begin to get a building at the Nonally Wills I completely do not like. I have spent 12 years building a life in which no one can reach me," he says. "I have learned to anticipate threats, to neutralize them before they arrive, to make myself untouchable. But you arrived 3 days ago, and already someone in this building is leaving notes in your room. And I do not know who. I do not know why. And I do not know how to protect you from a threat I cannot see." "Maybe you are not supposed to protect me," she says. "Maybe you are supposed to trust me." The silence stretches. Then he says, "I do not know how to do that either." And she hears what he does not say. "I have never had anyone worth trusting." At 1 a.m., she brews coffee using his AeroPress and the Ethiopian beans she stole from his cabinet. The ritual is familiar now. The grind, the bloom, the slow press. She brings him a cup without asking if he wants it. He takes it without thanking her, but he drinks it, and when he sets the cup down, his hand lingers on the ceramic as if the warmth is something he wants to hold on to. At 2 a.m., the phone on the side table lights up. A single chime, a notification. Raffael reaches for it. His expression does not change, but something in his posture shifts. A tightening, a readiness. "What is it?" she asks. He turns the screen toward her. The message is from Oren Dean, addressed to both of them. Tomorrow's first session, 770, 70, 40, 007, 500, 4 every 000. But I have spent 12 years building a life in which no one can reach me, he says. I have learned to anticipate threats, to neutralize them before they arrive, to make myself untouchable. But you arrived 3 days ago, and already someone in this building is leaving notes in your room. And I do not know who. I do not know why, and I do not know how to protect you from a threat I cannot see. Maybe you are not supposed to protect me, she says. Maybe you are supposed to trust me. The silence stretches. Then he says, I do not know how to do that either. And she hears what he does not say. I have never had anyone worth trusting. At 1 a.m., she brews coffee using his AeroPress and the Ethiopian beans she stole from his cabinet. The ritual is familiar now, the grind, the bloom, the slow press. She brings him a cup without asking if he wants it. He takes it without thanking her. But he drinks it, and when he sets the cup down, his hand lingers on the ceramic as if the warmth is something he wants to hold on to. At 2 a.m., the phone on the side table lights up. A single chime, a notification. Raffael reaches for it. His expression does not change, but something in his posture shifts, a tightening, a readiness. What is it? She asks. He turns the screen toward her. The message is from Oren Dean, addressed to both of them. Tomorrow's first session, 770-70470. 74000, 70000. That really looks entire of the radio's climb. So, despite of their imens through the yearplit cake, I just think all of my names are brothers. One of those money completely being man's for the Relene Stews restful. Even as I come down streetly everlisty, then I can never join you in this fast restable advenilition for the class. Just awesome and nothing out everyone. I wasn't going to unsell me what I've had that baracle, and I am a loster point and panner, and go and call about that dying. It's pretty definitely entirely. Walk you on the way in stamples, and as they are over time the lash. Now, nother guys, oh, this is my simple visual. You are ready after the way against something exploding just I've speed. He's got up. But let's be away for someone, but I have. I want Seren in the room before the rest of the parties arrive. I will direct my questions through her for the duration. Chapter 8. The phone screen glows between them, Oren Dine's message carved in sharp black letters. I will direct my questions through her for the duration. Seren reads the words 3 times. The implications settle like frost spreading across glass. Oren is not testing her. He is repositioning her, putting her in the center of the table where everyone will have to watch her, answer through her, negotiate with her voice as the conduit. He is making her visible. And he is doing it to break something in Raphael's control. She looks up from the screen. Raphael's hand is still on the phone, his knuckles white, his face unreadable. He is not doing this to elevate me, she says. No. He is doing it to divide the room, to make the other parties watch me instead of you, to force you to either support me publicly or undermine me and lose the deal. Raphael sets the phone down. The fire has burned low, the coals casting long shadows across the stone floor. Does it matter why he is doing it? He asks. It matters if you react. Then I will not react. But she sees the tension in his jaw, the way his thumb presses against the edge of the table as if he is holding himself back from something. He is not angry at Oren. He is angry at himself for being outmaneuvered, for having no choice but to let Seren step into the light his rival has chosen for her. She should feel used. Perhaps she is. But beneath the calculation, beneath Oren's tactical provocation, there is also the undeniable fact that in 12 hours, she will be the one the room loosens to. She will speak. She will be seen. The thought terrifies her. And it thrills her. Sleep does not come. At 3 a.m., she leaves the suite and walks the corridor, the master override fob cold against her palm. The castle is silent, the kind of silence that has weight, pressing in from the stone walls and the frozen glass. She finds Nella Vuren in the kitchen. The operations manager sits at the small table with a cup of tea and a tablet, her gray eyes sharp despite the hour. She does not look surprised to see Seren. Could not sleep either? Nella says. It is not a question. Seren sits across from her. The kitchen is warm, the radiator ticking in the corner, the smell of bergamot rising from Nella's cup. You knew about the camera blind spot in the east wing. Seren says. You knew about the old locks. You gave me the castle's vulnerabilities like a map. Nella sips her tea. I gave you the truth. You are the only person in this building who seems to want it. Then tell me something else. Nella sets her cup down. The ceramic clicks against the wood. She reaches into the pocket of her vest and pulls out a folded piece of paper, flattened and creased along sharp lines. She slides it across the table. Seren unfolds it. It is an email chain. Internal Connaught Group correspondence, headers and timestamps visible, the company logo stamped at the top of each message. The subject line reads, Geneva, Szabo reference request. The dates span 3 weeks. The first message is from a senior HR director at the Geneva Institute, addressed to Connaught's internal HR, requesting a professional reference and employment verification for Seren Szabo. The second message is from Connaught's HR director, forwarded to an executive she does not recognize, with the note, per standard policy, please confirm authorization to release. The third message is the reply. It takes her a moment to understand what she is reading. Hold indefinitely. Not authorized at this time. No explanation, no reasoning, no name signed beneath the directive, only a title block that reads, Executive Office. Her stomach drops. What is this? She asks, and her voice sounds distant, as if spoken by someone else. Nella watches her with steady eyes. The reference request for your Geneva position. It arrived 3 weeks ago. It was blocked at the executive level within 48 hours. Blocked? Not denied. Blocked. There is a difference. A denial would have generated paperwork, a reason, a trail. A hold is just a delay. Enough time for the opportunity to pass. Enough time for you to assume it was routine administrative drag. Enough time for you to give up and stay. Seren reads the line again. Hold indefinitely. Not authorized at this time. Who authorized this? The title field says Executive Office. That could be Raffael. It could be Petra Iliviv. It could be someone in the upper tier who has access to that domain. The email is routed through an internal server, no signature block, no individual identifier. Seren's hands are cold, the paper trembles in her grip. 3 weeks ago, she says, before the summit, before any of this. Yes. So whoever blogging knew I was applying, knew I might leave, and decided I would not. Nella leans back in her chair. The tea has gone cold, but she does not reach for it. 3 years, Seren? 3 years of making yourself indispensable, of being the only person who reads all 5 languages, of catching clauses no one else sees. You built a career on being too valuable to lose. And someone in that building decided that the best way to keep you was to make sure no one else could have you. The words land like stones. No one else could have you. Seren thinks of every late night, every silent correction, every time she smoothed a mistranslation without claiming credit. She thinks of the way she took her head down, her voice steady, her ambition invisible. She thought discretion was protection. It was a cage. I did this to myself, she says slowly. I never asked. I never demanded. I made it easy for them to assume I would stay. Nella shakes her head. You made it possible for them to take. That is not the same thing. She does not return to the suite. She walks the corridor with the folded paper in her pocket, the edges sharp against her thigh. The castle is dark, the windows show only her own reflection and the endless white beyond. The Geneva offer was her exit, her name on the work, her voice, finally, attached to something she had built. And someone in this building decided she did not deserve that choice. She stops at the end of the corridor, where the old wing begins, where the cameras stop and the 18th century locks wait for any locksmith from Lvovunana. The note from her room is still in the pocket of her jacket. Do not read this one out loud. A threat she does not understand. A blocked reference she now has proof of. A summit that depends on her silence. She pulls out her phone and scrolls to the message from Oren Dane. I will direct my questions through her for the duration. She could call him, she could ask whose side he is really on. She could tell him what she knows, trade the information for something she needs. But she does not know if he is the one who blocked the reference. She does not know if he is the one leaving notes. She does not know if the hand reaching for her is meant to lift her up or pull her under. What she knows is this. Someone inside Connaught Group has been counting on her silence for 3 years. And she is done being silent. She turns. The corridor stretches behind her, dark and empty. The door to Raffael's suite is closed. She could walk through it. She could show him the email, demand an answer, watch his face as if he knew. But if he knew and he did not stop it, then he is part of the theft. And if he did not know, then the person who blocked it is still inside his empire, invisible, protected, waiting. She needs more than an email. She needs the name. She needs the proofs. She needs to know who has been erasing her this whole time. She stands alone in the corridor, the master override 5 in one hand, the folded paper in the other, and for the first time she does not feel like the help. She feels like a threat. The castle settles around her, old stone and newer silences, and somewhere in the dark, the person who blocked Geneva is sleeping soundly, believing they have won. They have not. They have only made her pay attention. Chapter 9. The war room fills at 6:58. Seren is already seated when the first delegate arrives, the French consul blinking at coffee that is too strong and a room that is too cold. She has not slept. She has not changed clothes. She has the folded email in her jacket pocket and the unsigned note in the other, and she has decided that neither of them will show on her face. Oren Dean enters at 7:58 Pointston. Mr. Dean. He takes his seat at the far end of the table, the creditor block's position, and folds his hands over a leather folder. The German consul arrives. The Korean delegate connects by video, his face grainy on the display. Raffael enters last, moving past Seren without touching her, without looking at her. But she feels the weight of his attention like a hand on her spine. The session opens. Oren directs his first question to Seren. Ms. Szabo, can you confirm that the English version of Section 14.2 has been reconciled with the French and German texts? Yes. All 3 now match? They reflect a single source text, yes. And the Korean annex? She does not hesitate. Still pending review, the original Korean payment terms contain a resultative verb structure that was not flagged in the first draft. I have noted it for correction before ratification. Oren tilts his head. You caught that. I did. At the opening session, when no one else did. The room is very quiet. The German consul studies his notes. The French consul pretends to check his phone. Seren holds Oren's gaze. Yes. He smiles. It does not reach his eyes. Remarkable. The session continues. Oren directs every substantive question through her, and she answers each one with the same precision, the same stillness, the same refusal to let him see that she is playing a part she did not choose. He probes the liability cap, the collateral definitions, the intercreditor mechanics. She meets every probe. She does not look at Raffael. She does not need to. She can feel the tension radiating from his end of the table, the effort it takes him to let this happen without intervening. She is the point of contact, she is the voice, and she hates that it took an enemy to give her what her own company never would. The break comes at 9:15. Seren steps into the corridor and presses her palms against the cold stone wall until her breathing steadies. The coffee in her stomach churns. The folded email burns against her thigh. She hears footsteps behind her. I did not know. Raphael's voice is low, meant only for her. She does not turn. About Oren's approach, he says. About the way he is using you. I did not know he would test you so openly in front of the table. You are right, she says. You did not know. The silence stretches. But that is not the only thing we did not know, is it? It is not a question. Seren? She turns. His face is unreadable, winter stone, but there is something beneath it, something that looks almost like fear. Tell me what happened. She reaches into her jacket, then pulls out the folded paper. She does not hand it to him. She holds it where he can see it. The internal email chain, the subject line, the date stamp, the directive. Hold indefinitely. Not authorized at this time. Is this your signature? He reads it. She watches his jaw tighten. No. Is it Petra's? I do not know. Then who? He looks up. His eyes meet hers. I will find out. How? I will ask. Ask. She laughs, a short, flat sound that echoes in the empty corridor. You think whoever did this will admit it? You think they will say, yes, I blocked Geneva because I decided Seren Szabo does not get to leave? Then what do you want me to do? She steps closer. I want you to tell me if you knew. I did not. Your system did. The words land. He flinches, not visibly, not the way anyone else would notice, but she sees it, the fractional tightening of his jaw, the pause before he speaks. My system, he repeats. Your company, your culture, your leadership. 3 years of making myself indispensable, and someone in your building decided the best way to keep me was to trap me. She holds the pedo between them. You built a place where that decision felt acceptable. Maybe you did not sign it, Raffael, but you made it possible. He does not deny it. He does not defend himself. He stands in the cold corridor with his hands at his sides and his face like carved stone, and he lets her words land. If I had known, he says finally, I would have stopped it. Would you? Yes. Before or after I found out. He has no answer. His phone buzzes. He glances at the screen. Something shifts in his posture, a subtle straightening, a guarded stillness that she recognizes from the night she overheard him speaking Croatian. He does not take the call. He silences it. But the name on the screen is visible for half a second. Deaver. Take it, Seren says. It can wait. Take it. I want to see your face while you do. He looks at her. Something passes between them. Something that is not trust and not quite suspicion. Something that sits in the space where both used to be. He answers. Na sada. Not now. The voice on the other end is low, graveled, male, speaking rapid Croatian. Seren catches fragments, words, phrases, a cadence that sounds like authority. She does not look away from Raphael's face. She watches him listen. His expression does not change, but his hand tightens on the phone. His thumb presses against the edge until the skin whitens. The voice says something else. A name. Mecha. Raphael's eyes flick to Seren, just once, just for a moment, and she knows. He is not the one who decided to like her reference, but he is not the man she thought he was either. The call ends. He lowers the phone. Seren. She does not answer. She folds the pizza and puts it back in her jacket. We have a session in 40 minutes, she says, and she walks past him, back toward the war room, the note still in her pocket, the name Micho still ringing in her skull, and the certainty settling in her chest that she has been standing inside a story she did not know she was part of. Chapter 10. The war room hums with the sound of a printer warming up and the low static of two language bleeding through an unused headset. Seren stands at the window, her back to the table, watching Orendine on his phone near the far wall. He speaks with his hand cupped around the mouthpiece, eyes tracking her while he talks. She cannot hear the words, but she can read his posture, the slight tilt of his head, the way he nods once and then ends the call. He approaches her. You are still standing. Last I checked, gravity still applies. He almost smiles. The Korean delegation is asking to review the corrected payment terms before the afternoon session. They want a clean version in their language, not a marked-up English original with translator's notes in the margin. I will have it ready. I know you will. He pauses. That is not a compliment, Szabo. That is an observation. You are the only person in this building who could deliver that in 40 minutes, and everyone at the table knows it. He walks away before she can answer. The door swings shut behind him. She pulls out her phone, opens the Korean annex, and starts cross-referencing the corrected structure against the original. The work steadies her, the rhythms of grammar, the weight of liability shifting with a single particle. These are things she understands. The door opens again. Raffael enters, alone, his phone pressed to his ear. He does not look at her. He walks to the far corner of the room, the one near the secondary printer, where the acoustics are dead and the window looks out at nothing but snow. He thinks she cannot hear him. He is wrong. Ne rako samen ne nesada. No, I told you, not now. The voice on the other end is too low to catch, but Raffael's face changes as he listens, the muscles around his mouth tightening, the skin at his temples pulling. He speaks again, faster, lower. Nemo potrafezati. Dukovoverid kotobukpetka. There is no need for that. The deal will be done by Friday. A pause. Nimugo kontonlivristone ready. I cannot control what he does. The word on lands with weight. He, someone else. Someone Raffael cannot control. Seren keeps her eyes on the Korean annex, her thumb scrolling through clauses she has already memorized, her ears tuned to every syllable. Raffael's voice drops lower, almost a whisper. Gospodin, nie mogę tu obznitir of you. Sir, I cannot explain it here. Gospodin. Sir. The formality of it catches her. Raffael does not use titles. Raffael does not defer. Mora mi virovati. You have to trust me. The silence stretches, then the call ends. Raffael lowers the phone and stands motionless for a moment, his hands still gripping the device, his shoulders set in a line that does not belong to a CEO managing a creditor dispute. He turns. Their eyes meet. The room is very quiet. You heard that. It is not a question. I heard some of it, she says. How much? Enough to know you are not negotiating with a bank. He walks toward her. His steps are measured, deliberate, the same control he uses in every room. But his voice is softer than she has ever heard it. You should not have heard that. Then you should not have taken the call where I could. He stops 2 feet from her, Close it up that she can see the shadow under his eyes, the slight tremor in the hand he shoves into his pocket. That was not about the summit. I know. Part of it was about the summit, the surface. He pauses, but not the rest. She sets her phone down, face up, the Korean annex still glowing. Is this about the name on your phone? He does not answer. Is it about Matai? The air winder he calls it in breast. The mention starting at the Jumrosik. Is that him too? I do not know, but I will find out. Will you? He meets her eyes. I am telling you the truth, Seren. Not a version of it, the truth. Because you deserve that. And because if I expect you to stay in a room where people are trying to destroy me, you deserve to know whose name they are using. She picks up her phone. I have a Korean annex to deliver in 35 minutes. Seren? She stops. This does not change the summit. It changes why the summit matters. I know. She walks to the door. Her hand is on the handle when she speaks again. You are not the only one with a hidden name, Raffael. He does not ask what she means. She does not explain. The door opens, the corridor waits. And somewhere in the castle, a printer she did not activate begins running a document she did not request. It's a round. In Herity's airship, the kind of claim that cannot be litigated in a boardroom, the kind that goes to family court in Zagreb, where the judges still remember the name Karak and the debts the family owes to the right people. She stares at him. You are Matai Karak. I was. I built Connaught to escape that name. I built a wall of contracts and companies and jurisdictions high enough that no one would see the boy who grew up in a house where loyalty meant silence and silence meant survival. When did you leave? 12 years ago. I walked out of a family dinner, took a train to Vienna, and never went back. I changed my name, changed my language, changed everything except the way I think about power. And your uncle has been looking for you ever since. He knows where I am. He has always known. But he could not touch me until I built something worth taking. He pauses. Now I have. And he is patient. The printer finishes warming up. A single sheet slides into the tray, a test page, blank. The blocked reference, Seren says. Is that him too? I do not know, but I will find out. Will you? He meets her eyes. I am telling you the truth, Seren, not a version of it, the truth. Because you deserve that. And because if I could expect you to stay in a room where people are trying to destroy me, you deserve to know whose name they are using. She picks up her phone. I have a Korean annex to deliver in 35 minutes. Seren. She stops. This does not change the summit. It changes why the summit matters. I know. She walks to the door. Her hand is on the handle when she speaks again. You are not the only one with a hidden name, Raffael. He does not ask what she means. She does not explain. The door opens. The corridor waits. And somewhere in the castle, a printer she did not activate begins running a document she did not request. But I'm reading, it's so still. He poses. It's not a compliment, Szabo. That is an observation. You could not have been history weeking their manage. I have a Kremlia program him, dissipadely, as he difference. I am telling you the truth, Seren, not a version of it, the truth. Because you deserve that. And because if I expect you to stay in a room where people are trying to destroy me, you deserve to know whose name they are using. She picks up her phone. I have a Korean annex to deliver in 35 minutes. Seren. She stops. This does not change the summit. It changes why the summit matters. I know. She walks to the door. Her hand is on the handle when she speaks again. You are not the only one with a hidden name, Raffael. He does not ask what she means. She does not explain. The door opens. The corridor waits. And somewhere in the castle, a printer she did not actimate begins running a document she did not request. Chapter 11. The printer is still running when she reaches the machine. 3 sheets. White. Blank. No text on any of them. Just the whisper of a warm drum and the smell of toner dissipating. She checks the queue. Nothing. No job history, no pending documents, no name attached to the print request. Just a machine that decided to wake itself at 6:57 and produce nothing. She folds the blank pages anyway, stows them in her jacket pocket beside the unsigned note. Then she picks up the Korean annex and walks toward the war room. The room is half full when she arrives. Oren is already there, not seated, standing at the head of the table with a coffee cup that looks untouched, his eyes tracking her entrance like he has been waiting for nothing else. Miss Szabo. Mr. Dean. She takes her seat, places the Korean annex in front of her, does not offer it to him. His mouth does something that is not quite a smile. 40 minutes, he says. Impressive turnaround. I had good source material. The corrected version. The corrected version. He holds her gaze a beat longer than necessary. Then he sits. Raffael enters at Seren 7:02. He does not look at Oren. He looks at her first. A fraction of a second. Then he takes his position at the center of the table and the session begins. The first hour is procedural. Review of the German collateral language. Confirmation that the English and German versions now match. A brief discussion about the liability cap adjustment. No fireworks, no traps. Oren lets the room settle. Then, at 08:17, he adjusts his posture. A millimeter of shift that Seren has learned to read as the beginning of a maneuver. Let's walk through the waterfall provision in section 6. She feels Raffael's attention sharpen beside her. The waterfall provision is the most leveraged clause in the restructuring. It determines the order in which creditors are paid if cash flow drops below threshold. The order that determines who takes a haircut and who walks hoi. She has already reviewed it. 3 languages, 4 versions, 14 subclauses that interact with the intercreditor mechanics. There's a temporal mismatch between the English and French versions, she says. The English text gives priority to secured creditors within 90 days of a shortfall event. The French version uses 50 loop, 50 business days. That's a roughly 2-month gap in the timeline depending on holidays and weekends. Oren's eyes do not leave her face. And which version governs? The original English, per the governing law clause in section 30. But if the filing jurisdiction shifts to France, the court could reasonably apply the French interpretation. Has the filing jurisdiction been tested? Not tested, but the creditor with the shortest timeline holds the most leverage in a restructuring negotiation. If one creditor knows they can demand payment on a 50-day clock while the others are working on 90, they will use that gap to force concessions before the rest of the table has time to react. She stops. The room is silent. Oren tilts his head. Who caught that? I did. Not your legal team. Not your advisors. You. I read the drafts. He looks at Raffael, a long, deliberate look that carries no words but carries everything. Mr. Connaught, you have an asset here that your due diligence summary failed to mention. Raffael does not answer. His face is still, but his thumb presses against the edge of the table. A single point of pressure held too long. Oren turns back to her. Miss Szabo, How many other discrepancies have you found that I haven't asked about yet? She does not hesitate. The Greek annex on the secondary guarantee structure references a different definition of material adverse change than the Hungarian version. The Hungarian text uses "Genentos hatranions alotuzas," which aligns with EU standard language. The Greek version uses a narrower formulation that excludes regulatory changes. Which version is correct? Neither. They are both wrong. The English source was poorly drafted in the first place. I corrected it in my working copy, but the annexes have not been updated. Oren sets his pen down, a gesture of attention, not surrender. Show me. She does not move. The correction is in my notes. I will produce the annotated version when the session breaks. Why not now? Because you are testing me, Mr. Dean, and I have confirmed that I know the material. Showing you my working notes before they have been reviewed by counsel would be premature. A pause. His smile surfaces. Ms. Szabo, you are the most dangerous person in this room. She meets his eyes. I am an interpreter, Mr. Dean. My job is to make sure everyone understands the same thing at the same time. And yet here you are, sitting on corrections that could shift the distribution of 37 million euros in contingent liability. 37.4, she says. The room goes very still. The break comes at 9:30. She steps into the corridor and breathes. Her hands are steady. Her pulse is not. Raphael finds her 2 minutes later. You held your ground. I held my ground. He is trying to use you against me. I know. And still you answered. I answered because the questions were real and the discrepancies are real. If I had refused, he would have used that to question the integrity of the entire drafting process. I cannot afford to be wrong, and I cannot afford to be violent. He watches her. You enjoy it. She looks at him. What? The precision, the pressure, the way he has to work to keep up with you. She considers the question. I enjoy being asked questions that require my actual ability to answer. I have spent 3 years being asked to translate other people's sentences. Oren Dean is the first person in this building who has asked me what I think. Raphael's jaw tightens. Is that an accusation? It is a fact. He holds her gaze. Something flickers behind his eyes. Not anger, something closer to recognition and the pain that comes with it. I should have asked you sooner. Yes. I should have seen you sooner. Yes. She does not soften it, does not cushion the truth. He accepts it. When she returns to the war room, Oren is waiting with a single sheet of paper. Miss Szabo, a hypothetical. She sits. The waterfall provision. If the temporal mismatch were corrected to a uniform standard, how would it affect the intercreditor hierarchy? She does not answer immediately. She tests the question. Looks for the trap. There is no hypothetical. You already know the answer. Indulge me. You want me to say that correcting the waterfall provision in favor of a single timeline would reduce the leverage of the short-favored creditor? Probably your client. And if I told you my client is the short-favored creditor, I would say you are lying. The room goes tight. Oren's smile does not waver. What makes you certain? Because the short-favored creditor in the French version is a Luxembourg entity with a Vienna-based council, and Vienna council is not independent of the person who wants this deal to fail. She says it quietly, clearly, so that everyone in the room hears. Oren's smile finally fades. He looks at her, then at Raphael. You have a problem, Mr. Connaught. I have a solution. Wafifaz. Her name is Seren Szabo, and she is not leaving this building until the deal is signed. The words land like a claim. She feels the weight of them. Public, named, visible. Oren picks up his pen. Then let's get back to work. The session resumes. 3 more hours of cross-referencing, clarifying, surviving. At 12:47, Nayla appears at the door. Not with coffee, with a sealed envelope. Delivered by courier, she says. From Croatia. Marked urgent. She hands it to Seren, not Raphael. The seal is wax, and the mark pressed into it is a signet ring. Chapter 12. The envelope sits in her hands. Wax seal. Signet ring. The mark pressed deep into the burgundy disc, a crest she does not recognize, but will learn to dread. She turns it over. No sender name, no return address, just her name in black ink, handwritten, precise. Nayla is still standing at the door. Who delivered it? Courier service out of Zagreb, sound for at the gatehouse 20 minutes ago. Directly to me. Directly to you. Seren slides the envelope into her jacket pocket without breaking the seal. The weight settles against her ribs like something alive. Nayla watches her with a stillness that asks no questions, but expects answers later. Thank you, Seren says. Nayla nods once and disappears. The afternoon session grinds on. Seren does not open the envelope. She keeps it in her pocket while Orendine tests the Greek annex against the Hungarian, while the Korean translator sends a query about the corrected payment terms, while Raphael watches her from the head of the table with a look that says he knows exactly what is sitting against her ribs. She does not open it, not in the war room, not during the break, not when Raphael catches her eye and tilts his head toward the corridor in a question she ignores. She waits. At 21:47, the session breaks for the night. The war room empties in waves. Assistants first, then the junior counsel, then Oren, who pauses at the door. Miss Szabo, Mr. Dean, a productive day. It was. He holds her gaze a moment too long. Sleep well. She does not answer. She eats nothing. Walks the east corridor with the envelope in her hand, turning it over, feeling the ridge of the signet mark beneath her thumb. The wax is burgundy. The crest is a tower with a star above it. She does not need to know the Karak family seal to understand the message. I know where you are. I can reach you. She does not open it, not yet. Her suite feels smaller tonight. The fire has burned to embers. The windows are black mirrors reflecting her own face back at her. She sets the envelope on the desk and stands over it. The seal is intact. She could break it, read whatever threat or offer Daver Karak has chosen to send her, know the shape of the trap before it springs. But once she opens it, so cannot unsee it. Once she knows, she has to act. She leaves the envelope on the desk, walks out. The executive floor is silent. Biometric locks click behind her as she moves. The corridor lights are dimmed to a low amber that makes the stone walls feel older than they are. She does not know where she is going. Away from the envelope, away from the war room, away from the weight of the day. The castle breathes around her. Heating system, generators, security servers humming behind closed doors. A place designed to keep people safe, but that feels increasingly like a cage. She finds herself at the old gallery window, the one Raphael stood at on Dal 3, watching something she could not see. Now she stands at the same glass and sees nothing, just snow and dark and the distant glow of the gatehouse lights. Could not sleep either. His voice is quiet, close. She does not turn. You could not sleep either, she says. Raphael steps up beside her, close enough that she feels the warmth of him before she sees his reflection in the glass. The first night of a summit, I never sleep. The first night of any negotiation, I never sleep. Then we are both ruined for normal hours. She almost smiles. Almost. The snow falls, silent, relentless, erasing the lines between earth and sky. How long have you been standing here? She asks. A while. Before I arrived? Yes. She turns to look at him. He is not wearing his jacket, just the white shirt, sleeves rolled, collar open. The silver at his temples catches the amber light. His face is drawn in a way she has not seen before. Not tired, empty. Where do you go? She asks, when you cannot be in the room. His eyes do not leave the glass. Here. Just here? Here, the east corridor, the old kitchen when it is empty. There are not many places in this building where I am not expected to be the person in charge. And in those places, I am no one. She hears the truth in it, the loneliness. 12 years of building a life no one could reach. And now he stands in the dark of his own castle, admitting that the fortress he built has no room for the person inside it. The envelope, she says. I know. You saw Nayla deliver it. I saw. You are not going to ask what is in it. You will tell me when you are ready. She studies his reflection. You trust me that much? I trust that you will make the right decision with the information you have. I do not need to know it before you do. She lets that settle. It is not control what he is offering. It is patience, the space to choose. And if the right decision is to live? His jaw tightens. Then I will let you leave. Let me? Help you leave, if that is what you need? She looks at him. The snow falls. The castle hums. And Seren realizes she is standing in the dark with the one person who has not tried to make her smaller. Raffael. He turns to face her fully. Yes. The letter is from Deva. He does not flinch. I assumed. I have not opened it. Why not? Because once I know what he wants, I have to decide, and I am not ready to decide yet. He steps closer. Then do not decide tonight. And tomorrow? Tomorrow we will open it together, or you will open it alone. Your choice. She holds his gaze. And if it is a threat? Then we face it together. The word lands between them. Together. She does not know when that became true, but it is. A sound. Footsteps in the corridor. Nayla appears at the far end, her silhouette sharp against the dim light. Mr. Connaught, Ms. Vibo. Raffael does not move. What is it? Another courier delivery? From Croatia? Seren's blood goes cold. Encrypted, Nayla adds. And marked for your eyes only, Miss Vibo, in addition to the earlier envelope. Seren looks at Raffael. His face is unreadable, but his hand at his side has closed into a fist. 2 letters, one unopened, one arriving in the dock, and the certainty that whatever Deva Karak wants, he is patient enough to send it twice. Chapter 13. Nayla does not wait for an answer. She steps closer, the encrypted packet held in both hands like something that might break. The amber corridor light catches the edge of a printed label. Zagreb. Law office. No name she recognizes. This came through the courier service we use for diplomatic documents, Nayla says. It cleared security because it was marked as privileged correspondence from a registered European legal practice. Raffael's fist is still closed. Who signed for it? I did. Did you scan it? The interior is cryptographically sealed. It requires a passphrase to decrypt. Nayla looks at Seren. And the sender specified that the passphrase would be communicated separately to Ms. Szabo, by voice. The warm hand in the cold air. A lawyer's letter. Encrypted. Delivered to her, not him. And the passphrase coming by voice, meaning someone intends to speak to her directly, to hear her voice confirm she is the one receiving it. Seren's hand moves to her pocket. The first envelope is still there, unopened. The first one, she says. The sealed wax envelope. What is in it? Nayla's expression does not change. I do not know. It was delivered by a different route. Personal courier. No electronic trail. 2 messages. 2 methods. One designed to be held, one designed to be heard. Raffael moves. Not toward the packet, towards Seren. Come with me. She does not ask where. She follows. He leads her through the east corridor, past the gallery window, past the old kitchen, into a part of the castle she has not seen before. A narrow door set into the stone. He unlocks it with a key from his pocket, not a biometric scan. Inside is a small room. No windows, a desk, a single lamp, a telephone that looks older than she is. This is the only room in the castle that is not on the network, he says. No cameras, no microphones, no data lines. It was built as a panic room. I use it for calls I cannot afford to have intercepted. Seren steps inside. The air is stale, still. She turns to face him. You want me to open the envelope here? I want you to have a place where whatever is in that letter belongs only to you until you decide otherwise. He does not enter the room. He stands in the doorway, silhouette against the amber corridor light. I will wait outside. The door closes. She is alone. The envelope is heavy. Cotton fiber paper, the burgundy wax seal intact. She holds it for a long moment. The tower, the star, the weight of a name she does not fully understand. She breaks the seal. Inside is a single sheet of paper, hand indifferent, in Croatian. The handwriting is precise, old-fashioned, each letter formed with deliberate care. Persona Gosposi Szabo. Dear Miss Szabo, I am writing to you directly because I believe you are the only person in that castle who understands the value of precision. My nephew has spent 12 years building a life on the assumption that names are optional. He is wrong. I am not writing to threaten you. I am writing to offer you a choice. You are about to translate a document that will arrive under separate cover. A legal opinion from counsel in Zagreb. Read it carefully. It describes a claim that can be filed in the family court of Zagreb within 30 days of my nephew's public identification as Maciej Karak. The claim is valid. It will survive scrutiny. And it will unwind every transaction Connaught Group has completed since its founding. Unless a private settlement is reached before the identification becomes public. Unless the heir acknowledges the estate and negotiates a division that preserves the commercial entity while satisfying the family claim. I do not want to destroy what he has built. I want him to stop pretending he built it alone. You have 3 days from the arrival of this letter to translate the legal opinion, understand its implications, and decide whether you will deliver it to him as written or help him see that a negotiated outcome serves everyone better than a public war. I am told you are fluent. I am told you read silence as carefully as speech. I am told you are the one person in that room who sees what others choose to miss. I am counting on it. Dever Karak. Seren reads it twice. The first time for meaning, the second time for the spaces between the words. He is not threatening her. He is recruiting her. He is offering her a role as the messenger, the interpreter, the one who delivers the truth in language the recipient can understand. And he has given her a timeline. 3 days. She folds the letter, returns it to the envelope, beat the door. Raffael is standing where she left him, still, patient, watching the corridor as if he had all the time in the world. Well? It is a letter from your uncle. I gathered. He wants me to translate a legal opinion. He says it describes a claim that can be filed against Connaught within 30 days of your identification as Maje Karak. Raffael's jaw tightens. He wants you to deliver it to me. He wants you to help you see that a settlement is better than a war. And will you? Seren meets his eyes. I will translate the document accurately. I will tell you what it says. What you do with that information is your decision. He holds her gaze. And the second packet? The second packet requires a passphrase, delivered by voice. Someone intends to call me and tell me how to open it. Raffael's hand moves to the doorframe. Then we wait. For what? For the call. He steps aside. She walks past him into the corridor. The envelope is in her pocket. The letter is in her head. And somewhere in Zagreb, Dadab Tarak is waiting for her to make a choice. 3 days. The clock is already running. Shown? This is a letter from your uncle. I gathered. He wants to translate a legal opinion. He says it describes a claim that can be filed against Connaught within 30 days of your identification as Maje Karak. Raffael's jaw tightens. He wants you to deliver it to me? He wants me to help you see that a settlement is better than a war. And will you? Seren meets his eyes. I will translate the document accurately. I will tell you what it says. What you do with that information is your decision. He holds her gaze. And the second packet? The second packet requires a passphrase, delivered by voice. Someone intends to call me and tell me how to open it. Raffael's hand moves to the doorframe. Then we wait. For what? For the call. He steps aside. She walks past him into the corridor. The envelope is in her pocket. The letter is in her head. And somewhere in Zagreb, Daya Karak is waiting for her to make a choice. 3 days. The clock is already running. Still literally, it's all the brothers. The oxes is laughed. The body is finished with my harp and the hearts before we phone this worry. The oxes is life, and we are just between this boy and his complete money. It's close you at the banner, in entirely contrasting this little nix, which is understand I'm stopping away on the banner for the podcasts and the entire walk, the presence in your Makasworman is here. The area is too kue, number leaks in those muchness. The Avers waif is not surviving. They even go into this slavy karst, we have not fun with him. It created the citement, chapter 14. The corridor clocks say 0147 when Seren stops pretending sleep will come. She has been lying in the guest suite with Devor's letter folded beneath the mattress, her brain translating and retranslating every line. The handwriting, the offer disguised as a choice, the 3 days already bleeding into 2. She pulls on yesterday's shirt, leaves the envelope where it is. The executive floor is silent, no footsteps, no distant click of Nayla's rotation. Just the low hum of the heating system and the sound of snow pressing against the glass. She does not plan to find him. But her feet carry her down the back stairwell, past the war room door, past the corridor that leads to the gallery window, toward the old kitchen where she knows he goes when the walls tighten. The door is ajar. A single lamp burns above the butcher block island. The refrigerator hums its low, steady note. And Raffael Connaught sits on the counter's edge, sleeves rolled to his forearms, a cup of something cold and untouched beside him. He looks up when she enters. No surprise. You could not sleep either. Could you? No. She does not ask permission. She steps inside and closes the door behind her. The kitchen is small, original stone floor, a fireplace that has not been lit in decades. Shelves of copper pots that catch the lamplight like old coins. Seren stops on the opposite side of the island, puts her hands flat on the butcher block. I know what the letter says. I gathered that. I know he wants me to translate a legal opinion and deliver it to you. Raphael's jaw tightens. And will you? I told you. I will translate accurately. I will tell you what it says. And the decision? Yours. He holds her gaze. The winter-stone eyes do not waver. But something shifts in the silence between them. A crack in the control. There is something you are not telling me, she says. I have told you everything. You have told me the shape of it, the architecture. You have not told me what it costs you. Raphael looks down at his hands, the knuckles white against the counter. I built Connaught from nothing. A name I chose, a life I constructed. Every document, every deal, every decision. I made it. Not Devo, not my father's ghost, not the title I abandoned. And yet he can unwind it. He can claim he can. Can he? Raphael's silence is the answer. Seren moves around the island. She does not touch him. She stops an arm's length away, close enough to see the pulse at his temple, the way his throat works when he swallows. I heard you on the call, she says. In the war room, before you knew I understood Croatian. His eyes snap to hers. You addressed him as Gospodin. She lets the word hang. You do not call anyone sir. Not bankers, not regulators, not the head of the creditor block. But you called him that. Your uncle. The man who is trying to take everything from you. Raphael's voice is barely audible. Because he earned it. What does that mean? He slides off the counter, stands facing her, close enough that she can smell coffee and wool and the faint edge of old paper. When I was 14, my father was dying. My mother had already gone. The Karas estate was held together by debt and a name that meant nothing outside the border. Devo came to the house. He told me I would inherit nothing worth keeping unless I learned to use the tools the family had given us. What tools? Raphael's laugh is hollow. Influence. Obligation. The right name on the right document. He taught me how to read a contract before I knew what a contract was. He taught me that language is leverage, that precision is the only thing that keeps you alive when everyone around you wants what you have. And then? Then I learned what he meant by tools. The refrigerator clicks off. The silence absolute. Seren waits. Raphael does not look at her. He built a laundering network through the estate, shell companies, art transactions, a foundation that funded nothing but the movement of capital. By the time I was 18, I had signed documents I did not understand. By the time I was 20, I understood them perfectly. And I knew I had to leave or become him. So you disappeared. I changed my name. I built a new empire from the skills he gave me. And I told myself that was enough, that I had escaped. But you did not escape. No. He looks at her then, and for the first time, his walls are not walls. They are glass. She can see through them. I escaped the title. I did not escape the claim. Devo holds documents that show I was involved in the early work. Not as a conspirator, as a minor, as someone who did not know what he was signing. But the signature is mine. Seren's breath catches. The legal claim is not about inheritance. It is about complicity. If he files in Zagreb Valley Court, he does not just claim the assets. He claims I was part of the network. That I knew. That my silence was consent. And was it? The question lands like a blade. Raphael does not flinch. I was 19 years old. I had no money, no proof, no one who would believe the heir of a noble family over his uncle's counsel. I left. That is the only answer I have. Seren holds his gaze. She thinks of her own hidden name, the one she has not spoken, The one she carries like a sealed envelope in her chest for years. Her hands find his shirt. His pulse against her palm is faster than she expected. The kitchen lamp flickers. And then the phone on the counter buzzes. Once. Twice. A tone she has never heard before. Raffael pulls back, breathing uneven. "That is not a call," he says. "That is an alert. Perimeter breach." Seren's blood turns cold. "The Paffrines," she says. "The second packet. Someone is answering before the sun comes." Chapter 15. The perimeter breach alert is still glowing on Raphael's phone when Seren's mind catches up to what she just said. Someone is answering before dawn. Raphael's hand drops from her neck. He stares at the screen, then at her. "The passphrase," she repeats. "The second packet. You told me someone would call with a voice passphrase. What if the breach is not an attack? What if it is delivery?" He processes it in less than a second. Then he is already moving, grabbing his phone, typing one-handed. "I need to verify the perimeter status before we assume anything." "Then verify, but while you do, tell me the rest." He stops. "What rest?" "The rest of the story. Davor taught you contract law at 14. You signed documents you did not understand at 18. You fled at 20. You built Connaught in 12 years. But you left out the part that explains why he can still reach you. Why you called him Gospodin. Why you flinched when I said his name." Raphael's jaw tautens. "He is not just my uncle. He is the man who made me." The kitchen light hums. "He raised me after my father died. My mother was gone before I turned 10. Davo was the only family I had. He taught me languages, law, leverage. He told me the Karak name was a shield, that we protected people who could not protect themselves." But that was not true. It was true enough to believe, until I was old enough to see what he was protecting. Not people, transactions, routes, names on shell company registries that led nowhere but to each other. Seren watches his hands. They are still. I was 17 when I understood. 18 when I signed my first document knowing exactly what it was. A certificate of ownership for a gallery in Vienna that held no art, only numbered accounts. "You signed it anyway." "I signed it because he told me it was the last one. That after this, I would never have to touch another. That I could take the name and make it clean again." "And you believed him." "I needed to believe him. He was the only family I had." The words land in the space between them, like something fragile and dangerous. Seren steps closer. "When did you stop believing?" 20, when I found the contracts I had signed at 18. They were not the end. They were the foundation. He had jurised my signatures to build the next layer of the network. My name, my title, my inheritance. All of it had been turned into infrastructure." Her stomach knots. "That is why you left. Not because you were guilty, because you were being used as the record of guilt." "Yes." Something shifts in his expression. A door opens that she has not seen before. "I changed my name to Raffael Connaught. I built this company from a single room in Zurich with a laptop and a credit line that should not have been approved. I told myself that if I built something real, something clean, I could outrun the boy who signed those papers." "Did it work?" "No, because Davo did not want the money. He wants the son who ran. The heir who proved the name still matters by trying to escape it." Seren feels the shape of it now. The trap is not legal, it is emotional. He never filed the claim because he does not want to win in court. He wants you to come back. Raphael's silence is the answer. He wants her to choose him, And every year you do not, he tightens something, a clause, a jurisdiction, a pressure point, so that when you finally break, it is because you can't carry the weight of running anymore. And I will break, Raphael says quietly. Not because the deal fails, but because I have been carrying it alone for 12 years. Every room I walk into, I am the only one who knows the full shape of what Devo can do. Until you. Seren's chest tightens. I did not ask to carry it. I know. Then why are you telling me? Because you are the first person I have told anything to, and you are still standing in this kitchen. He looks at her then, not as a CEO, not as a man protecting a position, as Motej Karak standing in a castle his uncle might still own by law, telling the only person who has ever read him clearly the truth he has never spoken aloud. Seren holds his gaze. I am not leaving because I heard your name wrong. I am staying because I heard it right. Raphael's breath catches. He opens his mouth to answer, and his phone buzzes again. Not the alert tone, a call. He looks at the screen. Petra? He answers on speaker. Tell me. Petra Iliev's voice is clipped, urgent, and too clear for the hour. The legal danger is worse than we thought. Devo filed a preemptive memorandum in Zagreb Family Court 3 days ago. Not a claim, a preservation motion. He is arguing that Connaught Group's current restructuring may destroy assets that belong to the Karas estate before the court can rule on ownership. Raphael's face goes still. He filed before the summit ended, before the airport closed. He timed it so you would be locked in Falkenfels with no ability to respond in person and no counsel on site. He wants you to respond from a compromised position, or not at all, which he will use as abandonment of defense. Seren sees the trap now. Devo did not wait for the leak. He forced the legal clock to start before the identity could even be public. Petra, what is the preservation motion asking for? An injunction. If the judge grants it, every transaction Connaught completes during the summit becomes presumptively reversible. The entire restructuring is voidable until the family court determines whether the assets belong to the estate. Raphael's hand tightens on the phone. When does the judge rule? Tomorrow at 10 a.m. Vienna time, 9 hours from now. The kitchen falls silent. Seren looks at Raphael, at the man who has spent 12 years building an empire to escape a name, only to have the name reach through the walls and pull the ground from under him. She does not look away. Tomorrow morning, she says, you are not walking into that war room as Raffael Connaught. He stares at her. Then who am I walking in as? Seren's answer lands like a seal. Someone who tells the truth before it is taken from him. Petra is silent on the line. Raphael is still. And then the second encrypted packet begins to hum on the counter, the device light poising as if the voice call delivering the press phrase has already begun. Precisely? Clara? You trimed it. No. If the Sophie is still light, seem to second college, we have a silent when they want the better text to make. Just a strain and dig arid. The most barest of his carvership. I have not already been clinging around a Pazalerp, but I have not dodging that fail completely. The definition gratis in how he draws out definite. Flash, God by prose, the stream mother allows in the breazed light of Hidley, crouching, now Jesus complete litter, by force tendis fears. My heads, belong with your strubbling and boarding from your life. Like that, the stream mother allows in the baby error, you as you would do. But the man you are willing in doing, its weight that makes of gens. Chapter 16. The line goes quiet. Petra's silence on the other end stretches into something else. A held breath, waiting for someone to speak first. Raphael's thumb hovers over the screen. Petra, stay on the line. I am here. He looks at Seren. The kitchen light catches the silver at his temples, the sharp angle of his jaw, the exhaustion carved into bones she did not know could look fragile. The packet, he says. It pulses on the counter. Low amber light, steady as a heartbeat. 7 in Freckett. Seren does not reach for it. That is not the question right now. Then what is? She steps closer, not into his space, close enough to see the muscle in his throat move when he swallows. You just told me Dover raised you, that he taught you everything, that your name was turned into infrastructure before you were old enough to understand what infrastructure meant. And I believe you. I know you do. But that does not erase the 3 years before this week. The 3 years you did not know my name. The blocked reference, the culture that made it possible for someone to look at my career and decide I was easier to keep than to credit. Raffael's jaw tightens. I know. Knowing is not enough. He sets the phone down on the counter. The amber light from the encrypted packet pulses across his fingers. What is? Seren feels the weight of the question. It lands differently than his offers. The master override fob, the executive floor, the private security. Those were solutions he chose without asking what she wanted. This is the first time he has not tried to solve her. I don't know yet, she says, but I will not let you buy forgiveness with a clean answer tonight. I am not trying to buy anything. You are trying to fix it. That is the same thing when you are the one who decides what fixing looks like. He flinches, small, almost invisible, but she sees it. What do you need, Seren? The question lands bare, no title attached, no disclaimer about the deal, or the deadline, or the preservation motion waiting to detonate at 10. Just the question, stripped of strategy. She holds still. I need you to stop deciding what I should know. I need the truth before it becomes a weapon someone else can use against me. And I need you to understand that the person who blocked Geneva did it because your culture made it possible. You did not write the order, but you built the room where that order felt acceptable. Raffael does not defend himself, does not explain. He takes the hit and stands in it. The reference, he says. When this is over, I will find who authorized it and why. That is not what I am asking for. Then what? I am asking you to see the shape of it, not just the name, the pattern. I have spent 3 years being useful enough to keep and invisible enough to ignore, and you are only seeing it now because the deal needs me. That is not true. Isn't it? She holds his gaze. The kitchen is cold. The only light comes from the amber pulse and the faint glow through the window where snow has started falling it. The much as in your culture they're studying in Eastbear, less that the deskment be is requires, until we could tack to your Ludoway studio, a scan, a lesting ind enges which tiles there, to get you in slider meter. I need you to stop deciding what I should know. I need the truth before it becomes a weapon someone else can use against me. And I need you to understand that the person who blocked Geneva did it because your culture made it possible. You did not write the order, but you built the room where that order felt acceptable. Raffael does not defend himself, does not explain. He takes the hit and stands in it. The reference, he says. When this is over, I will find who authorized it and why. That is not what I am asking for. Then what? I am asking you to see the shape of it, not just the name, the pattern. I have spent 3 years being useful enough to keep and invisible enough to ignore, and you are only seeing it now because the deal needs me. That is not true. Isn't it? She holds his gaze. The kitchen is cold. The only light comes from the amber pulse and the faint glow through the window where snow has started falling again, thick and silent. You needed a translator for 7 languages in a crisis. I was the only one in the building. You did not choose to see me. You ran out of alternatives. Raffael's voice drops. That is how it started. Yes. She respects the honesty. But it is not how it is now. How is it now? He steps forward, not much, a hand's width, close enough that she can feel the heat coming off his shirt, the tension in his frame like a wire pulled taut. Now I am standing in a kitchen at 2 in the morning, telling a woman I have known for 6 days the truth I have hidden for 12 years. Not because she is the only interpreter left, because she is the only person who has ever read me clearly enough to make me want to stop running. Seren's chest tightens. That is a beautiful thing to say. But it does not undo that you let me be invisible for 3 years. And I need you to sit in that ugliness without trying to make it clean. Raffael does not move. Then I will sit in it. The silence stretches, honest, uncomfortable, necessary. Petra's voice cuts through from the phone on the counter. I am still here. And I hate to interrupt this, but we have 7 hours and 42 minutes before a judge decides whether every transaction Connaught has completed this week is voidable. The amber tacket pulses again, faster now, as if the call is already connecting on the other end of a line she cannot see. Raffael's phone boosts toward the device, then stops. You do not have to open it. I know. If it ties you to the lethal fight, Daver will use that. He will name you as a participant, a messenger, a witness. I know. Why are you still here? Seren meets his eyes. Because I heard your name before the world did, and I will not let him define what that means. The encrypted packet pulses again, faster now, as if the call is already connecting on the other end of a line she cannot see. Why she takes the ship. What is that waiting today for the anything? Chapter 17. The sitting room smells of cedar smoke and old paper. The fire has been burning for hours, amber light licking the stone surround while snow lashes the glass in sheets so thick the alpine peaks beyond have disappeared entirely. Seren sits cross-legged on the rug, her back against a leather armchair, a stack of printed drafts spread across the low table in front of her. She has been switching between English, Hungarian, and French for the last 40 minutes, annotating the margins in 3 scripts, building a map of every clause that could become a weapon if Davar's preservation motion triggers cascade defaults. Raffael sits on the opposite side of the table. He has not touched the papers in front of him for 20 minutes. He is watching her. You are staring? I am learning. She looks up. The firelight catches the silver in his temples, the sharp line of his jaw, the way his fingers rest motionless on a page he stopped reading long ago. What are you learning? How your handwriting changes when you move between languages. Hungarian is tighter, more pressure on the downstrokes. French loosens into curves. Seren sets her pen down. You notice that? I notice everything about you now. I spent 3 years not looking. I am compensating. The admission lands with unexpected weight. She looks back at the draft in her lap, but the words have stopped meaning anything. Show me the Hungarian section, he says. The waterfall clause. She hands him her annotated copy. Their fingers brush. Neither pulls away. Raffael reads her marginal notes in silence, his eyes moving across the compact lines where she has collapsed an entire legal argument into 3 sentences. She watches his face, the way his expression shifts from concentration to something softer. This is better than the version Petra sent. It is the same language. I just reordered the logic. You reordered the logic because you understood what the original was trying to hide. He looks up at her. The section 14.2 gap in French versus German, the waterfall timing discrepancy, the Korean trap clause you caught before it detonated. You have been fixing structural flaws that 3 separate legal teams missed all week, and I never once thanked you for it. Seren feels the heat rise to her cheeks. I was doing my job. You were doing my job, better than I did. He sets the papers down and leans back against the armchair. The fire pops, a log shifts, sending sparks up the chimney. Why did you stay? He asks. At Connaught, you mean? Yes. 3 years. No credit, no authorship, no name on anything. You could have left at any time. Seren looks at the fire. I told myself the work mattered more than the recognition, that being indispensable was its own reward, that if I kept proving my value, eventually someone would notice. And now? She picks at the edge of the draft page, feeling the paper give under her thumb. Now I know that noticing is not the same as valuing, and that I was willing to accept invisibility because it felt safer than demanding to be seen. She looks at him. Can I ask you something? Anything. When you were building Connaught, did you ever ask yourself whether you were proving your worth or just hiding? Raphael goes still. The firelight carves shadows into his face. Both, he says. Every day. Some days I still do not know the difference. Seren nods. There is no judgment in her face, just recognition. They sit in silence for a long moment. The fire breathes. The snow keeps falling. The room feels sealed off from the rest of the castle, from the war room and the encrypted packet and the Est Ridge where someone is watching through the dark. Show me the Croatian section. Seren says softly. Raffael raises an eyebrow. You already read it. I read it in the panic room. Alone. I want to read it with you. He picks up the draft and hands it to her. She takes it. Their fingers brush again, longer this time. The Hungarian and French annotations give way to Croatian. The letters feel older. The vowels are sharper, the consonants harder. She reads carefully, her lips moving silently over the legal phrasing, and when she reaches the final paragraph, she stops. This is Davor's claim, summarized. Yes, you wrote it in Croatian because you wanted to read it the way he would frame it. Yes. She looks at him. Did you write this before or after you told me who you are? After. Then why did you keep it from me? Raffles' jaw tightens. Because I am still learning to show you everything before you ask. I will see this with the missed calls the Guyan of the Franz of De Furbadge making Laos. Seren holds his gaze. The fire pops again. The air between them has changed, grown heavier, warmer. She sets the paper down. Show me now. He reaches for a page near the bottom of the stack and hands it across. She takes it, and her fingers do not let go when he releases the paper. Their hands are touching. The paper is between them, forgotten. Raffles' eyes move from her fingers to her face. Seren. His voice is low, barely above the fire's crackle. Yes? I have not done this before. Done what? He does not answer with words. He turns his hand over, palm up, and she matches the movement so their palms press together, fingers interlacing without hesitation. The fire is the only sound. He leans forward. She meets him halfway. His free hand comes up, light against her jaw, his thumb tracing the line of her cheekbone. She can feel his breath, warm and uneven against her lips. The sound of her own heartbeat fills her ears. The room narrows to the space between them, to the heat of his palm against hers, to the way his thumb moves like he is memorizing her skin. His mouth is a breath away. The phone on the table vibrates. They freeze. Raffles' eyes do not leave hers. His hand stays on her jaw. The phone vibrates again, a sharp, insistent buzz against the wood. Do not answer it, Seren whispers. He does not answer it. The phone vibrates a third time, then stops. The silence rushes back. The fire crackles. The snow presses against the glass. Raffles' thumb moves once more, slow, across her skin. Thank you, he says. For what? I mutisably clearly did it together. Done what? He does not answer with words. He turns his hand over, palm up, and she matches the movement so their palms press together, fingers interlacing without hesitation. The fire is the only sound. He leans forward. She meets him halfway. His free hand comes up, light against her jaw, his thumb tracing the line of her cheekbone. She can feel his breath, warm and uneven against her lips. The sound of her own heartbeat fills her ears. The room narrows to the space between them, to the heat of his palm against hers, to the way his thumb moves like he is memorizing her skin. His mouth is a breath away. The phone on the table vibrates. They freeze. Raffles' eyes do not leave hers. His hand stays on her jaw. The phone vibrates again, a sharp, insistent buzz against the wood. Do not answer it, Seren whispers. He does not answer it. The phone vibrates a third time, then stops. The silence rushes back. The fire crackles. The snow presses against the glass. Raffles' thumb moves once more, slow, across her skin. Thank you, he says. For what? For not making me choose between the call and this. Seren's breath catches. She does not know what to say, so she says nothing and lets him hold the moment. The phone on the table vibrates again, longer this time, a sustained pulse that will not stop. Raffel closes his eyes. His hand drops from her jaw. He answers. His face changes as he listens. The softness drains out, replaced by something colder, sharper. On Thames to another. I will be there. He ends the call and looks at Seren. The East Ridge. The security feed picked up 3 more figures moving through the tree line. They are not Davers couriers. They are carrying equipment. Seren's stomach drops. Equipment for what? Raffel is already standing. I need to get to the security room. You stay here. The hell I will. Seren. No, I am done being kept in rooms while men decide what I should know. If there is a threat on that ridge, I need to see it too. She stands and faces him. He looks at her for a long moment. Then he nods. Stay behind me. Do not leave my sight. I will not. He takes her hand, not as a question this time, as a fact. They move toward the door, the fire still burning behind them, the drafts abandoned on the table, the warmth of the room giving way to the cold of the corridor beyond. The East Ridge is 3 minutes away, and someone is already there. Chapter 18. The corridor is colder than she remembers. Raphael's hand stays wrapped around hers as they move past the old kitchen, past the east gallery where moonlight pools on empty floorboards, toward the stairwell that drops to the security room. His pace is controlled, not running, not yet, but his grip tightens with each stride. Seren matches him step for step. The stairwell door opens onto a narrow passage she has never seen, low-ceilinged, lined with cables and ventilation ducts. A single bulb hums overhead. At the end, a steel door with a keypad. Raphael enters a code she does not try to memorize. The lock clicks. He pushes the door open. The security room is smaller than she expected. 4 monitors stacked in a grid, a radio unit crackling on standby. A young guard with a shaved head and a tremor in his hands stands in front of the screens, pointing at the bottom right display. 2, he says. Here. Raphael releases Seren's hand and steps to the monitor. Seren follows. The feed is thermal, grainy, green, and black. The tree line on the east ridge cuts diagonally across the frame. 3 heat signatures move through it, slow, deliberate. They are spaced evenly, 10 meters apart, advancing in a line. One of them carries something long and narrow, a rifle case. Raffel's jaw hardens. Night vision, he says. Thermal masking on the jackets. They are not amateurs. The guard speaks again, rapid Croatian, the words tumbling out. We lost visual on the south perimeter camera 3 minutes ago. The feed is still live, but the picture is frozen. I think they cut the line. Raffael does not look away from the screen. How long until they reach the wall? At this pace, 8 minutes. Maybe less if they know where the blind spots are. Raffael reaches for the radio. He keys the transmit button. All stations. Lockdown Protocol Delta. Non-essential staff to the bunkhouse. Security team to the East Corridor ground floor. No lights, no sound. Acknowledge. The radio crackles. One by one, voices confirm. Seren watches the thermal signatures move through the trees. They do not hurry. They do not hesitate. They know exactly where they are going. Raffael. He turns to her. Who are they? I do not know yet. Then what do you know? He holds her gaze. The room is quiet except for the hum of the monitors and the guard's uneven breathing. I know Daver filed that preservation motion before the airport closed. I know he sent you 2 messages before anyone else knew you would be the one to receive them. I know the timing of this is not random. He steps closer. Seren, I need you to go to the panic room. No. I am not asking you to stay out of the fight. I am asking you to stay alive so you can be in it when it matters. She looks at the screen. The thermal figures have reached the edge of the tree line. They stop. One of them kneels, aiming something toward the castle. Her throat tightens. If I go to the panic room, I will not hear the call, the passphrase call. Daver's second packet will stay locked. Raffael's face shifts. She sees the calculation behind his eyes, the same calculation she has watched him make 100 times in the war room. Risk, reward, leverage. If I lose the deal, I can rebuild it, he says. If I lose you, I cannot. The guard mutters something in Croatian. Seren catches it. Karak, he says. They are coming for the Karak. The name lands like a stone in still water. Raffael does not flinch, but the guard does. The guard looks at Raffael as if seeing him for the first time, as if the name has unlocked something in his memory, a piece of information that rearranges everything he thought he knew. Seren watches the guard's face, the recognition, the fear. She turns back to the monitor. The 3 figures have stopped at the wall. One of them is attaching something to the stone. The thermal image blurs at the edges, then sharpens. Raffael keys the radio again. East wall, report. Silence. East wall, report. The radio hisses. Then a voice, low, strained. They are inside the lower courtyard. Seren's blood turns cold. Raffael moves. He crosses the room in 4 strides, pulls open a drawer, and hands her a small device. Flat, black, no bigger than her palm. Panic room key. Press the red button and hold for 3 seconds. The door you seal from the inside. Do not open it for anyone except me. Raffael? Seren, take it. She takes it. He turns to the guard. You stay on the monitors. Call the moment you see movement toward the executive floor. The guard nods, eyes wide. Raffael takes Seren's wrist and pulls her out of the room, back into the narrow corridor, back toward the stairwell. His pace is faster now, not a stunt, but close. They reach the executive floor. The corridor is empty, the lights are dimmed. Raffael stops at her suite door. He keys the biometric lock. The door opens. He does not step inside. Get in. Seal the door. Do not open it until I come back. Where are you going? To see who is in my courtyard. Raffael. She catches his sleeve. He looks at her. The hardness in his face softens for a fraction of a second. I did not spend 3 years not seeing you just to lose you now, he says. Give me 10 minutes. If I am not back by then, seal the panic room and call Petra. She will know what to do. Seren holds his gaze. 10 minutes, yes. He reaches for her hand. His fingers brush hers, light, quick. Then he is gone, moving down the corridor, his footsteps swallowed by the dark. Seren steps into the suite. The door seals behind her. She stands alone in the silence. The encrypted packet sits on the counter, its amber light steady, waiting. She looks at it. She nicks at the panic room key in her palm. Chapter 19. The encrypted packet pulses on the counter. Amber light, steady, waiting. Seren does not take her eyes off it. The panic room key is cold in her palm. The red button waits for her thumb. 3 seconds and the door seals. 3 seconds and she is safe. She does not move. The suite is silent except for the heater's low hum and the wind scraping against the glass. Somewhere below, Raffael is walking into a courtyard where 3 armed figures have already breached the wall. Somewhere below, the guard is watching thermal signatures blur and fade as the intruders disappear into the castle's blind spots. She looks at the door. 10 minutes, he said. She looks at her phone. 8 minutes have passed. The encrypted packet glows. She reaches for it before she decides to, her fingers brushing the casing. The amber light does not flicker. It holds steady, as if the packet knows she is still here, still choosing. Her phone vibrates. She snatches it. Petra Iliev, not Raffael. She answers, I was told to call you if he did not return in 10 minutes. He will not return in 10 minutes. Petra's voice is flat, efficient, the voice of someone who has already moved past hope into logistics. The perimeter is compromised. Security has lost visual on the lower courtyard. They are working on alternate feeds. Then what do I do? Stay where you are. Do not open the door for anyone except Raffael or a voice you recognize with certainty. I have the panic room key. Good. Use it if you hear movement in the corridor. Seren's grip tightens on the phone. Petra, there is something else. A pause. I am listening. Luca Matai. The name lands. The silence on the line sharpens. What do you know about Luca Matai? Nothing, but he knows something about us. He has been circling the restructuring for 3 days, asking questions that are too specific, too close to the architecture of the deal. How do you know this? Because he contacted Connaught's press office this morning, requesting comment on a Croatian noble connection to recent debt negotiations. The press office flagged it. I traced the inquiry back to him. Seren's stomach tightens. He knows about the Karaka connection? He does not know. He suspects. There is a difference, but the gap is closing. Petra continues before Seren can respond. Makak is not a gossip journalist. He is an investigative reporter with a track record of breaking stories that powerful people wanted buried. He has old ties to the Kara estate, though I have not been able to confirm whether those ties are adversarial or cooperative. He is dangerous because he is careful, because he does not publish until he is certain, and because he has been asking questions that line up too neatly with De Vere's legal strategy. Seren's mind clicks. Someone is feeding Luca Matai the trail. The same someone who blocked her reference. The same someone who reset the biometric locks. The same someone who planted the trap clause in the Korean payment terms. Inside actor. Coordinated. Patient. The questions he is asking, Seren says slowly, they are not guesses, they are specific. They are the kind of questions you ask when you already know the answer and want the paper trail to confirm it. Yes, someone is curating the information for him. Petra does not confirm, she does not deny. The silence is confirmation enough. Seren looks at the encrypted packet. The amber light holds steady. Who inside Connaught has the access to feed a journalist without leaving a signature? 3 people, Petra says. Raffael, Mul, and one other. Who? The executive office administrator who processed the reference block, the same title blank, no name attached. Then we do not know who it is. No. The wind howls against the glass. Seren thinks of the unsigned note in her suite. Do not read this one out loud. She thinks of the printer that produced blank pages with no job history. She thinks of the biometric reset that changed her door permissions while she was in the war room. Every piece is connected. Someone inside this castle has been working against Raffael for longer than the summit has been running. Someone inside this castle has been feeding Devere information, blocking Seren's escape, and now curating a journalist's investigation so the truth emerges on Devere's terms, not Raffael's. Petra. I am here. Luca Matai. If he publishes before the judge rules, the identification becomes public. The preservation motion becomes a cascade. We lose. I know. And then we need to know what he has, and we need to know who is giving it to him. How do you propose we do that from inside a locked suite with armed intruders in the courtyard? Seren looks at the encrypted packet. The amber light does not waver. I have an idea. She reaches for the packet. Her fingers close around the casing. The surface is warm, as if it has been waiting for her hand. Seren, do not open that packet until the press phrase is delivered. Whatever you are thinking, do not do it without the key. I am not opening it. She sets the packet down. I am going to call Luca Matai. Seren, if someone is feeding him information, I want to know what they have already given him, and I want to know why. And if he asks who you are? Seren looks at her reflection in the dark window. I am the interpreter who is no longer invisible. She ends the call before Petra can argue. The contact she needs is not in her phone, but she knows how to reach him. The press office forwarded his inquiry. The number is still in the system. She pulls up the castle directory, finds the press office extension, scrolls through the forwarded messages until she sees the name. Luca Matai. The Zagreb-based request for comment. She dials. The line rings once. Twice. A voice answers. Low. Calm. The voice of someone who expected the call. Luca Matai. This is Seren Szabo. I understand you have been asking questions about Connaught Group's connection to the Kura estate. A pause. Miss Szabo, I have been expecting you. The words land like a second perimeter breach. Her blood goes cold. How did you know I would call? Because the person who has been feeding me information told me you would. The floor drops out from under her. Who? Someone who wants the same thing I do. The truth. He pauses. And someone who told me that when you called, I should tell you this. The blacked reference was not about your competence. It was about keeping me here. Because you are the only one who can stop what is coming. The line goes silent. Seren stands in the dark suite, the phone pressed to her ear, the encrypted packet glowing on the counter, and realizes that the inside actor has been playing a longer game than anyone understood. They did not want to silence her. They wanted her here, waiting, because she is the only one who can stop what is coming. The encrypted packet's amber light flickers once. Twice. Then it turns green. Chapter 20. The phone is still warm against Seren's ear when the line goes dead. Luca Matai did not say goodbye. He simply ended the call, leaving her standing in the dark suite with the encrypted packet glowing green on the counter and the weight of his final words pressing down like the storm against the glass. She is the only one who can stop what is coming. She sets the phone down. Her hand trembles. She stills it. The packet's green light does not flicker. It holds steady, waiting. She does not touch it. Instead, she crosses to the suite's desk, pulls out the chair, and sits in the dark. The castle groans around her, old stone settling against new cold. Somewhere below, armed intruders move through the lower courtyard. Somewhere below that, Raffael walks into the dark to meet them. The 10-minute window has passed. She checks her phone. No message. No call. She does not let herself imagine what that means. The encrypted packet pulses once. Green. Patient. She opens the castle network on her tablet instead, pulling up the press office directory, scrolling past forwarded inquiries until she finds the original message. Luca Matic. Subject, Connaught Group. Information request. The timestamp catches her eye. The request was submitted 4 months ago. 4 months before the summit. Before Diver filed the preservation motion. Before the airport closed. This was not a reaction to the crisis. This was a preparation for it. She saves the screen capture, adds it to the growing trail. Her tablet chimes. A new video call request. The name on the screen, Petra Eliv. Seren accepts. Petra's face appears, sharper than before, tired but focused. She is sitting in what looks like a Vienna office, morning light behind her, paperwork spread across a glass desk. Raffael has not returned to the line. Petra says, "No greeting, no softening." Security confirms the lower courtyard is contained but not cleared. He is still inside the perimeter. How contained? Enough that I am not calling emergency services yet. Seren reads what Petra does not say, but close to it. There is something else, Petra says. She shifts papers. I have been running the preservation motion through every worst-case scenario I can model. It is worse than we thought. Tell me. If Midjekera has cross-combat, Lafiel Frield is Davai in my life, merching them completely bildily down. I would never literally sleep from you. I cannot in Jesus it shit out here. The phone is still taste caller repeaters, all of the forgetting manages. I had been running the preservation motion through every worst-case scenario I can model. It is worse than we thought. Tell me. If Michelger tours to deliver it, the answers permitted for MIVs from all the indicators complete scorder. The timestamp catches her eye. The request was submitted 4 months ago. 4 months before the summit, before Diver filed the preservation motion, before the airport closed. This was not a reaction to the crisis. This was a preparation for it. She saves the screen capture, adds it to the growing trail. Her tab victims. A new medio call request. The name on the screen? Petra Eliv. Seren accepts. Petra's face appears, sharper than before, tired but focused. She is sitting in what looks like a Vienna office, morning light behind her. Paperwork spread across a glass desk. Raffael has not returned to the line. Petra says, no greeting, no softening. Security confirms the lower courtyard is contained but not cleared. He is still inside the perimeter. How contained? Enough that I am not calling emergency services yet. Seren reads what Petra does not say, but close to it. There is something else, Petra says. She shifts papers. I have been running the preservation motion through every worst-case scenario I can model. It is worse than we thought. Tell me. If Michager Turger tours to deliver it, the answer settles between them like frost. The inside actor, Seren says. Probably. Then Diver is not waiting for the judge's ruling, he is already moving. The packet is active, the journalist is briefed, the preservation motion is filed. Everything is in motion except the identification trigger. Yes. Seren looks at the packet. Green, steady, waiting. What happens if I open it now? Without the passphrase, the packet self-destructs the moment the casing is cracked. The data is encrypted at chip level. One ring access and the storage layer wipes itself. So whoever has the passphrase has to speak it to me directly. Yes. Which means they have to be inside the castle, or on an open line. Petra's jaw tightens. Yes. Seren thinks of the guard who muttered Kara in fear. The three figures moving through the tree line, the device being attached to the stone wall. Luca Maddox's voice, calm and inevitable. The person who has been feeding me information told me you would call. Someone inside this castle is waiting for the moment, waiting for her. Petra, I need you to patch me into the War Rune network. I need to see the latest draft of the control rights language, and I need to know if there is a way to revise the terms so an identity-based reputational event cannot trigger asset seizure directly. That is not legal advice I can give without sign-off. Then give it as a strategist. Petra holds her gaze for 3 heartbeats, then she nods once. I will send you the draft. And Seren, go. If the packet is active, the passphrase holder will make contact. Probably soon. Probably when you least expect it. I know. Do not let them see you waiting for it. The call ends. Seren sits in the dark, the tablet glowing in her hands, the encrypted packet green and patient beside her. She pulls up the control rights language, reads it once, reads it again. The structure is clean, professionally drafted. But she sees the seam now, the gap where a trigger could be threaded through. A reputational contamination clause buried in the boilerplate, referenced in the French version but not the English, that could let creditors claim that any negative public identification of a key executive constitutes a material adverse event. If that clause survives ratification, then the moment Luca Maddox publishes, the moment someone says Michelger, here a room with witnesses, the debt agreement converts automatically. Payment acceleration. Collateral seizure. The entire restructuring unravels before anyone can argue. She sets the tablet down, the encrypted packet glows, and her private phone vibrates once. A new message. The screen lights up with a single line of text from an unknown number. Midnight. East Corridor Gallery. Come alone if you want the passphrase. Seren stares at the message. The castle darkens around her, and somewhere below, the intruders are still inside the walls. Chapter 21. The text on her phone glows like a wound in the dark. Midnight. East Corridor Gallery. Come alone if you want the passphrase. Seren reads it 3 times. The unknown number has no country code she recognizes. The phrasing is precise, deliberate. No threat, no signature, just the instruction. The encrypted packet sits beside her, green and patient. She thinks of the East Corridor Gallery, the window seat where Raphael goes to escape. The old stone and the narrow light. A place he showed her when he was still pretending to be only her employer. Someone knows he showed her. Someone has been watching long enough to know which corners of this castle matter. The suite door clicks. She turns, pulse already rising, hand reaching for anything that could serve as a weapon. A table lamp. The heavy edge of the panic room key. Raphael stands in the doorway. His coat is dark with melted snow. His hair is wet at the temples. There is a cut on his knuckle, small and already sealing, and his eyes are the color of exhausted stone. He is alive. The recognition hits her before the relief does. She sees him register her, the phone in her hand, the packet glowing, the tension still wired through her shoulders. You came back, she says. I said 10 minutes. He steps inside, pulls the door closed behind him. The lock engages. It took 11. I am sorry. 11 minutes. She had stopped counting after 15. The intruders? Gone. Equipment left behind. They were not here to fight. He pulls off his coat, drops it over a chair. They were here to deliver something. The passphrase. Or confirmation that the packet is active. Or both. He looks at the phone in her hand. What did you find? She shows him the message. He reads it once. His expression does not change, but something behind his eyes goes still and watchful. Midnight, he says. The East Gallery. Come alone. You are not going alone. I know. He looks at her then, and the shift is almost imperceptible. The CEO mask slipping sideways just enough to show the man beneath it, tired and sharp and unwilling to lose another thing tonight. Petra told you about the contamination clause, he says. Yes. You found it. In the French version. Buried in the boilerplate. It was not in the English draft. I know. Did you know before tonight? He does not answer immediately. The silence stretches, and she watches him decide how much truth he can carry in a singing conversation. I knew there was a vulnerability in the control rights language, he says. I did not know Daver had already found it. But someone embedded it. Yes. The inside actor. Probably. She sets the phone down. The packet glows between them. Raphael, I need to ask you something. Then ask. She does not want to ask. She wants to stay in the relief of him being alive, the warmth of finding him breathing, the way the room feels less hollow with him in it. But the question is already shaped in her chest, cold and necessary. Would you have told me the truth about who you are? He goes still. Without the letter, she clarifies. Without Daver's envelope arriving at my door. Without me intercepting the call and reading your lips and cornering you in a kitchen at 2 in the morning. She holds his gaze. Would you have told me? His silence is the answer. It is not a long silence, maybe 2 seconds, maybe 3, but it is long enough for her to feel the shape of it, the weight of everything he still guards even now, even after the confession, the kiss, the hand on her jaw in the firelight. I wanted to, he says. That is not what I asked. No. He says it flatly, without defense. I do not know. The honesty lands harder than a lie would. She nods, swallows, turns back to the window. Seren, I am not angry. You should be. I am not. She faces him. I am trying to understand what I am choosing. If I stay in this room, if I open that packet, if I walk into the East Gallery at midnight with you or without you, I need to know what I am agreeing to. Not the deal, not the summit, us. He takes a step toward her, then another. He stops when he is close enough that she can smell the cold still clinging to his shirt, the wet wool, the faint trace of coffee from hours ago. You are the first person, he says slowly, who has ever asked me that question and waited for the answer. Then give me one. I do not know if I would have told you. His voice is quiet, rough at the edges. I have spent 12 years learning not to tell anyone. The reflex is older than Connaught, older than the name I chose. It is the only thing Daver gave me that I never managed to unlearn. She watches his mouth, the way the words cost him. But I know this, he says. I wanted to. That night in the kitchen, when you read his letter and came back to me instead of running, I wanted to tell you everything. I was trying to find the words when the perimeter alert hit. That is not proof. No, it is not. He reaches for her hand. The touch is light. His fingers blush her wrist, then settle against her palm. He does not grip, does not pull. He simply holds her hand in the space between them, as though testing whether she will let him keep it there. She does not pull away. You read intention, he says. You read it in silence, in syntax, in the shape of a clause and the pause before a translation. I have never had anyone in the room who could do that, who could see what I meant before I finished saying it. His thumb traces the inside of her wrist. I am not used to being seen, he says. I do not know yet whether I am good at it, but I know I do not want to go back to not being seen by you. The room holds them. The encrypted packet glows, and Seren lets herself feel the warmth of his hand against hers, the solid reality of him alive and present and trying, even if the trying is imperfect and unfinished. Midnight, she says. Yes, I am not going alone. No. Then we have 3 hours to find out who sent that message before they expect us. He nods once. She releases his hand, but slowly, deliberately, a choice, not a withdrawal. Raffael, I am still here. I know. She picks up her phone, types a reply to the unknown number. How do I know you have the passphrase? The answer comes in under a minute. A photograph. She stares at it. Her blood goes cold. It is a picture of the unsigned note, the one that appeared in her suite on the first night, the one she folded and stowed with the 3 blank pages from the war room printer, the note she has told no one about. Word for word, the same paper, the same warning. You are the only one who reads real 5 languages. Do not read this one out loud. She turns the phone toward Raphael. He reads it. The silence between them hardens into something else entirely. Chapter 22. The photograph glows on her phone screen, the unsigned note rendered in perfect detail. Every fold line visible. Every letter of that warning she has carried alone since the first night. Seren stares at it until the words blur. That note has never left my suite, she says. I stowed it in the lining of my travel bag, under clothes I have not worn. Raphael takes the phone, studies the image. His jaw sets. Who knew you had it? No one. Not Nayla, not... No one. He hands the phone back. His eyes stay on her face, reading what she cannot hide. This changes the midnight meeting, he says. It changes everything. She paces the width of the suite. Her thoughts move through Hungarian, the language her grandmother taught her for precision. Velaki figyel. Someone is watching, has been watching. From the first night, before she knew about Dever, before she knew about Mitekala, before any of this was real, someone placed that note in her room and has been tracking whether she followed its instruction. 3 hours until midnight, she says. I need to find out who before I walk into that gallery. How? Nayla. Raphael's expression shifts, not distrust, recognition. She has access to the security log that shows your suite door. No. Seren shakes her head. That tells me who opened the door, not who put the note there. The note came before the biometric lock was changed, before the server room log, before any of the things we can trace. She stops pacing. I need to see the email trail from the week my reference was blocked, the full thread, not the summary Nayla gave me, the actual decision chain. He does not argue, does not point at the clock. I will call Petra and ask her to release the archived correspondence from executive office records, he says. You built the system that made that hold possible. He goes still. She says it without accusation, flat, clinical, the same voice she uses to annotate a clause that will cost someone a fortune. You built a culture where senior leadership could make that decision without your name on it, where they assumed I would absorb the loss and keep performing, where they were right. She holds his gaze. Because that is exactly what I did. For 3 years. For longer than that. I absorbed, and no one ever had to ask whether I noticed, because I never stopped delivering. He takes it. No deflection. No explanation about the 12-year reflex or the secrecy Dever gave him. He simply stands in the weight of what she is saying and lets her say it. I did not know, he says. But that does not matter, does it? No, it does not. She pulls out her phone and calls Nayla. The castle operations manager answers on the second ring. Her voice is rough with interrupted sleep. Szabo, It is not yet midnight. I know, I need your help. A pause, the sound of a lamp clicking on. Tell me. Nayla calls back in 12 minutes. Seren and Raphael have not moved from opposite sides of the room. The encrypted packet pulses green on the counter between them. The photograph of the unfound note sits in Seren's open palm like a second pulse, waiting. The decision chain for my reference hold, Raphael says into his own phone. Full thread, not the redacted summary. I need to see who, when, why. Petra's voice comes through tinny on the speaker. That is a personnel matter. It would require... I do not care what it requires. Release it. A beat. I will send the archive link, Petra says. 5 minutes, but you will not like what you see. Raphael ends the call. Seren watches him. She knows who did it. She knows whose signature is on the hold. That is not the same as knowing who originated the decision. It is a start. Nayla calls back. Her voice is tighter now. I pulled the door access logs for your suite for the first 3 nights. The biometric change and the remote reset are logged to a maintenance script with no name attached. Standard system rotation. But the note. She pauses. There is one gap in the corridor camera coverage that night. The technician flagged it the next morning as a buffering error. Convenient. Very. Can you tell me who was physically on the floor during the gap? I can tell you whose badge was logged Loris to the gap, but it was a skeleton shift. Everyone was rotating through war room support or kitchen duty. The system shows 3 people with proximity to that corridor between midnight and 5 a.m. All of them have alibis, staff events, signed-in readings in other zones. Then the note was planted by someone who knew exactly where the camera gap was and how to move through it. Yes. Seren closes her eyes. One more thing, Nayla says. The server room log entry that used your credentials, the one from 0317. I cross-referenced the file that was accessed during that 6-minute window. She waits. It was the Korean payment draft, the original version, before you corrected the trap clause. The information lands like a stone in still water. Someone used her credentials to view the original Korean payment draft. Someone who knew she had translated it earlier in the evening. Someone who knew the trap clause existed and wanted to confirm it before the morning session. Thank you, Nayla. Be careful at midnight, Szabo. The gallery has only one exit. The call ends. Seren sets the phone down and looks at Raphael. Your system, she says quietly. Your culture. Your people. Someone in this castle used my name to look at the Korean trap clause before it was caught. Someone else put a warning in my room on the first night. And someone inside your executive office blocked my reference because they assumed I would keep working for you either way. She watches him absorb each sentence. The decision trail will show me who signed the hold, she says. I need to know who you built the room for, Raphael. Who was so certain of my silence that they never even asked permission. His name lights up his phone screen, Petra's archive link. He opens it without a word and turns the screen toward her. The email thread loads, timestamps in the left margin, executive office letterhead, and then the names. The hold was not issued by a faceless administrator. It was originated by a senior vice president Seren has met exactly twice. A woman who smiled at her in the corridor once and never learned her name. The authorization chain includes 3 signatures, none of them are Raphael's, but the logic embedded in the thread is worse than any one name. Szabo is essential to summit preparation. If she moves to Geneva, coverage fails. Recommendation: hold reference, delay response until after restructuring closes. She has no history of escalation. Assume compliance. She reads it twice. The 3rd time she reads aloud. Assume compliance. Her voice is steady, flat. They did not block me because I was a threat. They blocked me because I was reliable. Because I had never made trouble. because they assumed I would absorb the loss and keep performing. She looks up from the screen. The door opens. Raffael Connaught stands in the doorway. He does not speak. He does not need to. She sees it in his face. The moment the trade-off registers, the knowledge that his name built the culture where this decision felt safe, that he did not order the hold, but he made it possible. The email thread lies open between them. The encrypted packet pulses green. 3 hours until midnight. Chapter 23. The silence in the suite stretches like wire. Seren does not look away from the email thread. The words have already burned into her memory. Assume compliance. 4 syllables that summarize 3 years of her life. Raphael stands in the doorway. He does not enter. He does not explain. She watches his chest rise and fall once before he speaks. I did not write that. I know. I did not see it. I did not approve it. I did not know it existed until Petra sent the link. I know that too. She finally lifts her eyes from the screen. Here is what I do not know. Her voice is quiet, controlled. Whether you built a system where this was possible without ever asking yourself whose silence you were trading on. He flinches, just barely, but he does not look away. You taught me the word for that. She continues. In Croatian, ikoristiti, to use someone up, to extract the value and discard the container. His jaw tightens. I spent 3 years in your building. She says, 12-hour days, 7-day weeks, emergency calls at 2 in the morning. I translated your deals, smoothed your conflicts, made you sound brilliant in 5 languages. And I never once asked for credit. I never once complained. I told myself it was enough to be needed. She pauses. Your senior vice president wrote that I had no history of escalation. That was the reason they held my reference. Not because I was a threat. Because I was safe. Because I had trained everything around me to assume I would absorb the loss. The word hangs between them. Assume. Raphael's voice is rough when he finally speaks. What do you need me to say? Nothing. She shakes her head. That is the problem, Raphael. There is no sentence you can give me that fixes this. No gesture, no promotion, no public acknowledgement that erases the fact that your culture made my silence into an asset. He crosses the room, slowly, not crowding her, but close enough that she can smell the cold still clinging to his coat from the courtyard. I cannot undo what they did. His voice is low. I cannot go back 3 years and choose to see you sooner. I cannot tell you I would have caught the reference hold if I had been paying attention, because I was not. I was running. From Devar. From the name. From everything I built to bury the truth. His hand rises, stops, does not touch her. But I can tell you this. His eyes hold hers. I will spend the rest of my life making sure you are never assumed again. The words land. They land and lodge in the space between anger and wanting. Seren does not answer. She turns back to the email thread and reads it a 4th time. The names, the logic, the quiet efficiency of a machine that knew exactly how to keep her in place. 12 hours until midnight, she says. Then we have 3 hours. To do what? He pulls out his phone, opens Petra's message, scrolls past the archive link to a document she sent afterward. Your control rights analysis, the reputational contamination pause in the French version. He turns the screen toward her. Petra sent the original credit group proposal, the language they want to ratify tomorrow morning. Seren reads, her stomach tightens. The clause is worse than she thought. The French version does not just allow creditors to claim a material adverse event if any executive suffers a reputational contamination event. It defines contamination broadly enough to include any public disclosure that damages the group's standing, including identity revelations that affect a single board member. She looks up. This is a loaded weapon. If the debt group passes this, Dever can pull the trigger the moment the press connects you to Matage Karaka. That is the point. It was in the draft, Petra reviewed. Did any of your people flag it? His silence is the answer. How is that possible? She hears her voice rise. You have 50 lawyers on retainer, 3 in-house counsel, a general counsel who reads everything twice, and no one caught that the French version grants creditors a veto over your private identity? I have been asking myself this question. Your system failed. Yes. Again. Yes. She presses her palm flat against the desk, the leather cool under her fingers. Raphael. His name costs her something. You built a machine that rewards silence, assumes compliance, and misses weapons in plain language because everyone in the chain is too busy protecting your privacy to read the terms in front of them. That is not a security culture. That is a parasite. He takes the blow. No deflection, no attempt to reframe. He stands in the center of the room with the email thread on one screen and the contamination clause on the other, and he says nothing. She watches him absorb the weight, and something shifts. Not forgiveness, not trust restored, but a crack in her certainty that he cannot see what she sees. You are not going to defend yourself, she says. You are not wrong. Most men in your position would try. I am not most men. He looks at her. I am the one who took the name he built and used it to hide. I am the one who let the reflex of secrecy become the structure of the company. I am the one who never asked whose voice was being traded for my silence. His voice drops. Tell me what you need. Not what I think you should want. What you actually need. She opens her mouth to answer. The phone rings. Not hers, the war room line, the encrypted frequency. Raphael crosses to the desk and answers without speaker. He listens. His face does not change, but something behind his eyes sharpens. Understood. He ends the call. Oren's side just submitted revised term sheets. They want to fast-track ratification before the warning session. Seren is already moving toward the door. What terms? They offered to extend the waterfall timing. Give Connaught an extra 90 days on the secured facility. That is generous. Too generous. She stops. Show me the language. He pulls up the document on the wall display. The English version looks clean. Extended waterfall. Relaxed covenants. A concession that buys Connaught exactly the breathing room it needs to survive the identity disclosure. She scrolls to the French counterpart. Her blood goes cold. The reputational contamination clause is still there, but it has moved. No longer buried in the liability section. Now it sits in the definition of a material adverse event, connected directly to the identity of any primary owner or principal beneficiary. She reads it twice to be sure. It is worse than before, she says. The trigger is now tied to you directly, not the company. If my J. Karaka is named in any public forum, the entire restructuring becomes voidable at the creditor's option. Raffi reads over her shoulder. He buried it in the definition section. She continues. Oren knows no one will reread the definitions carefully when the headline terms are so favorable. He is betting on exhaustion, on the assumption that everyone is too tired to check the fine print. He is not wrong. She turns to face him. The last time I missed a clause like this, I caught it because your system failed. This time I caught it because I am the only person in this building who reads all 5 languages before the signature line. She holds his gaze. Do not make me the only safety net again. His hand reaches for hers, not to hold, to acknowledge. You are not, he says. Not anymore. The encrypted packet on the counter pulses green. 3 hours until midnight. 2 hours until Oren expects ratification, and someone inside the castle holds the one paraphrase that could change everything. I use not stop in Daskel, just realizing Cardix on my law display. The English version looks clean, extended waterfall, relaxed covenants. A concession that buys Connaught exactly the breathing room it needs to survive the identity disclosure. The stupidity boxment of someone everything smellish worth, because that is a serious metantax at me. She speaks into a singery breathing, having surginal aggressive incons. Oren knows no one will reread the definitions carefully when the headline terms are so favorable. He is betting on exhaustion, on the assumption that everyone is too tired to check the fine print. Chapter 2000. The fracture between them holds through the corridor. Seren walks ahead. Raffael matches her pace without touching her, without reaching. The space between them feels measured now, deliberate. Not anger, something colder. Something that knows exactly what it costs to stay close when trust is still healing. The war room waits with its screens and its silence. Petra's face is on the main display, grainy through the encrypted line, her glasses catching the Vienna office light. She has the French definition page open on her side. The contamination clause glows in the center of her screen like a wound. You found it, she says. Oren moved it into the definition of material adverse event, Seren replies. Tied to the primary owner or principal beneficiary? If Raffael is publicly identified as Matage Karak before the restructuring closes, the creditors can void the entire agreement. On what grounds? Reputational contamination. Petra's jaw tightens. That is not a standard provision. It is not supposed to be. That is why it is hidden in the definitions section. No one reads definitions when the headline numbers are favorable. He is betting on exhaustion, Raffael says from the doorway. Seren does not turn. I told him that already. He is not wrong to bet on it. Petra's voice is flat. We have been in this room for 6 days. Everyone is running on adrenaline and bad coffee. Oren knows exactly how tired we are. Then we stay awake. Seren pulls out the chair at the head of the table and sits. The screens flicker. The storm presses against the castle windows, snow driving sideways in sheets that blur the tree line into nothing. Somewhere beyond that white wall, the intruders are still inside the castle. Somewhere, the passphrase holder is waiting for midnight. But here, in this room, there is only the language. The war room. The draft. The ticking clock. She opens the French counterpart on her laptop and begins to read. Raffael settles in the chair across from her without asking permission. He does not interrupt. He does not offer advice. He watches her work, and the silence between them is not comfortable, but it is function. A truce made of necessity rather than forgiveness. Petra's voice comes through the speaker. Oren is requesting a joint call in 40 minutes to review the terms. He wants a verbal commitment before the morning session. He will not get one. Then he will stall. He will demand explanations for every favorable line. He will make us justify the 90-day extension until we are too tired to see the trap. Then we show him the trap. Seren's fingers pause over the keyboard. Oren knows I found the first clause. He is not stupid enough to think I will miss a second, so why plant another one? Because he wants you to find it. She looks up. Raffael's eyes are on the French definition page. He is testing how quickly you read the counterpart. If you catch it, he knows you are still in the game. If you miss it, the clause holds. Either way, he learns something about our position. Exactly. Seren closes the friend's draft. Then we let him learn what we want him to learn. She reaches for the webnovel phone and dials the encrypted frequency for Oren's line. He answers on the second ring. Ms. Szabo, I was expecting your call. Were you? The waterfall extension is generous. I assume you have questions. I have one. Only one? She lets the silence stretch. Why did you put the contamination clause in the definition of material adverse event instead of the liability section? The pause that follows is barely a beat, almost invisible. But she hears what it costs him. I do not know what you are referring to. Then you have not read your own draft. I reviewed the English version personally. The English version is clean, the French version is not. So either your team prepared two different documents, which is a compliance failure, or you deliberately embedded a trigger that only activates if Raffael Connaught is publicly identified as Matej Karak. The name lands like a stone in still wall. Oren says nothing. Seren waits. If I wanted to trigger an identity event, he says finally, I would not need a clause, I would need a phone call. You are negotiating toward a leak. I am negotiating toward a completed restructuring. The leak is incidental. Whether it happens before or after the signature line determines who holds the leverage. And you want to hold it. I want my clients to hold it. That is my job. She grips the phone. What happens to the contamination clause if I strip it from the definitions and reissue the French counterpart before the wording session? Then I have to decide whether the 90-day extension is still worth the risk. Of what? Of betting on a CEO who might not survive the week. The call ends. Seren sets the phone down. She feels Raffael's gaze on her, feels the weight of what she just confirmed. The creditors are not negotiating toward a deal. They are negotiating toward a moment when Matej Karak's name becomes public and every contract signed in the hours before that moment becomes contestable. The device attached to the castle wall, the intruders who came to deliver, not to fight. The midnight summons. It is already in motion, she says. Oren is not the one who triggers the leak. He is just positioning his clients to benefit from it. Someone else is handling the timing. Luca Matic. Or someone connected to the inside actor, the person who stole my credentials, the person who planted the note in my suite, the person who holds the passphrase. The passphrase holder is the timer. She nods. They are waiting for the right moment to activate the packet. Once it opens, once the passphrase is spoken, the identity event triggers. Oren's clause locks in. Daver's preservation motion becomes active. Everything we built in this room becomes voidable. Raffael's hand moves toward hers, then stops. He pulls back. You are not my safety net, he says. But you are the only person in this building who can see all the threads at once. If you tell me to walk away from the table, I will. Walk away from the summit? From the restructuring? From everything. From the deal. From the name. From Connaught. I will let Daver win if that is what it takes to keep you safe. Her throat tightens. That is not what I need. Then tell me what you need. I need you to stop offering to burn yourself down to protect me. Then what do I do? She looks at him. You stay in the room. You let me handle the language. And when the identity event comes, you do not run from it. You let me stand beside you when your name changes. Something shifts in his eyes. Not relief. Recognition. You are not asking me to survive. He says, I am asking you to be seen. The phone rings. Not the war room line. The encrypted frequency. The one that connects directly to the castle's security room. Raffael answers. His face goes still. The device on the east wall, he says. It is transmitting. Chapter 25. The device is transmitting. Seren stands very still, watching Raffael lower the phone. What did they say? Signal strength is low. They cannot trace the destination yet. But it is sending. Yes. She looks at the war room clock. 22 minutes until midnight. The encrypted packet pulses green in her peripheral vision. The device on the east wall sending its data. The contamination clause waiting in the French definitions. 3 threads, 1 knot. She pulls the French counterpart from the stack and spreads it open beside the original English draft from day 1. The one she annotated before Oren's team touched it, before the contamination clause was slipped in. Raffael moves toward her. What are you doing? Looking for the gap. Whiteout. She does not answer. Her fingers trace the English waterfall terms from the first draft. Clean, simple, trigger thresholds defined by financial events, not personal identification. Then she finds the French version's definition section and sees how Oren's team rewired it. Material adverse event. Clause 14.2. The French text uses atteinte à la réputation, reputational damage. The English counterpart says material financial deterioration. Same section title, different trigger. The English version requires actual financial harm to void the agreement. She says, the French version only needs reputational damage. If someone proves Raffael Connaught is Mojankaras, they do not have to show a single euro lost. They just have to claim the reputation is contaminating. Raffael s'alléges their armatations connection for a limage. Raffael reads it, then he looks at her. How long to draft it? Not from inside the agreement. The definition is locked once Oren's signature line is attached. We would need a side letter or an amendment. Then we need pressure. Or precision. She reaches for her notebook, the one with dense marginal notes in 3 scripts. Her thumb finds the page where she traced the French waterfall timing discrepancy from the first night. 50 business days instead of 90 calendar. A gap she flagged before she knew what it meant. What if we do not amend the definition, she says, but add a severability clause in the Hungarian counterpart that overrides the French definition in case of identity-based trigger events? Raffael's eyes narrow. Hungary is not a signatory to the main agreement. Hungary is the arbitration seat. If the arbitration seat says the French definition is void for public policy reasons, the creditors have to litigate in Budapest instead of Vienna. That buys time. Time for what? Time for the contamination clause to become irrelevant. She sketches the structure on the margin, 3 lines, a severability rider that attaches to the arbitration clause, not the liability section, a legal wall between the identity trigger and the asset seizure. Raffael reads it, then he looks at her. How long to draft it? 30 minutes. In 5 languages? 3. English, French, Hungarian. The German and Korean regions adopt the arbitration seat's ruling by reference. They do not need separate riders. He says nothing for a long moment. Then he pulls out the chair beside her. Then write it. She hesitates. You are not going to argue? About what? About whether this is the right move. About whether I should check with Petra first. About whether I am overstepping. His hand moves toward her, stops short of touching. I spent 12 years building a fortress around my name, he says. Every decision I made was designed to keep the truth buried. And the truth found me anyway. It found me because I did not trust anyone to help me carry it. He lets his hand drop. Petra said you caught the contamination clause. You read the French definitions when 50 lawyers did not. You heard the gap in the waterfall before anyone else. And now you see a way to build a wall that does not depend on me staying hidden. He meets her eyes. I am not going to argue with the one person in this room who can see all 5 languages at once. Her throat tightens. What changed? I stopped running. She holds his gaze. Then she opens her notebook to a fresh page and begins drafting. The writer takes shape in clean, dense lines. She writes the operational language in English first, then maps it into French and Hungarian. The Hungarian version uses eredménytelen, nullity, rather than megdamagattak, contestability. A small difference, a deliberate one. Nullity cannot be cured by negotiation. Contestability can. She wants the creditors to know the gap cannot be closed. Raffi watches her work. He does not interrupt, does not suggest. When she pauses on the French translation of the severability clause, he waits. What is the problem? The French word nultai implies the entire agreement collapses. I need something narrower, something that isolates the contamination clause without voiding the restructuring. Caducité partielle. She looks up. Partial lapse. It means the clause dies without the rest of the contract following it. She writes it down. That works. Good. She finishes the writer and reads it aloud in English, then French, then Hungarian. The 3 versions align. The structure holds. Raffi sits back. Now we need to get Oren to sign it. He will not sign voluntarily. No, he will not. She looks at the clock. 18 minutes until midnight. There is another way. What? We present the writer at the ratification session, in front of the full creditor brack. We do not negotiate it. We announce it as a condition of signing. Oren will walk. Oren will calculate how much the 90-day extension is worth against the cost of starting over. If the contamination clause is severed, his clients lose the ability to void the agreement on reputation alone. But they still get the extension. They still get the revised waterfall. They still get the payment terms their analysts have already priced into their portfolios. Raffi's eyes stay on her. You have been thinking about this since the call with Oren. I have been thinking about it since I read the French definition 3 hours ago. And you waited until now to tell me? I needed to know if you would trust me to carry it. He holds her gaze. I trusted you the night you corrected the Korean clause. I just did not know how to tell you. The silence between them is not heavy. It is live, electric with everything they have not said. Her phone buzzes. The unknown number. You have 10 minutes. The gallery is ready. At page N6. The 10-minute window compresses. Seren stares at the text. The gallery is ready. The words feel too deliberate, too careful. Someone has been waiting for this moment, planning around it, and the precision of the timing tells her more than the message itself. The passphrase holder knows we will come together, she says. Raphael reads over her shoulder. His hand does not reach for the phone. They expected me to argue with you about it. Which means they know how close we are. He does not correct her. The silence confirms it. She tucks the phone into her pocket and reaches for the writer draft. 3 pages. English, French, Hungarian. The structure holds. I need you to hear something before we go. He turns toward her fully. I have spent 3 years letting people make decisions around me. About my schedule, about my value, about whether my reference gets sent. Her voice stays level. I told myself it was strategy, that being useful was safer than being visible, that if I did not push, I would not be pushed back. She looks down at the writer. I was wrong. Safety is not the same as freedom, and being useful is not the same as being valued. Raphael does not speak. He waits. She lifts her chin. I want authorship. I want my name on the work I do. I want to be in the room because I choose to be, not because no one else can read the languages. She holds his gaze. I want to stop translating other people's power and start using my own. The words hang between them. Raphael's expression shifts. Not surprise, something quieter. Recognition. You have been carrying that for a long time. Yes. And you have never said it out loud. Who would have heard it? He takes the question, does not deflect. I am hearing it now. Her throat tightens. She does not let it show. What will you do with it? Whatever you need me to do. The answer is simple. It lands like a weight she did not know she was carrying. You cannot give me authorship, she says. You can only stop taking it. He holds her eyes. Then I will stop. The quiet between them is not empty. It is full of everything that has not been said. The 3 years of silence, the 11 minutes he was gone, the walls he has let her through. She wants to trust it. She is afraid to trust it, but Hay is more afraid of going back to the silence. Okay, she says. Okay. He reaches for her hand. She lets him. His palm is warm, rough at the edges, and the contact is so simple it nearly undoes her. Raphael. Yes? When this is over, if this is over, I am not letting you go. She does not answer. She does not need to. The weight of his grip says everything his voice will not. Her phone buzzes again. Unknown number. 7 minutes. Do not bring the phone. She reads it aloud. Someone is watching, Raphael says. Or someone knows the gallery is monitored. Same difference. He releases her hand and reaches for the door. Then we go without the phone. She hesitates. If it is a trap, then we walk into it together. She looks at him. The man who spent 12 years hiding from everyone, who built an empire on control, who is about to walk into a room with one exit because she asked him to trust her. Okay, she says. She leaves the phone on the desk. They are at the door when her laptop chimes. Taitra, incoming video request. Seren stops. Raphael stops beside her. "A minute," she says. She opens the connection. Petra's face appears, tight at the jaw, the Vienna office behind her dug except for one lamp. I have something you need to see before you walk into that gallery. Seren's hand freezes on the trackpad. Petra shares her screen. A document. In Croatian. Official letterhead. The Kara family crest at the top. What is it? A pre-signed application for recognition of the preservation order in 3 jurisdictions. It cites Article 28 of the Croatian Succession Act and requests expedited enforcement under Brussels Regulation 1115. Petra scrolls. The application names Michel Karak as the primary beneficiary of Connaught Group's founding capital. Seren reads the line in Croatian. The wording is precise. It ties Connaught's entire equity structure to a series of numbered accounts opened in Vienna when Raphael was 18. The application is dated 4 days ago, Petra says. It was filed before the airport closed. Devor has been ready to submit the moment Michel Karak is publicly identified. Raphael's hand tightens on the doorframe. How long does submission take? Minutes. The documents are pre-stamped. All they need is the trigger. Seren looks at the timestamp on the text message. 6 minutes. The gallery meeting is the trigger, she says. Whoever has the passphrase activates the packet. The packet confirms the identity, and Devor submits the application before the judge can question jurisdiction. Petra's face goes flat. Then you cannot go. Seren looks at Raphael. We have to. If you go, you hand him everything. If we do not go, we never find out who the passphrase holder is. Petra's jaw tightens. Then find another way. There is no other way. The silence stretches. Raphael steps forward. What do you need? Seren thinks. The rider, the arbitration clause, the midnight deadline. Biddy time, she says. Call Oren. Tell him we need to delay ratification until dawn. Tell him the French definitions need recertification. He will know that is a stall. Let him know. He cannot prove Raffael's clause without admitting he hit it. Petra is already reaching for her phone. I can give you 3 hours, maybe 4. That is enough. The call ends. Raphael looks at her. What are you planning? She picks up the rider draft. I am going to the gallery. I am going to get the pax raise, and I am going to open the packet before Daver can submit his application. That will trigger the identity event. Only if the packet contains identification material. His eyes search hers. You are gambling. I am counting on Daver's precision. He sent the packet for me. He wants me to open it, which means the packet does not contain proof of who you are. It contains something he needs to see. Raphael is still. You are betting your love on what you think Daver wants. I am betting on what I know. She meets his eyes. I know he could have exposed you 12 years ago. He did not. He waited. He built a legal scaffold. He positioned the creditors. He sent the packet to me. She holds his gaze. He wants me to deliver you, not destroy you. The silence is absolute. Then Raphael reaches for her hand. Then let us go meet him. They step into the corridor. The stone walls swallow their footsteps. The castle is dark, the emergency lighting casting long shadows. The east gallery waits at the end of the passage. One door, no windows, no second exit. Seren's pulse beats in her throat. She does not slow down. They reach the gallery door. It is ajar. A single lamp burns inside. Raphael pushes the door open. The room is empty. A folded piece of paper sits on the stone leads beneath the lamp. Seren steps forward, picks it up. One line. You have 3 minutes. Say the word into the packet. Do not speak it aloud until you are alone. She turns to Raphael. He knows we came together. He knows I brought you. Raphael's eyes scan the room. There is no one here. This was never about a meeting. She looks at the paper again. The passphrase cannot be spoken aloud in front of anyone else. The packet only responds to the receiver's voice. Raphael's hand finds hers. Then we go back to the suite. You open it alone. And if it is a trap, he pulls her closer. Then I stand on the other side of the door, and I do not let anyone through. She looks at him. The man who spent 12 years hiding this land, which before this is a Sletian, but I step over. I am hearing, chapter 27. The war room phone is still ringing when Seren reaches it. She snatches the receiver. Petra's voice cuts through before she can speak. He moved the session. Oren just called an emergency ratification vote. 20 minutes. Seren's hand tightens on the plastic. How? He invoked the material adverse change clause. Claimed delay threatens creditor confidence. The full block is convening now. Seren's mind races. The rider is drafted but not presented. The French definitions are still embedded in the voting copy. 20 minutes is not enough to renegotiate procedure. Where is Oren now? On the main floor. He is already seated. Petra's voice drops. He knows you found the clause. He is forcing the vote before you can strip it. Seren looks at Raphael. His face is unreadable, but his jaw is set. Put me on the Rue audio, Seren says. I am coming in. She hangs up before Petra can argue. The corridor blurs past. Raphael matches her pace. No questions, no hesitation. They reach the war room doors at a dead sprint. The guard steps aside without being asked. The room is already full. Oren sits at the far end of the table, hands folded, face calm. The creditor block fills the screens around him. The main display shows the ratification agenda, the French definition page still open, the contamination clause sitting in plain sight. Every head turns when Seren enters. She walks past her assigned seat, past the interpreter station, past the aid chairs. She stops at the head of the table, opposite Oren. "I am sorry for the delay." Her voice is steady. "I needed to confirm the French definitions were correctly translated before we vote." Oren's smile does not reach his eyes. "I was not aware the interpreter needed to verify definitions, Ms. Szabo." "I was not aware a creditor block hid a contamination clause in the French counterpart, Mr. Dean." The room goes still. Oren's smile thins. "That is a serious accusation." "It is a serious document." She pulls the printed rider from her jacket. The pages are still warm from the printer. The English version of this agreement requires material financial deterioration to trigger a material adverse event. The French version requires only reputational damage. Any negative identification of a key executive qualifies. She slides the rider toward the center of the table. "I have drafted a severability clause that overrides the French definition on identity-based triggers, tied to Hungarian arbitration law. The rider is irrevocable. I have versions in English, French, and Hungarian." Oren's eyes flick to the paper. He does not touch it. "And who gave you the authority to restructure our agreement?" Seren meets his gaze. "The same authority that let your client hide a clause in a language he knew no one would reread." The silence stretches. Then Raffael steps forward. "She speaks for me." His voice is quiet, absolute. The rider stands. Oren's eyes narrow. "You are letting your interpreter rewrite the terms of a €2 billion restructuring." "I am backing the only person in this room who read every language before the Simulterline." Raphael's hand rests on the table, open, unarmed. The rider is non-negotiable. Oren's smile is gone now. "This is unprecedented." "Then you have time to get used to it." Oren looks at Seren. His eyes are cold, but there is something else beneath the calculation. Something that looks almost like respect. "You have made your point, Ms. Szabo." He reaches for the rider. "I will need time to review." "You have until dawn." "That is not enough." "It is all you are getting." Oren's jaw joutens. He looks at the screens, at his clients, at the silent judgment of the room. Then he nods. Once. "The vote is delayed until 0600. I want a full legal review of your rider before then." Seren does not look away. "You will have it." Oren stands. He does not offer his hand. As he passes her, he stops. "You know what you just did." "I know exactly what I did." Oren's smile returns, thin, sharp. "Then you also know he cannot protect you from what comes next." He walks out. The room exhales. Screens flick off. Aides gather papers. The creditor block dissolves into muttering, but no one challenges the rider. Seren sits down. Her hands are shaking. Raphael is beside her, silent, solid. She looks at him. "Did I just kill the deal?" "You just saved it." He reaches for her hand. "But Oren is right. You are not invisible anymore." She looks at the rider, at the signatures she will need, at the deadline hanging over them. "Good." Her voice is steady. "I am done being invisible." The war room door closes behind the last aide. They are alone. Raphael pulls her forward, not into an embrace, but into a posture of shared ground, shoulder to shoulder, facing the empty table. "What do you need from me?" "Trust. You have it. Not just in the room, after." He looks at her. "What does after look like?" She does not answer, because she does not know. But the phone on the table rings again. Petra's name lights the screen. Seren answers. He accelerated the review. Petra says, Oren's legal team is already on the rider. They are looking for a way to kill it. Let them look. There is something else. Petra's voice drops. The device on the east wall just changed status. It is no longer transmitting. It is receiving. The line goes cold. Seren looks at Raphael. The intruder's device is not just sending data out, it is taking something in. Avan Sandvik's the Chatterbalep is another one still waiting. And she just save it. I needed to confirm the French definitions were correctly translated before we vote. Oren's smile does not reach his eyes. I mean, this is not enough. Oren's smile is gone now. This is unprecedented. Then you have time to get used to it. Oren looks at Seren. His eyes are cold, but there is something else beneath the calculation. Something that looks almost like respect. You have made your point, Miss Szabo. He reaches for the rider. I will need time to review. You have until dawn. That is not enough. It is all you are getting. Oren's smile is gone now. This is unprecedented. Then you have to get used to it. Oren looks at Seren. His eyes are cold, that the story has overlies the progress. The enterity Richkel's Blutias is not more evil. The Alliant has wholly stably writing the feet. This is an I. The menity letter but despises would be connected through the angels. She recepts to exact money on. The writers for Allency achieves the theme 80s conservative of a bull, most to small in, aids God Bane. She did hint the growl, fixing soaken things and the holy drops milgernage. The breebulous health hearing, I have scretically stable at tab caught boats. The cicalinous cupping call, speark up cratchery is better than the mother Jeson, and any suppose outtolds. This is the way she actually force be talking about holy disaps. The fleur shadow has not swelling. The consult setics of his emotional bracing, she tries to read the redountmanages. The Hoshen space a quill. The loan of me are a main olfacture. It's not some of the cessness. It's just requiring the minute. I know what I mean. She just seemed what my Shane started by. It doesn't just ask it. I am completely carried on. Chapter 28. The war room door clicks shut, and the silence that follows is not peaceful. It is the sound of a held breath finally released. Seren sits down. Her hands are shaking. She watches them, detached, as if they belong to someone else. The fingers that held the rider steady. The wrists that did not tremble when Oren smiled his thin, sharp smile. They are shaking now. All of her is shaking. Raphael does not move toward her. He sits in the chair beside her, close enough that she feels the warmth of his arm, far enough that she could pull away if she needed to. You saved us hours we did not have. His voice is low. No triumph in it. Just fact. She nods. Her throat is too tight for words. The silence stretches. The war room hums with cooling equipment and a faint diz of the main display still glowing standby blue. She looks at her hands. I thought I would feel different. Different how? Stronger. Raphael is quiet for a moment. You just stood in front of a room full of people who have spent their entire careers learning how to make people like you feel small. You forced them to stop. You made them listen. He does not reach for her. You are not shaking because you are weak. You are shaking because you just did something that required more courage than most people will ever need. She looks at him. His eyes are the color of winter stone, but there is something in them that has nothing to do with cold. And you stayed, she says. I told you I would. I know. She does not say the rest, that she believed him, that she needed him to, that she is still learning how to trust someone to stay when the room goes quiet. He shifts. His hand rests on the table beside hers, not touching, close enough that she could bridge the distance if she chose. She chooses. Her fingers find his. Cold. Steady now. His hand turns. Opens. She slides her palm against his. The contact is warm. Grounding. Her pulse slows. You are not invisible anymore. He says. I know. Are you afraid of what that means? She thinks about it, about Oren's warning, about the device receiving data on the east wall, about Daver's profiled application waiting in a Zagreb courthouse. Yes. Good. So am I. She almost smiles. That is not comforting. It is not supposed to be. It is supposed to be honest. She looks at their hands, at the space between them that has been shrinking for 6 days. I do not know what happens when this is over. Neither do I. But you want me to stay? Yes. No qualification, no condition. She lifts her eyes to his. I do not want to be someone you protect. I know. I want to be someone you choose. His breath catches, barely. She would not have seen it if she were not watching his face. You are. She holds his gaze. Then say it. He does not hesitate. Seren. Her name. Full. Unhurried. I choose you. Not because you saved the deal. Not because you read languages no one else can read. Because you make me want to be someone worth choosing back. The quiet between them is not empty. It is full of everything they have not said. She leans in. He meets her halfway. The kiss is warm, hesitant, unmistakably mutual. His hand cups her jaw, thumb brushing her cheekbone, gentle, reverent. Her fingers curl into his collar, pulling him closer. The war room disappears. The rider, the device, the deadline. All of it falls away. There is only his breath against her mouth, the solid warmth of his chest beneath her palm. The way he stays present, not pressing, not taking, just meeting her exactly where she is. She pulls back first. Her forehead rests against his. I did not plan that. Neither did I. She laughs, a broken, surprised sound. Good. His thumb traces her jawline. You are shaking less. She is. She looks at him, at the vulnerability in his winter stone eyes, at the man who spent 12 years hiding and is still learning how to be seen. Do we get to keep this? That depends on what happens at dawn. She nods. The weight of it settles back onto her shoulders, but his hand stays at her jaw. His forehead stays against hers. For a moment longer they are still. Then a knock. Sharp. Insistent. Nayla's voice comes through the door. I am sorry to interrupt. Seren straightens. Raffael's hand drops to his side. Nayla opens the door. Her face is composed, but her eyes are tight. Media inquiries from Zagreb? Raffael's jaw tightens. How many? 12 in the last hour, all from the same news desk. They are asking about a Kara estate connection to Connaught Group. Seren's stomach drops. The device on the east wall. Receiving data. Who is fielding them? Petra has the press office on lockdown, but someone is feeding them information. Nayla's voice drops. They have details they should not have. The preservation motion, the Vienna numbered accounts. They are not speculating, they are confirming. Seren looks at Raffael. The leak is already moving, and dawn is 3 hours away. Chapter 29. The war room lights are too bright. Seren sits at the long table, Raffael beside her, Nayla standing at the door with a tablet. The media inquiries are still coming. 14 now, all from the same Zagreb desk. Petra appears on the main display. Her hair is loose, her collar unbuttoned. She has not slept. He published? Seren's chest tightens. Luka Maktic? 30 minutes ago. Online only. Print edition will hit the stands in 4 hours. Petra swipes her tablet. The article appears on the main display. The headline, "The Ghost in the Castle. What a private equity empire does not want you to know." Seren reads. Luka is careful. He does not name Matek Karak. He does not name Raffael Connaught. He lays out fragments instead. A numbered account opened in Vienna 18 years ago. A preserved estate in Slavonia with no registered agricultural output. A young man who disappeared from Zagreb society in his early 20s and resurfaced with a new name and a London accent. He mentions Falkenfels, the emergency summit, the airport closure that kept the advisory team out. He quotes an unnamed source with knowledge of Croatian succession law who says the estate's current custodian has been preparing a claim for years. He does not say Matek. He does not need to. Everyone who reads this will know, Seren says. They will fill in the blanks themselves. Petra nods. Dever did not write this, but he fed Matek the pieces. The timing is perfect. The article hits just before the morning session. Every creditor at the table will have seen it. Raphael's still reading. His jaw is set. His hand rests flat on the table, fingers spread, unnatural stillness. Seren watches him. He wants you to react, she says. He wants panic. He wants you to delay the vote or cancel the session so the market reads it as confirmation. Raphael does not look up. I know. Then do not give it to him. He lifts his eyes. The winter stone gaze is cold, but not at her. I have been running from this name for 12 years. He knows every move I will make because he taught me how to make them. Seren holds his gaze. Then make a different one. The silence stretches. Petra clears her throat. There is more. She pulls up a second document on the display. A log, timestamps and file names. Someone inside the castle has been moving documents, not transmitting, moving. Copying encrypted files from the secure server to a local drive in the sub-basement server room. Seren's blood goes cold. The server room where my credentials were used? Yes. How many files? 17, over the past 6 hours, all related to the founding capital structure of Connaught Group. Raphael's hand tightens. Can you trace who accessed them? The door logs show badge 23071, same as before. Seren's stomach drops. That is my code. I know. I was in the war room for the past 6 hours, with Oren, with the advisory team. I did not go near the sub-basement. Petra's voice is flat. The logs say otherwise. Seren feels the trap close. Someone is building a case, not against Raphael, against her. The stolen credentials, the midnight server access, the document movement, all timed to match her known locations so the discrepancies feel like alibis, not proof. Dever is not trying to prove you are Mitchin, she says slowly. He is trying to prove I am the inside actor. Raphael turns to her. That makes no sense. You have no motive. I have a Geneva offer I was blocked from taking. I have a reference hold that kept me trapped here. I have 6 days of proximity to every sensitive document in the summit. She meets his eyes. If I am the insider, then everything I did to stop the contamination clause looks like misdirection. Everything I said in that room looks like performance. Petra speaks carefully. The article does not mention you, but if the documents from the server room surface in the next 12 hours and they are linked to the same source who fed Matep the fragments, then you become the conduit, the person who translated the Karaka connection into usable intelligence. Seren's hands are steady. She is not shaking. She is past shaking. Show me the file names. Petra pulls up the list. 17 files, all capital structure, all from the founding years. The years when Raphael was still Matet, still signing documents he did not fully understand. Seren reads through them. The pattern emerges. These are not random. They are building a timeline. Account opening, first capital injection, first asset purchase, entity registration. Each one ties Connaught's earliest transactions to the Vienna numbered accounts. She looks at Raphael. Whoever copied these knows what they are looking for. They are assembling a chain of custody that leads directly to you. Raphael's voice is low. To Mitchen, yes. The room is still. Nayla steps forward. There is one more thing. She hands Seren her tablet, a notification from the castle security system, a file transfer log. Someone on the net once sent a compressed archive to an external address 30 minutes ago. The recipient domain, a free email provider, untraceable. The archive name, Carrick Evidence Packet. Seren stares at it. He does not need to file the preservation motion yet, she says. He does not need the judge, he needs the market. Petra understands first. If the creditors believe the documents exist, they will act as if they are proven. They do not need to see them. They only need to know someone has them. Raphael stands. How long until the morning session? 2 hours. How long until the print edition of Maddox's article hits the newsstands? Nayla checks her watch. 3 hours. But the online version has already been shared. Creditors will have seen it within the hour. Seren looks at the tablet, at the archive name, at the trap that is not a trap but a lever. Dever does not need proof. He only needs the world to believe proof exists. And someone inside this castle just handed him exactly that. Raphael reaches for her hand. We can still stop this. How? He does not answer, but his fingers are cold against hers, and outside the windows the sky is beginning to lighten. Chapter 30. The sky is pale gray over the ridgeline when Seren reaches the war room. She has not slept, cannot remember closing her eyes. The tablet is still in her hand, the archive name burned into her vision like an afterimage. Kara evidence packet.zip. 17 files. Her credentials, her name on the door log. Petra is already on the main display, dark circles under her eyes, coffee cup empty beside her keyboard. Nayla stands at the side console, fingers moving through security feeds she has already checked twice. Raphael enters behind Seren. He does not speak. He takes the seat beside her, close enough that she feels the heat of him through her sleeve, and places a single sheet of paper on the table between them. Handwritten, 5 lines, Croatian. She reads it without touching it. What is this? The preservation motion. Dever's draft. Petra recovered it from the Vienna office servers an hour ago. Seren scans the text. Legal bones, succession claim, beneficiary designation, but one line stops her cold. Upon public identification of Machai Kara as the controlling principal of Connaught Group, all assets traceable to the founding capital structure shall be presumed held in constructive trust for the Kara estate pending judicial review. Presumed, she says. Yes. Not proven, presumed. Raphael's jaw tightens. Dever does not need to prove the assets are his. He only needs the court to freeze them until the claim is resolved. That can take years. Seren looks up. That is not the trap. She reads the line again. The trap is controlling principal, not owner, not beneficiary. Principal. Anyone with authority over the founding capital structure qualifies, including the person who signed the original account paperwork. Raphael goes still. I signed those documents, but I was 18. I signed what Dever put in front of me. Then you are the controlling principal, And the moment the court accepts the presumption, every transaction you have ever authorized becomes contestable. She sets the paper down. He does not need to win. He needs to tie your hands for 1/4. The creditors will do the rest. Petra's voice cuts through. Oren's team has finished reviewing the severability rider. Seren turns to the display. They accepted it. They are still negotiating, but they sent a counterproposal 20 minutes ago. They added a single line to the preamble. Petra pulls it up on screen. Nothing in this rider shall be construed to limit the rights of creditors to seek remedies under applicable law for acts of fraud, misrepresentation, or concealment by the controlling principal. Seren reads it once, then again. That is not a counterproposal. That is a poison well. Raffael's eyes narrow. Explain. If the rider passes but that line stays in, the creditors can still argue that any concealment of the Kara connection constitutes fraud. The rider protects against reputational contamination triggers. The preamble reopens the door through concealment. She looks at Raffael. They are trying to make the rider meaningless. Petra nods slowly. That is how I read it. Oren is betting you will not spot the preamble before the vote. Seren's hands are steady now. The exhaustion has burned away into something colder. Pull the full counterproposal. I need to see every line. Petra's fingers move across her keyboard. The document loads. Seren reads it standing. English version, 8 pages, 3 sections. The preamble line is buried on page 2, tucked between a formatting note and a recital about regulatory compliance. Innocuous, easy to miss if someone is reading for substance instead of structure. But Seren reads structure. She traces the language backward. The preamble line does not reference any specific clause in the rider. It sits there alone, a loose thread, waiting to be pulled in any jurisdiction that recognizes implied rights. It is not just the preamble. She marks 2 more locations. Age 4, section 2:1. They added a single sentence at the end of the French version. Le présent avant ne modifie pas l'obligation préexistante du cédant. This rider does not modify the pre-existing obligations of the transferor. Raffael stands to read over her shoulder. That contradicts the entire purpose of the rider. Yes, it does, but it only appears in the French text. The English version does not have it. Petra swears under her breath. They split the language. If we sign the English version as binding, the French version can still be used in continental courts to argue the rider is procedural, not substantive. Seren pulls up the Hungarian version. Petra's face is unreadable. The council does not take emergency calls from interpreters. Seren meets her gaze. I am not calling as an interpreter. The room lates. She does not explain, but she pulls out her phone and dials a number she has not called in 7 years. The line rings once, twice. A voice answers in Hungarian. Ednan? Seren speaks. Agnes, I need your help. Her grandmother does not hesitate. What is the name of the judge? Seren looks at Raffael. I do not know yet, but I will. She ends the call. The war room is silent. Outside the windows, the first full light of dawn spills over the ridgeline, and somewhere in the castle, a door closes that was never meant to be opened. Chapter 31. The war room settles as Seren places the revised rider on the table. She has not slept. The exhaustion is there, a hum beneath her ribs, but it does not touch her hands. Her handwriting covers the margins of the counterproposal in 3 colors: black for English corrections, red for French, blue for Hungarian. Petra watches from the display. Nayla stands at the side console, fingers hovering over the security feeds. Raffael sits to Seren's left. He has not touched the document. He is watching her. The creditor block fills the room in staggered video feeds. 11 faces across 6 time zones. Some are in boardrooms with branded backdrops. One is in a car, headlights moving through pre-dawn dark. Oren Dean is centered on the main display, arms folded, expression unreadable. Ms. Szabo, you have our attention. She does not correct his use of her name. She places her palm flat on the rider. The counterproposal you submitted cannot be ratified. It contains language-specific contradictions in 3 jurisdictions that would void the severability rider within 30 days of signing. She lets that land. I have prepared a clean version. Oren does not blink. May I ask who authorized you to draft binding contractual language? I drafted it because I read every version of your counterproposal. You did not expect that. The room is still. The preamble line on page 2 implies that the rider does not supersede pre-existing disclosure obligations. That is not a formatting note. It is a backdoor that allows any party to claim concealment regardless of the rider's protections. In the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, that argument would survive summary judgment. In English courts, it would be struck at the first hearing. Your counterproposal is jurisdiction-dependent, which means it favors the party choosing the venue. She turns to the French section. Section 2.1 adds a single sentence that limits the rider to procedural effect only. Le présent d'Alvin, mu modifié par le blocage pre-existence to Chidingold. This rider does not modify the pre-existing obligations of the transferor. If a French court interprets this rider as procedural, the contamination clause remains enforceable in any restructuring agreement, not just the rider. That exception applies in no other language version. She lifts her hand. Your counterproposal was designed to create a jurisdictional cascade. If the identity event triggers creditor action in one territory, the other versions provide arguments for enforcement. You were not negotiating toward a unified agreement. You were building a conflict of laws into the foundation. Oren is quiet for a long moment. Then he tilts his head. That is impressive. It is not a compliment. It is a warning. I have already drafted a unified version that closes all 3 doors. The English version is binding. The French and Hungarian versions are certified translations with identical force. If anyone adds a single line to any version that changes the substantive meaning, the entire rider defaults to the English text. She places the new rider on the table. Oren's eyes flick to the document. You have been busy. I had 47 minutes. Raffael speaks for the first time. The rider is non-negotiable. Oren does not look at him. I am not speaking to you. The rule holds. Seren meets Oren's gaze. He is not wrong. Oren's mouth curves. I am sure he is not, but I am watching you, Miss Szabo. Not him. And I want to understand your position. She does not waver. My position is clear. You either accept the unified rider as the governing clause and the creditor bloc votes to ratify the restructuring on those terms, or you refuse, and we let the contamination clause become the only visible issue in the media leak that is already moving. Oren's smile fades. That is a threat. That is accuracy. She holds his gaze. You were betting on exhaustion. You assumed I would miss at least one of the 3 traps. You assumed Raffael would not read the foreign language versions. You assumed Suvot would collapse before anyone noticed the gaps. She pauses. You assumed wrong. Oren's hands rest flat on the table in front of him. Your grandmother taught you that trick. The room goes very still. Lip reading, Oren continues. I read the article. Luca Mate is thorough. Seren does not react. You have done your research. Research is my job. Then you know what I am capable of. Oren nods. I do. That is why I am accepting the rider. Petra straightened on the display. You are accepting it, just like that. I am accepting it because Miss Szabo has presented a unified version. She is correct that the counterproposal was layered for jurisdictional advantage. That advantage no longer exists. The rider as drafted is airtight. I have no grounds to refuse it. Seren does not feel relief. She feels the weight of something settling into place. Oren's acceptance is too clean. Full ratification vote. Oren continues. All creditor parties agree to the unified severability rider as the governing clause. The restructuring agreement holds. Ratification closes in 20 minutes. The video feeds flicker as votes register. 11 yes votes, no ejections, no delays. Seren stands at the table and watches the restructuring agreement finalize on the display. It is done. The summit is closed. The room should feel victorious. Petra's voice cuts through. He gave up too fast. Seren turns. What? The rider. Oren did not fight for a single amendment. He accepted your version verbatim. That means he does not need to fight for it. Raffael stands. Petra is right. If Oren accepts the rider without argument, he is not planning to litigate through the contamination clause. He is planning something else. Nayla's face appears on the side display. I have a problem. She pulls up a security log. Someone accessed the sub-basement server room 6 minutes ago. Same credentials. 237-1. Seren's badge. That is not possible. I am in this room. The system says you are in the sub-basement. Petra is already typing. I am pulling the door log. Nayla's voice is low. There is more. She pauses. That door in the east corridor, the one that should not have been opened. It opened. 2 minutes ago. Seren's blood goes cold. Who opened it? I do not know. There is no badge log. The biometric sensor was bypassed. Oren's voice returns on the display. Miss Szabo, ratification is complete. The restructuring holds. He does not sound defeated. He sounds satisfied. You have closed one door, but Daver Karak has already found another. The display goes dark. The war room is silent. And somewhere in the castle, the open door is waiting. Chapter 32. The war room does not move. Seren stands at the table with her hands flat on the paper. The unified rider signed in all 3 languages. The ratification confirmed. The summit closed. She should feel something. Relief. Exhaustion. The beginning of victory. She feels none of it. The silence stretches. Raffael is the first to move. He reaches past her and closes the folder. His hand brushes hers. A single point of warmth in the cold air. It is done. She nods. It is done. The restructuring holds. Connaught Group survives the week. The contamination clause is sealed behind the unified rider. Daver's first door is closed. But Oren's voice still hangs in the air. You have closed one door, but Daver Karak has already found another. Petra's face on the display is pale. I am pulling every security feed from the east corridor. If that door was opened without a badge log, someone had network-level access to the biometric system. Nayla is already typing at the side console. The door is still open. The corridor beyond it leads to the old wine cellar. There should be nothing down there but dust and empty racks. Seren turns. There is something down there now. Nayla does not argue. I am sending a guard. No! Raffael's voice cuts through. Not a guard. I am going. Seren steps toward him. You cannot walk into an open door that someone opened for you. That is exactly what Daver wants. I know. He holds her gaze. That is why I'm going alone. If there is a trap, I want to see it before anyone else does. Petra interrupts. You are the CEO. You are the target. If you walk into a room with no security feed and no backup, and something happens to you, the restructuring means nothing. Connaught dies without you to hold it together. Raffael does not look away from Seren. I am not going to die in a wine cellar. Seren's voice is low. You do not know that. I know. I have been running from Daver for 12 years. I know he has never been able to force me into a room I did not choose to enter. If I walk into that corridor, I am choosing it. He takes her hand. And I am not walking in alone. I am waiting until you are ready to come with me. The room goes still. Petra's voice is careful. You cannot both leave the war room. If the creditors call back, if the press escalates, if Daver files the preservation motion, then you handle it. Raffael's voice is quiet. That is what you are here for. Petra is silent. Seren looks at their joined hands. We need to know what is in that cellar before Daver's next move arrives, and we need to clear my name before the credential logs become evidence against me. She meets his eyes. 10 minutes. We secure the war room, we change the access codes, we leave Petra with full authority, and then we go together. Raffael nods. 10 minutes. Nayla is already pulling up the security system. I can lock down all external credentials and route the East Corridor feeds directly to Petra's device. If anyone enters that corridor after you, I will see it before they reach the door. Do it. Seren turns to Petra. Call me if anything changes. Petra's jaw tightens. I will. The 10 minutes pass in a blur of key resets, system locks, and the strange, hollow quiet of a war room that no longer has a crisis to manage. The restructuring is ratified. The summit is closed. The creditors are gone from every screen. It should feel like victory. It feels like waiting for the next blow. Raffael reaches for her hand again. Ready? Seren looks at the dock display and her Oren's face vanished. No. She squeezes his fingers. But I am going anyway. They walk to the door together. The corridor beyond the war room is empty. The lights are dim. The castle is settling into the strange stillness that follows a crisis, the kind of quiet that holds too much pressure. They stop at the entrance to the East Corridor. The door stands open. Beyond it, darkness. Raffael takes a step forward. Seren's phone vibrates. She looks down. Petra's name on the screen. She answers. I am standing outside the door. What is it? Petra's voice is wrong. Seren. I am here. The press alert, it just went live. Seren's blood freezes. What press alert? Every major outlet, Reuters, Bloomberg, Zagreb Daily, simultaneous. They all have the same headline. Petra's voice cracks. Raffael Connaught is Mojir Karak. They have the numbered accounts. They have the preservation motion. They have everything. Seren lowers the phone. The East Corridor door waits in front of her, and behind her, every screen in the castle begins to light up. I am going together. Raffael nods. 10 minutes. Nayla is already pulling up the security system. I can lock down all external credentials and write the East Corridor feeds directly to Petra's device. If anyone enters that corridor after you, I will see it before they reach the door. Do it. Seren turns to Petra. Call me if anything changes. Petra's jaw tightens. I will. The 10 minutes pass in a blur of key resets, system locks, and the strange, hollow quiet of a war room that no longer has a crisis to manage. The restructuring is ratified. The summit is closed. The creditors are gone from every screen. It should feel like victory. It feels like waiting for the next blow. Raffael reaches for her hand again. Ready? Seren looks at the dark display where Oren's face vanished. No. She squeezes his fingers. But I am going anyway. They walk to the door together. The corridor beyond the war room is empty. The lights are dim. The castle is settling into the strange stillness that follows a crisis, the kind of quiet that holds too much pressure. They stop at the entrance to the east corridor. The door stands open. Beyond it, darkness. Raffael takes a step forward. Seren's phone vibrates. She looks down. Petra's name on the screen. She answers, "I am standing outside the door. What is it?" Petra's voice is wrong. "Seren, I am here. The press alert, it just went live." Seren's blood freezes. "What press alert?" Every major outlet, Reuters, Bloomberg, Zagreb Daily, simultaneous. They all have the same headline. Petra's voice cracks. "Raffael Connaught is Mojer Karak. They have the numbered accounts. They have the preservation motion. They have everything." Seren lowers the phone. The east corridor door waits in front of her, and behind her, every screen in the castle begins to light up. Chapter 33. The phone is still in her hand. Petra's voice keeps coming, but the words have become distance, noise, the sound of something already too far gone to catch. Seren watches the screens. The east corridor door waits at her back. Raffael has not moved. He stands 2 steps into the corridor, half-turned, caught between the darkness ahead and the light bleeding from the war room behind them. His face is unreadable. But his hand, the one he reached for her with, is slowly closing into a fist. She knows that fist. It is the same hand that stayed still on the table when he read Luka Maddox's article. The same stillness that means he is already calculating, already sealing off, already becoming the version of himself that survives by giving nothing away. "Raffael?" He does not answer. She steps toward him, lowering the phone. "Tell me what you are thinking." He looks at the screens, at the headlines cycling in silence, at the numbered account details that should exist only in a sealed Croatian court file. "I am thinking," he says slowly, "that Davor has been waiting 12 years to do this, and I have been waiting 12 years to know what it would feel like when he finally did." "What does it feel like?" He turns to face her. The corridor light catches the silver in his hair, the sharp line of his jaw. "Like I can finally stop listening for footsteps." The words land wrong, not because they are untrue, but because they are too quiet, too accepting. He is not fighting. He is not running. He is standing still and letting the wave break over him. And that is worse than panic, because it means he has already decided something she has not been told. "Raffael, what are you planning to do?" "Nothing." Nothing is not a plan. Nothing is exactly a plan. I say nothing. I confirm nothing. I let the story burn hot for 72 hours, and then it collapses for lack of evidence. You know it will not collapse. Davor has the preservation motion. He has the accounts. He has Luka Maddox ready to publish the next installment the moment you go silent. Then I give him nothing to attach the next installment to. No statement, no denial, no confirmation. I become a void, and voids do not hold stories. Behind them, Petra's voice cuts through the war room speaker. "I can hear you, and you are wrong." Raffael's jaw tightens. "Petra, Raffael, listen to me. You cannot say nothing. If you say nothing, Davor's lawyer files the preservation motion as an uncontested application, and the judge signs it by end of day. Silence reads as acknowledgement in a Croatian succession court. You know this." "Then I issue a denial." "No." Seren's voice stops both of them. Petra goes quiet. Seren steps fully into the corridor mouth, her back to the darkness, facing Raffael. "If you issue a denial and the evidence later proves it false, you lose all credibility in every jurisdiction that matters. You cannot deny what Davor can prove." Raffael's eyes meet hers. Then what do I do? You tell the truth before Dever finishes telling it for you. The words hang between them. She watches him process them, watches the reflex rise in his throat, the old answer he has used for 12 years. Say nothing. Control the perimeter. Let them guess. But she sees something else, too. A crack. The smallest hesitation before the reflex locks in. Petra's voice is careful. Seren, if we confirm the identity now, the preservation motion is triggered with our hours. The creditors will reprice. I know. He cuts her off. Seren is right. Dever has already filed the motion. He has already leaked the accounts. He will file the full application whether I speak or stay silent. The only question is whether I let him tell the story alone. Petra is quiet. Then she nods. I will draft it, but I am going to hedge the language. We keep room to argue scope, timing, and intent. We do not give Dever a clear admission he can use as a weapon. No. Seren's voice is quiet but final. No hedges, no distancing language, no allegedly or it has been reported. If you leave space for Dever to reinterpret, he will fill that space with his version. Petra's eyes narrow. Seren, you are not a lawyer. No. I am the person who has been invisible for 3 years while other people defined my value. I know exactly what happens when you let someone else write your story. She does not look away. If Raffael confirms with conditions, with exceptions, with legal weaseling, it looks like a man caught, not a man choosing the truth. Dever's proxies will say the hedging proves the admission was coerced, that Raffael is still hiding, that the real truth is worse. You cannot win a narrative war by leaving yourself an exit. Petra is silent. Raffael is watching Seren. What do you suggest? Seren turns to face him. You say it directly. Your name, your birth, your choice to leave. You say it before the cameras, not through a statement. You take the hit on your terms, and you do not flinch. And my company will survive a harder hit today than a slow bleed over the next 6 months. The room is quiet. Raffael's hand finds hers under the table. You are asking me to be visible. I am asking you to stop hiding. And if I do, you will still have Geneva. You will still have a clean exit. You are not implicated in my identity. Seren's chest tightens. She knows what he is doing. Giving her an out. Making sure she understands that she can walk away before the fire spreads to her. The Geneva contract is still waiting. The train can still carry her south. The reference hold is a distant echo now, irrelevant in a world where the headline is already written. She can leave. She can let him face this alone. She can go to Switzerland and start the life she has spent 3 years earning, clean, credited, her name finally on her work. Seren looks at their joined hands. I am not going to Geneva. The words come out before she decides them. I am not leaving while Dever is still writing the story. Raffael's grip tightens. Seren, do not argue with me. I was not going to argue. He holds her gaze. I was going to say thank you. Petra clears her throat. I am still drafting the statement, and I am still going to hedge the language unless someone gives me a better reason not to. Seren turns to the display. Then let me help. The words land. Petra raises an eyebrow. You want to write the statement? I want to make sure it says what he needs it to say, in every language that matters. Petra is silent. Then she nods. I will send you the draft. The display flickers as Petra's image shifts, typing, pulling documents. Nayla is still at the side console. Raffael the readies go for pull. Now Swinson the Babel speaky. Raffael sorts to the next cleans. This invents in the sem, I'm a mumble the steered in the dark, stole from his house and hid behind a false name. If you stay silent, that story becomes the only story. If you deny, you fight on ground he chose. But if you speak first, if you name yourself before his proxies can finish defining you, you take the story back. And the asset freeze will happen anyway. The preservation motion is filed. Dazer will trigger it whether you confirm or stay silent. The greetum I've been joining just the vision. The game mission is filed, but I'm absolutely right. But it was gonna using the world and fielding the dispake. Just with away with the voids to just right. I have not be going to argue. I was not going to argue. He holds her gaze. I was going to say thank you. The Wape one is the win for Gemfrin. Her completed Elige hadn't trick with him. Solardy's Williantiv's been the blend blown. I am a mumble the steer of the TIT, breathe him balls to be feeling stalking it. This is nothing to make no, it's not to say close, and it's not to say flow good with our lids, intense that the Fords remember, but I could not a funning. I am existing for us to remember the eco-brackening, and if I still see a scruth with the Samir doc. The 100 figures goes hold, every people can still do what I've still do, to member him this possible interest. I have a bit of that people doing in what I am like, but I so much per now can ask me. That has perchana, wait. The east corridor door just registered another access attempt. The room goes still. From where? Network level. Same signature as the first breach. Raffles stands. Lock it down. Full biometric freeze. No access until I authorize it personally. Nayla's fingers move. Done. But whoever is down there, they are trying to get back in. Seren looks at the corridor door, visible through the glass panel. The darkness beyond it waits. And somewhere in the castle, the inside actor is still moving. Chapter 34. The display chimes. Petra's draft appears in a shared document window, dense with legal caution and conditional phrasing. Seren reads the first paragraph standing. It has been reported that Raffael Connaught may be connected to matters concerning the Kara guest. We acknowledge ongoing inquiries and will cooperate with appropriate authorities. She looks up. This is not a statement, this is a deflection. Petra's jaw tightens. It is a placeholder. We need to see how the market reacts before we commit to language we cannot walk back. If you walk back language, you look like a man who lied. If you hedge, you look like a man who is still hiding. Raphael is about to confirm he is Matau Karaka. You cannot say "may be connected" in the same breath as "I am Matau Karaka." The contradiction destroys credibility in every language. Petra's fingers hover over the keyboard. Seren, I understand the instinct to be direct, but you are not accounting for the legal exposure. If Raphael gives an unqualified admission, Daver's lawyers will use every word as, I am accounting for it. Seren pulls the document closer, scrolling through the draft. You have 3 separate distancing mechanisms in the first 2 paragraphs. The "it has been reported" opener, the passive voice in paragraph 2, the matters concerning instead of naming the Karagas estate directly. She looks up. Daver's proxies are going to put out their statement within hours. They will say Raffael Connaught, born Matau Karaka, abandoned his family and stole assets that belonged to the Croatian noble house. They will be direct because Daver does not care about legal exposure. He wants to win in the court of public opinion today, not in a Zagreb courtroom next year. Petra's silence stretches. If Raphael hedges, Seren continues, the press will lead with the proxy statement. They will frame Raphael's response as evasion, because evasion is what sells papers. By the time the truth catches up, the damage is done. You cannot unring a bell that has been ringing for 48 hours. And if I give an unqualified admission, and Daver's lawyers use it to claim Raphael knew the extent of the family liability? Then you argue intent in court, which you will have to do anyway, because Daver is not dropping the preservation motion just because Raphael said allegedly. The room is quiet. Raphael watches her. Petra's eyes narrow. You are not a lawyer, Seren. I know. You are not the one who will have to stand in front of a judge and defend every syllable of this document. I know that too. Then why are you arguing with me about legal strategy? Seren holds her gaze. Because this is not a legal strategy question. This is a narrative question. And I have spent 3 years watching powerful people lose narrative wars because they treated legal precision like a shield instead of a weapon. Petra's expression does not change. That is a compelling speech, but it does not change the fact that you are an interpreter, not a strategist. The words land. Seren feels them in her chest, the familiar dismissal dressed in professional language. She takes a breath. 3 days ago, I caught a contamination clause hidden in the French definitions that 50 Connaught lawyers missed. I drafted a severability rider that closed every language-specific door Daver built into the counterproposal. I stood in front of Oren Dean and the entire creditor block and dismantled their legal strategy in 3 languages without a lawyer beside me. She does not look away. I am not an interpreter who happens to be in the room. I am the person who closed the summit. And I am telling you that if you let this statement read like a man caught, Daver will own every headline between here and Zagreb by sundown. Petra is silent. The display flickers. Raphael has not moved. Seren turns to face him. She does not know what he will say. She has overruled his general counsel instead of him, contradicted legal strategy, claimed authority she was never formally given. If he tells her to step back, the moment collapses. If he stays silent, Petra wins. Seren waits. Raphael holds her gaze. Then he speaks. Petra, delete the first paragraph. Petra's breath catches. Raphael, delete it. Then rewrite the second paragraph in active voice. No passive constructions, no distancing language. Seren reads the next draft before it goes anywhere. Petra is still. Then she looks at Seren. Her expression is unreadable. You heard him. She begins typing. The first paragraph vanishes from the document. Seren exhales. She did not realize she was holding her breath. Raphael reaches for her hand under the table, the gesture hidden from the camera, hidden from Petra. His fingers brush hers. One quiet acknowledgement, then he speaks again. We have 3 hours before the press conference. I want a statement that says what I am, not what I might be. I want it clean, direct, and in every language the summit used. He looks at Seren. You said you would help. I said I would. Then start. The display chimes again. Petra's new draft appears. The language is sharper. The hedges are gone. Seren reads the first line. My name is Raffael Connaught. I was born Matau Karaka. I will answer the questions that matter. She nods. This is a start. She pulls the document closer. The work begins. But her phone vibrates against the table. One notification. She glances at the screen. Jandub departure logistics. Final confirmation. Train leaves at 0600. Chapter 35. The notification sits on her screen. Geneva, 066. 5 motion, final confirmation. Seren stares at the words until they blur. She has been working toward this departure for months. The clean exit, the name on the door, the life where nobody assumes compliance. The display chimes again. Petra's revised draft. Seren pulls it toward herself. My name is Raffael Connaught. I was born Matei Karak. I will answer the questions that matter. She reads it again. The bones are right. Direct voice, no hedging. But the second paragraph still circles. While Connaught Group was built under circumstances that will now face public scrutiny, she stops. That is a deflection, she says. Petra's jaw tightens. That is context. Context belongs in a legal rule. This is a public statement. The second sentence should be, I built Connaught Group as Raffael Connaught. It was not built with Karak money. You do not know that for certain. I know that Raffael told me the truth. If you start qualifying in the second sentence, the press will lead with the qualifier. Connaught CEO admits uncertainty about company origins. Petra is silent. Raffael watches. Seren holds her ground. Rewrite it, she says. Or I will. Petra's fingers hover over the keyboard. Then she types. The second paragraph becomes, I built Connaught Group as Raffael Connaught. It was not built with Karak money. I will provide documentation to support this. Seren nods. Better. She keeps reading. The third paragraph lists the numbered accounts, the preservation motion, the legal status of the Karak estate claim. Each sentence is factual. None of them tell the reader what to feel. Here, Seren says, tapping the screen. Between the accounts and the preservation motion, you need a sentence about why he left. Petra frowns. That is narrative, not evidence. Evidence does not win public opinion. Narrative does. She looks at Raffael. He is very still. She does not ask permission. She types. I left the Karak name because I refused to be part of what it had become. I have spent 12 years building something separate. I am not running from Deve Karak's claims. I am stating clearly that they belong to a life I chose to leave. She does not look up. Petra reads over her shoulder. The room is quiet. Then Petra says, Dever's lawyers will use that sentence to argue abandonment of duty. Let them, Seren says. Abandonment implies he owed duty. The statement should make clear that the duty he owed was to himself, not to a criminal network. How do you know it was criminal? I translate legal documents for a living. I read Dever's preservation motion. I saw the account structures. You do not need a conviction to recognize a laundering network. You need pattern recognition. Petra is quiet for a long moment. Then she says, that is not admissible characterization for a public statement. Then let the press make the characterization, but give them the sentence that points in the right direction. Raffael speaks. She is right. Petra looks at him. You said Seren reads the next draft. I did. Then this is the draft. Petra's hands are still. Then she saves the document. The new version glows on the display. Seren reads it from the top. My name is Raffael Connaught. I was born Matej Karak. I will answer the questions that matter. I built Connaught Group as Raffael Connaught. It was not built with Karak money. I will provide documentation to support this. I left the Karak name because I refused to be part of what it had become. I have spent 12 years building something separate. I am not running from Deve Karak's claims. I am stating clearly that they belong to a life I chose to leave. The numbered accounts in question were opened when I was 18, under family pressure. They were closed within 2 years. No Karak funds were used to capitalize Connaught Group. The preservation motion filed by Deve Karak's lawyers is a freeze tactic, not a proof of ownership. I will fight it in every jurisdiction where it is registered. I am Raffael Connaught. I am Matej Karak. Both names belong to me. Only one of them represents what I have built. Seren stops. The last line is good, clean, defiant without being defensive. Petra exhales. It is risky. Everything is risky. Seren says. The only question is whether you control the risk or let it control you. Raffael stands. He walks to the display, reads the statement, then he looks at Seren. The statement is good. It is not praise. It is acknowledgement. Seren nods. Petra leaves. The door closes. They are alone. Raffael sits beside her. His hand finds hers under the table. Thank you. You do not need to thank me. I know. Then why are you doing it? Because I want you to hear it. She looks at their hands. His fingers are warm. I have a train at 06 Settered, she says. I know. Are you going to ask me to stay? No. She looks up. Why not? Because you told me not to make you the only safety net again. She remembers saying that. The kitchen, the dark, the honesty between them. I remember. I am keeping my word. His thumb traces the edge of her palm. Then what are you asking? He is quiet. Then he says, nothing you do not choose. The words settle between them. Seren looks at the display. The statement glows in 5 languages. Her phone vibrates against the table. She does not look at it. Raffael does. Geneva? Yes. The word hangs. She does not pick up the phone. She does not look away from him. What do you want me to choose? She asks. He does not answer with words. He lifts her hand, presses his lips to her knuckles. One breath. Then the room is still. Her phone vibrates again. The display shows a countdown. 4 hours until departure. Madi Therafisk has argued my parafix. That's so place, but it's already specific. It is not praise, it is acknowledgement. Seren dawns. Petra leaves. The door closes, they are alone. Raffael sits beside her. His hand finds hers under the table. Thank you. You do not need to thank me. I know. Then why are you doing it? Because I want you to hear it. She looks at their hands. His fingers are warm. I have a train at every 6 Settered, she says. I know. Are you going to ask me to stay? No. She looks up. Why not? Because you told me not to make you the only safety net again. She remembers saying that. The kitchen, the dark, the honesty between them. I remember. I am keeping my word. His thumb traces the edge of her palm. Then what are you asking? He is quiet. Then he says, nothing you do not choose. The words settle between them. Seren looks at the display. The statement glows in 5 languages. Her phone vibrates against the table. She does not look at it. Raffael does. Geneva? Jochen Raffael Connaught. I was born Matej Karak. I will answer the questions that matter. I built Connaught Group as Raffael Connaught. It was not built with Karak money. I will provide documentation to support this. I left the Karak name because I refused to be part of what it had become. I have spent 12 years building something separate. I am not running from Devea Karak's claims. I am stating clearly that they belong to a life I chose to leave. The numbered accounts in question were opened when I was 18, under family pressure. They were closed within 2 years. No Karak funds were used to capitalize Connaught Group. The preservation motion filed by Devea Karak's lawyers is a freeze tactic, not a proof of ownership. I will fight it in every jurisdiction where it is registered. I am Raffael Connaught. I am Matej Karak. Both names belong to me. Only one of them represents what I have built. Seren stops. The last line is good, clean. Defiant without being defensive. Petra exhales. It is risky. Everything is risky. Seren says, the only question is whether you control the risk or let it control you. Raffael stands. He walks to the display, reads the statement. Then he looks at Seren. Translate it. All 5 languages? All 5. I want the press in every market to hear the same words. Seren pulls the document closer. Chapter 36. The phone screen goes dark. Seren does not reach for it. 4 hours until departure. Raphael's hand is still around hers. His thumb rests against the ridge of her knuckles where his lips touched. The warmth stays. She should say something. She should name the shape of what is happening between them. But the words do not come in any language she trusts. What do you want me to choose? She asked him. He did not answer. Now the silence stretches, and she understands he meant it literally. He will not offer an answer because the answer must be hers alone. That is the gift. That is the terror. She pulls her hand back, not away from him. She places both palms flat on the table and looks at the statement glowing in 5 languages. You are about to stand in front of cameras and tell the world who you are. Yes. And after that, every journalist, every regulator, every creditor who signed today will have a question about how much Kara money built Connaught. I know. And you want me to stay beside you while you answer them. I want you to choose it. She turns to face him fully. The first time you introduced me to a room of executives, you said, my interpreter. 3 years. I was your interpreter. His jaw tightens. I remember. When this is over, when Devers' claim is settled, or the court freezes half your assets, or the press moves on to the next scandal, what will you call me then? He does not flinch. What do you want me to call you? She feels the question land, not a deflection, not a negotiation, a genuine ask. She holds his gaze. I want my name in the documents I write. I want the credit line on the strategy that saved your restructuring. I want you to correct anyone who calls me support staff. I will. Do not promise that until you know what it costs. What does it cost? She looks at the window. The snow has not stopped. Beyond the glass, the world is white and blank and waiting. It costs you controlling who gets seen. You built a company where only one name matters. If you start sharing that, people will test whether you mean it. He is quiet. Then he says, I have spent 12 years building walls, naming myself to strangers, trusting no one. You are asking me to take the walls down. Yes. All of them? No. The ones that keep me out. He looks at her for a long moment. She watches his throat move. Then yes. Say it clearly. I will stand beside you publicly, when this is over and when it is still happening. I will correct anyone who diminishes what you did here. I will put your name where it belongs. She lets his words settle. The display glows behind him. Her phone is dark. I want to believe you. Then believe me. Trust is not belief. Trust is watching someone follow through. Then watch. The room goes still. She turns to face him directly. I will stay. The word hangs. She watches his expression shift. Not relief. Something deeper. Something that looks like fear finally set down. Thank you, he says. Do not thank me yet. I am not staying because of what you said. I am staying because you asked me what I wanted instead of telling me what you needed. I noticed. Good. The corner of his mouth moves. Not a smile. Almost. I want to kiss you, he says. Then do it. He does not move. Not yet. Why not? Because when I do not want you to wonder if it is because I need you to stay. You are partment. You are sleed still day. She pleads the beautiful displays. One breath, then she straightens. His hand finds hers again. The silence between them is different now. Full. Her phone vibrates. The display lights. She looks at it. Jana departure logistics. Packout raids 3 hours, 47 minutes. Raphael does not look at the screen. Are you going to answer? No. Then what are you going to do? She picks up the phone, books the notification, reads the departure confirmation. Then she turns the phone face down on the table. I'm going to help you face the press. After that, I am going to find out who framed me with my own credentials. And after that, She meets his eyes. After that, we find out whether you meant what you said. Footsteps in the hall. Both of them turn toward the door. The sound is deliberate, measured, not urgent but purposeful. Raphael stands. His body shifts in front of hers. The door opens. Petra stands in the frame. Her face is unreadable. Press conference in 90 minutes. The communications team needs the final language approval before we distribute. Give us 10 minutes, Raphael says. Petra looks at Seren, then back at Raphael. The agenda also changed. Devers' legal team filed an emergency motion in Geneva an hour ago. They are requesting a preliminary hearing before the preservation motion. For when? Tomorrow morning? The room dilts. Tomorrow morning. Before the press narrative settles. Before Raphael's statement can land. Before the markets process what he has said. Seren's hand finds the edge of the table. They are trying to beat your testimony, she says. I are trying to frame the story before I can finish telling it. Petra nods. The hearing is closed. Judge appointed by the family division. Devers' people chose the venue. Raphael is still. Then he says, we are not changing the statement. Raphael, we are not changing it. We release on schedule. We let the press carry the full version before the hearing opens. Petra hesitates. Then she nods. I will tell the team. She leaves. The door closes. Seren looks at the display. 5 languages, 1 name, and a room full of cameras waiting to decide what it means. That am I creating the wide dembed? Raphael says. Steply executive, waiting the podcast of the channel is wadding. Steply executive waiting after them. Steply executive. Executive. We don't know to listen to the shiz parping Kadi I am lastly required at the end speaking moral existence. Stickly executive. Brilliant between weeding shop it, or a several celebration, lions, I considerably axe, marrying under one uses of the minute, and this of traps saying about negative seconds. I have in fact that he entirely refused this farm. That is my company, interpret your answer today, and considerably entirely sequel. That is what if I better something yet? But is that here? I am so basked my perts diffament. When you mean the Daler is going thorough? A long bed and turning, and over time. Devers Keep still sees off tack. That is what I do with mutagrabs, the capital stake shop. And I wish just hell you beautifully credible. Like my face pull that clubbing wakened, with the family tense, the word of what didn't isn't, would have this run shit, his mind, for every wielding work, allotted your vital slack dotting weeched, clucking that I couldn't vary my itch bafter is under the people of my sweep. I am absolutely part of the face, like the vambits, and your navet parkings are considerably actually low. I am binning setting smiler moving one of smite. The separate sentence, we do not lead, spismisquick wrote a tannermo, it's a really hard bird. Rich at exley bafter and urfa and what is me of me? Short, Dimini's under procurates. It's gonna try to get the oppressal doing when I am like sweeting my heart with. The seconds with me, that they lied his requireds use. The comfits do not inflected, the regular, it is definitely slowly, the spit gross, but it's introducedly, there utilly promise me. Chapter 37. The room smells of coffee and cold stone, and the particular chemical heat of press lights warming too many bodies in too small a space. Seren stands beside Raphael, half a step behind, where she has always stood. The cameras are already recording. Journalists crowd the temporary risers, phones raised, laptops open, faces sharp with the hunger of a story breaking faster than they can type. Behind them, the castle's main hall has been transformed into a press room. Chandeliers dimmed, banners down, nothing but wood and glass and the weight of what is about to be spoken. Raphael's hand is still. She watches him breathe. 3 times, measured, controlled. Then he steps forward. Her hand finds the edge of the table. My name is Raffael Connaught. The room goes quiet. I was born Miché Kurak. The words land like stone. Cameras click. Someone's phone chimes and is silenced. Raffael does not look at the notes. He has memorized the Croatian version, the one that reads like a confession, and he keeps his voice at the same register as he moves through the English text. Connaught Group was built with no Kurak money. The numbered accounts were closed by the time he was 20. He left the family name because he refused to be part of what it had become. He does not rush. He does not explain more than the statement holds. When he finishes, the silence stretches one breath too long. Then the questions begin. Mr. Connaught, can you prove the accounts were closed independently? The documentation will be released through counsel this afternoon. Did Count Kurak threaten you before you left Croatia? I left Croatia 12 years ago. I have not spoken to my uncle since. And yet you built a multi-billion-dollar company using an assumed identity. Does that not suggest you were hiding something? Raphael's jaw tightens. I was hiding from something. There is a difference. The journalist leans forward. Can you prove that? Seren moves. Not forward, not to the microphone. She shifts her weight, just enough that the movement catches the edge of the frame. Raphael glances at her. Then he says, I can prove that I built Connaught Group with audited capital, clean transfers, and no trace of Kurak money. That is what matters to the creditors. That is what matters to the law. And the preservation motion? Count Kurak claims the founding capital traces directly to family accounts. Count Kurak claims many things. The motion will be opposed in every jurisdiction where it is filed. The questions keep coming, each one sharper, each one searching for a crack. Seren watches Raphael hold. She watches him refuse to hedge, refuse to deflect, refuse to give them anything but the truth he chose to speak. Then a woman in the third row raises her hand. Mr. Connaught, who wrote the statement? The Croatian version reads differently than the English. It sounds like someone who knows the language, not a translator. Raphael turns. His hand reaches back. Not for the table. For her. He gestures her forward. The room whiches. Seren steps beside him. The statement was written by Seren Szabo. She is my strategic advisor. She drafted the restructuring terms that closed this summit. She translated the statement into every language you see tonight. The journalist frowns. Your interpreter? No. His voice does not rise. My strategist. The word lands. Seren feels it in her chest. The journalist tries again. But she is listed as support staff on the summit roster. The summit roster was incomplete. That will be corrected. A pause. Then a man near the back calls out, Ms. Szabo, were you aware of Mr. Connaught's identity before the summit? She meets his eyes. Yes. When did you learn it? 5 days ago. And you stayed? Yes. Why? She feels Raphael's attention shift to her. The room waits. She could give them the careful answer, the one that protects, the one that keeps her invisible. Instead, she says, because staying was my choice, and I do not make choices I cannot own. The journalist writes it down. Others are already typing. Raphael's hand finds hers below the table, hidden from the cameras. He squeezes once. Then he releases. The questions move on. To the preservation motion. To Dever's legal strategy. To the creditors and the markets and the endless machinery of survival. But the moment holds. Seren is no longer the interpreter in the frame. She is the person the frame exists around. 20 minutes later, Petra signals from the side of the room. The communications team has the feed they need. The statement has landed. Raffael thanks the press. The lights dim. The cameras stop recording. The room exhales. He turns to her. That was the first time I have said his name aloud in 12 years. How does it feel? Like the walls are gone. And the rest of it? His eyes stay on hers, like I can breathe. She wants to believe it. Then Petra appears at her elbow, tablet raised. The hearing in Gabrick. Someone on Davor's team just filed a subordinerary motion. They are claiming the Croatian version of your statement is a legal admission of hidden inheritance, not a confession of identity. Seren's stomach drops. They are using the language we chose to fight him. Petra nods. The motion cites the shorter sentence structure as evidence of Raphael's native knowledge of family obligations. They are arguing the statement proves he accepted the legal framework of the Kara house before renouncing it. Raphael's hand finds the table again. The walls she thought were gone, she realizes, have only shifted shape. Beyond the glass, winter presses against the castle, and Duar's next move is already in motion. Chapter 38. The tablet screen glows blue in Petra's hands. Seren reads the supplementary motion summary twice. The language is precise, clinical. It citates the Croatian version's rhythm as evidence of native legal understanding, argues that Raffael's statement proves he operated within Kara's family frameworks long after he claims to have left. He is using our own words, Seren says. Petra's jaw tightens. He is using the structure of your words. The motion does not quote anything we said. It quotes the grammar we chose. Raffael does not move. Seren watches his hands on the table edge, steady, but the knuckles are white. The hearing, he says. When? Tomorrow, 10 a.m. Zagreb time. And the asset claim? Petra hesitates. It is the first time Seren has seen her hesitate. Filed 40 minutes ago, the Kara House submitted a formal claim asserting that Connaught Group's founding capital traces to shared family assets predating Raphael's departure. They are asking for an interim freeze on all holdings connected to the original trust structure. Raphael's voice is flat. Which holdings? Everything registered in the first 3 years of operation. The Vienna Operating Company, the Geneva holding entity, 70% of Connaught's current equity. The number lands like a shot. 70%. Seren does the math before she can stop herself. That is not a nuisance claim. That is a decapitation strike. They cannot prove it, she says. Petra meets her eyes. They do not have to prove it yet. They only have to create enough doubt to freeze the assets while the court examines the claim. And with the preservation motion already filed, the judge has grounds to act before we present our full defense. The room feels smaller. Seren thinks of the statement she wrote, the careful phrasing, the rhythm she chose because it sounded like truth. And Davor used it. He read the translation, saw its architecture, and built a legal argument around its shape. You predicted this, Raphael says. It is not an accusation. Petra nods. I predicted a claim within 72 hours, not a motion within 90 minutes. Then what is the difference? Preparation. Petra sets the tablet down. He was ready. He had the motion drafted before the press conference ended. He wanted our statement to land so he could file his response while the news cycle still carried a headline. Seren understands. Davor did not react to the statement. He used it. He let them choose their own words, then built a legal frame around those words so that anything they said next would read as defense, not truth. He is not fighting us, she says slowly. He is loading the story we are standing inside. Raphael looks at her. His eyes are winter stone. Then we write a different one. Petra's phone buzzes. She reads the message and something shifts in her face. The market. Connaught paper dropped 4 points in the last hour. Volume is spiking. The creditors are not panicking yet, but they are watching. Oren? No statement. His team is quiet. That is worse. Oren making noise would mean positioning. Oren silent means he is waiting for the outcome, ready to move with Tervoewe freeze lands. Seren looks at the window. Beyond the glass, the snow has stopped falling, but the drifts are deep. Dawn is still gray. How long until the freeze hearing? 9 hours. And the asset claim? Fully filed. They will argue both motions together. Efficiency. Raphael straightens. Seren watches him pull control back around himself like a coat. Then we have 9 hours to prove Connaught's capital was clean from the first transfer. Petra's mouth tightens. That requires documents we cannot access from here. The original trust instruments are in Vienna. The numbered account closure certificates are with the Austrian Financial Authority. Even with electronic copies, the authentication chain takes days. Then we shorten the chain. How? Raphael looks at Seren. You said the Hungarian Arbitration Council has jurisdiction over the severability rider. What would it take to expand that jurisdiction to cover the asset claim? The question stops her. She has been thinking about words, about narratives, about the shape of a sentence. He is thinking about the battlefield. If the council accepts Connaught's founding capital as part of the restructured agreement, the asset claim moves to arbitration instead of Croatian family court. Can your grandmother make that happen? Seren's chest tightens. Agnes. The woman she has not spoken to in 7 years. The woman who answered at dawn and said only, "What is the name of the judge?" I do not know if she can. But she might know someone who can. Yes. Raphael holds her gaze. I am not asking you to call her for me. I am asking you to call her because this is the fight we are in now. Seren pulls out her phone. The Geneva countdown is still showing. 3:80:12. She dismisses the notification. The contacts list scrolls. Agnes Bodrogi. She presses the call button. The line rings. Once. Twice. A voice, Hungarian, older, precise. Seren reads it. Then she looks up at Raphael and Petra. I have an M. Petra is already reaching for her tablet, and somewhere inside the frozen castle, a door closes. Not the east corridor. Something deeper. Something Seren cannot place. But she feels it. The shift in pressure. The silence where footsteps should be. It is no tricks of capital living. That is important for getting the things that had, but I do not know. My current. Let's come back. Chapter 39. The phone is still warm from Agnes when the screen lights up again. A Geneva number. Not the automated system. A name she recognizes. Clara Voss, the department head who sent the offer letter 3 months ago. Seren stares at the display. The castle hums around her. Petra's voice low in the corridor, coordinating with Vienna. Raphael's footsteps as he moves to the window, giving her space. The call could end it. One conversation. A clean exit. Geneva, where her name will go on every document she touches. She answers. Seren Szabo. Clara Voss, I hope I am not catching you at a bad time. Seren's throat tightens. I am in the middle of something. I know. I have been watching the news, which is why I am calling. Clara's voice is smooth, professional, the tone of someone who has spent decades navigating other people's crises. Your contract is still open. The offer stands. But I need to know if you are still coming, because if you are not, I have to fill the position before the new fiscal year. Seren's hand grips the phone. The word yes is right there. Clean, prestigious. Hers. I understand, she says. Do you? because what I am seeing on the screen looks like a man who just lit his own empire on fire, and you are standing next to him. Seren's jaw tightens. He is not lighting anything. He is telling the truth. Good for him. But that truth is going to follow you. Every journalist who covers this story will dig through your background. Every client will ask if you knew. Every meeting will start with the Karaka question before it gets to the work. Seren closes her eyes. Clara is not wrong. Your position here is clean, Clara continues. Senior interpreter, named author on every product, no scandals, no entanglements. You start fresh and you never have to explain yourself again. Named author, yes, that was the point, was it not? It was. 3 months ago, that was everything. Seren opens her eyes. Raphael is still at the window, his back to her, the gray dawn light cutting across his shoulders. He is not watching her. He is not trying to hold her. He said he would ask nothing she does not choose. He meant it. Clara? Yes. I need to think about it. The silence hums. You have 24 hours, Clara says. After that, the offer goes to the second candidate. I understand. Seren? Yes. Whatever you are walking into there, make sure it is worth what you are walking away from. The line clicks. Seren lowers the phone. The castle is quiet. Petra has stopped talking. The corridor is still. Even the wind has paused against the glass. Raphael turns. Geneva? Yes. What did you tell her? That I need to think. He nods. No pressure, no plea. Seren looks at the window. Beyond it, the snow is deep. The drifts have swallowed the lower paths. The castle is a fortress of stone and glass and secrets, and she has spent 3 years trying to leave it. But leaving now means leaving the version of herself that walked into the war room on the first night, wet boots, travel French press, invisible and indispensable. That woman is still here. But she's not the only one anymore. There is also the woman who caught the Korean clause, who rewrote the contamination rider, who faced Oren Dean across the table and watched him blink first. There is the woman who stood beside Raphael at the microphone and let the world see her. That woman did not exist 3 weeks ago. Raphael. He crosses to her, close enough that she can see the exhaustion in his face, the lines around his eyes that were not there a week ago. Tell me, how do I know I am not choosing you because I am afraid to leave? He does not flinch. You do not know. You choose anyway. Or you do not. Either way, you live with it. She almost laughs. That is not helpful. It is the truth. She looks at his hands, steady, still. He is not reaching for her. He is waiting. The same way he waited in the kitchen at 2 in the morning. The same way he waited after the press conference. The same way he will wait for the freeze hearing, for the legal fight, for whatever comes next. Seren thinks about Geneva. She thinks about the clean desk, the named contracts, the mornings that start with coffee she does not have to steal from someone else's stash. She thinks about never having to explain the Karaka name. She thinks about never standing beside him again. There is a door, she says slowly, in the sub-basement. The one that closed when I was on the phone with Agnes. Raphael's eyes sharpen. What about it? I felt it. Not heard. Felt. Like the pressure in the castle shifted. His jaw tightens. You think it is connected to the wine cellar? I think Dever has been inside this building longer than we have. I think the door that closed is not the same as the one that opened. I think we have been looking at the wrong corridor. He is quiet for a long moment. Then he says, Petra needs me to review the jurisdiction filing before she sends it to Budapest. I know. Meet me in the East Corridor in 30 minutes. For the wine cellar? For the door that closed. Seren's chest tightens. The Geneva offer is still on her phone. 24 hours. She looks at Raphael. 30 minutes. Chapter 40. The corridor is empty when Seren reaches it. 28 minutes, not 30. She needed the walk. Needed to feel the stone under her boots, the cold rising through the floors, the weight of the castle pressing in. Her phone is in her hand. Clara Voss's number is still visible on the screen. 23 hours left. She has not answered. Will not answer. Not yet. Not until she knows what she is choosing. The east corridor stretches ahead of her, windows on one side, sealed door on the other. The door that opened. The one Nayla locked down remotely. The biometric panel glows amber, still frozen. She stops in front of it. The wine cellar waits beyond. Secrets, evidence, a trap. She does not know which. But it is not the door that closed. That one is deeper. She presses her palm to the stone beside the frame, feels the cold seep through her skin. The castle has been here for centuries. It has held Kara's secrets longer than Connaught has existed. And Daver has been inside it longer than any of them. Footsteps behind her. She does not turn. Raffael stops beside her. His coat is unbelted. His hair is damp, as if he ran his hands through it. He looks at the amber biometric panel, then at a face. Petra approved the jurisdiction filing. And the hearing? 10 a.m. Budapest is reviewing the arbitration expansion. No answer yet. She nods. The silence stretches. Then she says, "I am not going to Geneva." He goes still. Not the stillness of shock, the stillness of a man who will not let himself hope until he is certain. Why? Because you asked what I wanted. Because Clara offered me a clean desk and named contracts, and I realized I do not want to be clean. I want to be visible. Here. In the fight. He exhales, slow, controlled. Seren. I said I need 24 hours. I do not. I need you to hear what I am about to say. He turns to face her fully. She meets his eyes. I will stay, but I will not stay invisible. I want my name on the strategy, on the filings, on every document that leaves this castle with my work in it. I want the credit line when we win, and I want the blame when we lose. I want a title that says what I do, not whose staff I am. She stops. His face is unreadable. And I want it in writing. A beat. Before I walk into that sub-basement with you. Raffael looks at her for a long moment. The winter light catches his eyes, makes them look older, heavier. Then he reaches into his coat, pulls out a folded sheet of paper, hands it to her. I had Petra draft it this morning. Before the hearing, before the filing, before you told me your answer. Seren unfolded, her name at the top. Seren Szabo, Director of Strategic Language Operations, reporting directly to the CEO, author, co-author, and signatory on any document she produces. Written authority to challenge any translation or contractual language in all 5 languages. Credit line on all public statements. She reads to twice, a third time. Her hands are not steady. You did this before I told you. I did this because I knew what you would choose. But I needed you to choose it without the paper. She looks up at him. You trusted me to come back? I trusted you to know what you are worth. The words land harder than any declaration of love. She folds the paper, slides it into her pocket. Then let us go find out what Daver left for us. She turns toward the east corridor door. Raffael catches her wrist. Seren? She stops. One more thing. What? He steps closer, close enough that she can feel the heat off his coat, the tension in his shoulders, the weight of everything he has not said. I am not asking you to stay and fight. I am asking you to stay and build. Because Connaught will not survive the next year unless it becomes something different. Something with your name in the foundation. She looks at his hand on her wrist. He is not gripping. He is asking. She covers his hand with hers. I know. The corridor is quiet. Then his phone vibrates. He pulls it out, reads the screen. The color drains from his face. What? He turns the phone toward her. A message from Petra. Daver just filed a secondary request. Emergency access to Falkenfels for forensic inspection. Judge signed it 20 minutes ago. He is going here. Starving here inside-ly. Walks into the east corridor door. Raffael catches her wrist. Seren. She stops. One more thing. What? He steps closer, close enough that she can feel the heat off his coat, the tension in his shoulders, the weight of everything he has not said. I am not asking you to stay and fight. I am asking you to stay and build. Because Connaught will not survive the next year unless it becomes something different. Something with your name in the foundation. She looks at his hand on her wrist. He is not gripping. He is asking. She covers his hand with hers. I know. The corridor is quiet, then his phone vibrates. He pulls it out, reads the screen. The color drains from his face. What? He turns the phone toward her. A message from Petra. Daver just filed a secondary request. Emergency access to Falkenfels for forensic inspection. Judge signed it 20 minutes ago. He is coming here. Nah. The sleepily furred Davers a single store either to shake in a result side, catches in your springing, something judge is the row, you repeat like the grod weeding lakes out any dots make at the give. One available. Well yeah there's the disagrally edis. Mission as Coles stores idealable by the float. No manage of it is just era. Do you look like he shows up bold like under the flu public like? I just like to survive for where you mo dime fresh, but you will, and then you have lost is treating in your revion. One available. Well yeah there is the discrepance of a corridor.